Chapter 32. Cyra. Thuvhe and I returned to the small apartment to which Asa had assigned us. It was a single room, with a stove half as wide as the one I had used on the Sojourn ship. I thought of its permanent splatters with a sharp pang that made me hesitate with my jacket buttons. And a bathroom we couldn't both stand in at the same time. Still, there was a little desk where I read late at night, when Thuvhe turned away from the light. She kept tools and wires and computer parts in a box in the corner, and built little things in her spare time, little remote control vehicles with wheels, or a hanging ornament that sparked when the wind blew. She stripped off her jacket as soon as we were through the door, and tossed it on the bed, its sleeves inside out. I was more careful with mine, undoing each metal button with both hands. The luminous thread was stitched around each buttonhole, keeping it from tearing. A finely made thing it was, and one I hoped I would get to keep. Thuvhe was over at my desk, touching her fingers to the page I had left open with a notebook beside it. The family Karaseth is one of the oldest of the fated families, arguably the first, though they have never expressed much interest in debating that point. Their fates rarely, if ever, guide them toward leadership positions, but rather to sacrifice, or, more mysterious still, seemingly unremarkable destinies. Thuvhe frowned. Are you translating this from Ogren yourself? I shrugged. I like languages. Do you speak Ogren? I'm trying to learn it, I said. Some scholars say it's more poetic than most languages, has more rhyming or near-rhyming sounds. I prefer Shotet for poetry, personally, because I don't enjoy rhymes, but... She was staring at me. I do enjoy the challenge of it. What? You're odd, she said. You just built a little machine that makes chirping sounds, I said. And when I asked you what it was for, you said, chirping sounds. And I'm the one who's odd? Thuvhe smiled a little. Fair. Her gaze returned to the book. I knew she was about to ask me why I was translating the section about the Karaseth family, and maybe she knew that I knew too, because she never actually asked the question. It's not what you think. I'm not looking into them because of him, I said. I hadn't told anyone what Vara said to me. My Karaseth blood seemed like a secret that ought to be kept. After all, it was the Noavek name that made me useful to the exiles now. Without it, they might dispose of me. But I had committed worse crimes in front of Thuvhe than having the wrong name, and she was still here. In the past, the idea of trusting another person would have terrified me. But I didn't feel that fear now. The Oracle told me something, I said. And I told Thuvhe the story. Okay, so you're telling me it doesn't bother you at all that Akos ended up being attracted to someone who shares genes with a person he believed to be his sister and mother. Thuvhe was flopped on the floor, cracking the shells of some kind of Ogren nut, roasted to get rid of its poisonous qualities, of course, with her fingernails. I'll say it one more time, I said. He and I are not related at all, in any way. I was leaned up against the side of the bed, my arms draped over my bent knees. Whatever, Thuvhe said. Well, at least you aren't actually planning to commit patricide, then, since Losmet isn't actually your father. You're really fixating on the blood relationship thing, I said. Just because we aren't technically related doesn't mean he's not my father. And I say that as someone who would really like for him not to be my father. Fine, fine, she sighed. We should probably start planning this whole assassination thing, if you have less than a week before you're talking to Issei. We? I raised my eyebrows. I'm the one who volunteered for this stupid mission, not you. You're obviously going to need my help. For one thing, can you even fly yourself back to Thuvhe? I can fly a ship. Through Agra's atmosphere? I don't think so. Okay, I said. So I need a pilot. And a ship. And you need to find out where Lasmet is, and get in, unseen, and figure out how you're going to kill him, and then how you're going to get out afterward. She sat up and popped the flesh of the nut, stripped of its shell, into her mouth. Tucking it into her cheek, she said, Face it, you need help, and you're not going to get many volunteers yourself. You may have observed the exiles aren't exactly wild about you. Oh, really? I said flatly. I hadn't noticed. Well, they're stupid that way, Tekka said, flapping her hand at me. I'll get you the people you need. They like me. Can't imagine why. She threw the broken shell at me, hitting me in the cheek. I felt better than I had in a long time. Later that night, after hours of talking ourselves in circles about the assassination plan, Tekka fell asleep fully clothed in her bed. I cleaned up the shells, which now covered the floor, and sat at the Book of Fated Families to resume my translation. The sight of the word Karaseth, written in Ogren, sparked heat behind my eyes. I picked up my pen, pausing every few seconds to wipe tears from my eyes, or snot from my nose. I had pretended with Tekka that I was translating this section of the book to learn more about my own family, that it had nothing to do with Akos. But the unfortunate truth was that I was still in love with him.
Chapter 33. Akos. A few seasons ago, he'd been dragged into the city of Voa by soldiers of Ryzek Noavek, badly beaten, with his scared brother at his heels. The warm, dusty air had choked him. He hadn't been used to crowds, or the loud laughs of people gathered around food stalls, or all the weapons tapped casually in the middle of conversation like they didn't matter. Now he walked with his palm balanced on the knife sheathed at his waist, without thinking much of it. He had tied a cloth around his nose and mouth, and cropped his hair close to his head to keep from being recognized by the wrong people. But it didn't seem likely he would be. Most of the people he passed were too focused on getting where they were going to give him more than a quick glance. There weren't crowds in the streets anymore. Those who were walking did it with heads down, their bags tucked close to their sides. Soldiers dressed in armor stamped with the Noavek seal walked the streets. Even the poorer ones at the edge of the city where Akos had gotten off the small transport vessel that had carried him here. Half the little shops were boarded up or had their doors chained shut. There had obviously been some looting and vandalism in the wake of Ryzek's death. Not surprising, but things seemed under control now. Too much control, with Lasmet sitting on the throne. Akos was getting to know his way around Voa, at least the part of Voa that Ara, Jorek's mother, and Jorek lived in. If the city was arranged in concentric circles around Noavek Manor, Ara and Jorek lived with Ara's brother in one of the middle rings, the perfect place to disappear. The apartments were crowded together, each one a different style, with a door in a different place, forming a maze. Akos had stumbled into 2 courtyards that morning when he left, and had to backtrack to where he started each time. Ara had sent him to the market to search out flour for her baking, and he'd come up empty. The market had a news feed in one of the stalls, so he'd gone to see if there was any word about Agra. He'd left Agra without saying anything to Cyra, knowing it would make her hate him. That was the point. If she hated him, she wouldn't look for him. She would assume he had gone back to Thuvhe and leave him be. Akos had to keep forcing his attention back to the path he was walking instead of what was around him. He passed by a line of people so long he couldn't see what they were waiting for until 2 blocks later, when he saw a run-down office with the Shotet character for medicine above it, a health clinic. Down an adjacent alley, 2 kids fought over a bottle of something Akos didn't recognize. A lot of people had been hurt in the attack, and basic supplies like antiseptic or silverskin were limited. Loved ones were always waiting at health clinics lately, in the hope they might inch closer to what they needed. Still others bought black market cures that either didn't do anything or made things worse. Ara and her family had, fortunately, been untouched by the blast. Akos spotted the wall of graffiti he used as a landmark. The colors were bright, most of the symbols still unintelligible to him, though he recognized the one for Novak, standing out in the center. He tapped on the wooden door just past it, looking left and right to make sure he was alone. He could still hear the scuffling of the kids in the alley behind him. Ara's brother's house was packed with junk, like a lot of Shotet houses were, all the furniture pieced together from other things. The drawer handles in the kitchen were made of floater parts, and the knobs on the oven were claw grips from the toy robots Shotet children battled with. Sitting at the low table on the other side of the room was Ara Kuzar, a bright blue shawl around her shoulders, and Jorek. He had let a full beard grow in on his face, patchy in places, and he wore armor with the seal of Novak under his shoulder. He looked worn, but he still gave Akos a smile when he walked in. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Kuzar, no flour," Akos said to Ara. "No news from Agra either. I think the Novak propaganda machine is going strong." "This affectation of calling me Mrs. Kuzar was cute at first," Ara said wryly, "but it's getting downright alarming. Sit. You need to eat something." "Sorry," he mumbled, sitting across from Jorek. He pulled the scarf down around his neck and ran a hand over his shorn hair, still surprised at how short it was. It was prickly in the back. "How's the manor?" "Boring," Jorek said. "I saw the side of Lasmet's head today. Most of the upper-level guards are stationed near Ryzek's secure rooms. You know, the ones Cyra's blood couldn't get us into? But he walked through the back door today." Akos logged that information away, along with everything else he'd heard about Lasmet since getting to Voa, which wasn't much. He was a myth in people's minds more than a man, so what they knew sounded like legends and folk tales instead of facts. "At least I don't have to fight in Thuvhe or anything," Jorek said. "Not that I would. That attack was—" He shook his head. "Sorry. Don't mean to bring it up." Akos tucked a hand into his pocket and took out a strip of dried hushflower petal. He was chewing them more than he should these days. He would run out soon, but the tension in his jaw and shoulders was giving him headaches, and he needed to be able to think if he wanted to face what was next. He was here, in Voa, to kill Lasmet Novak, and it wouldn't be easy. "There's something I need to talk to you about," Akos said. "I was wondering when you'd get to the point," Jorek said. Ara set a plate down in front of Akos. There wasn't much on it. A roll, probably a little stale by now, some dried meat, some pickled salt fruit. She brushed the crumbs off her fingers and sat down next to her son. What Jorek means is, we like having you here, but we know you don't do things without a good reason, Ara said, flicking the side of her son's nose to chastise him. And crossing the galaxy is no small thing. Jorek rubbed his nose. Not everyone can wait things out on Agra. Some of us have to get our hands dirty, Akos said. But those who can stay safe should, Ara said. Akos shook his head. I had to get my hands dirty too. Call it fate. I call it a choice, Jorek said, and a dumb one. Like leaving your girlfriend and your mother and brother without a word of explanation, Ara said, and she clicked her tongue. My mother and brother don't need me to leave word to know where I am. And this is how things are between Cyra and me, Akos said, defensive. She plotted for weeks to send me away without telling me about it. How is this different? It is not particularly different, Ara said, but that doesn't make it right either time. Don't scold him, Mom, Jorek said. He was basically born scolding himself. Scold me all you like, Akos said, especially because I'm about to ask for something you won't like. Jorek's arm snaked across the table, and he stole some meat from Akos's plate. I want you to let me into the back gate of Noavek Manor, Akos said. Jorek choked on the meat he was now chewing, prompting Ara to thump him on the back with her fist. What are you going to do once you're inside? Ara said, narrowing her eyes. It's better if you don't know, Akos said. Akos, trust me. Even you, pupil of Cyra Noavek, are out of your depth with Lasmet, Jorek said after he had swallowed his bite. There isn't a single shred of decency in him. I don't think he even has the capacity for it. If he finds you, he'll turn you into a goddamn stew. He won't kill me, Akos said. Why, because of your stunning good looks? Jorek snorted. Because I'm his son, Akos said. Ara and Jorek stared at him in silence. Akos pushed his plate across the table toward Jorek. Want my roll? He said. Chapter 34. Akos. Akos rid himself of the heavy robe he had worn to get there, tossing it in an alley. It would only slow him down past this point, and he was cloaked by night anyway. He kept his footsteps as quiet as he could as he crept along the high wall behind Noavek Manor. He still remembered staring out at this wall when he was a prisoner, teaching Cyra to make painkillers. It had been his way out. Go through the hidden hallways, get to Ija, leave through the back gate, use the code Cyra had showed him without meaning to. He could have pried open the locking mechanism himself and shoved his fingers inside, disrupting the current, but the risk of getting caught was too high. The guard changed too often, so instead he stood by the back door and waited for Jorek to open it. It had taken a lot of arguing to get Jorek to agree to this, not just with Jorek, but with Ara. They suspected, of course, what Akos was here to do, and they didn't want him to take the risk. They thought it was bravado, or stupidity, or downright instability. Eventually, it was the reminder of what Akos had done for Jorek that got him to agree. The ring that hung around his neck, and the precise mark on his arm. Jorek had owed him a favor, a big one. The heavy door opened a crack, showing a sliver of a man. Boots, armor, patchy facial hair, and a bright, dark eye. Jorek jerked his head to the side, beckoning, and Akos opened the door just wide enough to slip through. Once it closed behind him with a click, he knew he couldn't go back. So even though he halfway thought he'd lost his mind, he kept going forward. As agreed, Jorek got him to the kitchen, Akos found the edge of the wall panel that would let him into the manor's hidden passageways and pulled it back. The familiar musty smell washed over him, sending him into memory, terrified and desperately hopeful, with the toe of Ija's shoe catching on his heel. And then the little pool of heat in his gut as he followed a painted Cyra to the Sojourn Festival, the one that told him he liked her, no matter how hard he pretended otherwise. Liked her, then loved her, then left her. Jorek pulled him into a hug, quick and firm, before leaving Akos alone in the dark passageway. He stopped at the corners where the walls split, feeling for the symbols he had learned from Cyra. An X for a dead end, a circle with an up arrow for stairs going up, and a circle with a down arrow for stairs going down, a number for which floor he was on. He had gone this way when he went to free Ija. All he had to do was get to that part of the house again, and then he'd be near the gene-locked rooms that had confounded the renegades when they came here to kill Ryzek. Cyra's blood hadn't opened the locks, but Akos's would, if Vara wasn't screwing with them both. Akos got to the exit he'd taken when he got Ija out. He knew he was tripping the same sensors that had made his escape attempt fail on that fateful day, but it didn't really matter. He wasn't trying to go unnoticed here. He left the panel open behind him and walked past the door that had once been Ija's with a little shiver. Even in the dark, this part of the house was grand. Dark wood, almost black, on the floor and the walls. Light fixtures packed with fenzu, sedate now as they slept through the night. Decorative vases and sculptures made of warm metal or polished stone with veins of color running through it, or etched glass. He couldn't imagine running through these halls as a kid, skimming the wood paneling with his fingers. He probably wouldn't have been allowed to run, or touch walls, or fall on his brother laughing, or any of the things that had made his young years rich and warm. He got to the secure door that he was pretty sure led to Ryzek's old bedroom, and held up his hand over the locking mechanism. His fingers were trembling. He stuck his hand in the lock, wincing as it pierced his finger, drawing blood. A click, and then the door opened. If there had been any doubt in his mind that he was a Noavek, it was gone now.
Chapter 35. Cyra. It was, perhaps, not the best idea for Tekka to approach me during breakfast, before my brain had booted up. I was hunkered down over my bowl of grains and fruit, watching Ija. He sat 2 tables away, facing me, with his own plate of food in front of him. But there was something odd about him. He was poking at the grains with his spoon, picking out the darker ones and putting them in a line along the edge of his tray. When I first saw Ija a few seasons ago, snuffling in the weapons hall before my brother, he had been filled out and tall. He had looked sturdy, though not overweight. But this Ija was pecking at breakfast, and there were still hollows in his cheeks. Tekka said, "Why are you staring so hard at Karaseth?" She stood in front of me, partially blocking my view of the new oracle. I didn't look away, though, still watching Ija jab at his bowl. My mother told me once that she used to scold Ryzek for being a picky eater, I said. He ate fruit, but little else, and no matter what she put in front of him, he found something to pick at. She hoped he would grow out of it, but I shrugged. I don't think he ever really did. "Okay," Tekka said. "Did an Ogren give you some Zofra venom? I've heard it addles the mind." "No. It's nothing, never mind," I said. I looked up at her. You know, when you stand like that, you look even shorter. Shut up, Thuvhe said. I found you some volunteers. Come on over. I sighed and picked up my bowl. My boots were still untied, so the laces flapped with each footstep. Thuvhe led me to a table in the corner where two other people sat. Isa and the man I had fought weeks ago, with the knot of hair on top of his head. Etrek. Hey there, Scourge, he said to me. He had the kind of face that didn't give away his age, skin smooth but not layered with the pudge of youth, dark eyes glittering with mischief. I didn't like him. No, I said to Thuvhe, I'm not working with this idiot. My name is pronounced Etrek, he said, grinning. Listen, it's not like you have a deep pool of applicants here, Thuvhe said to me. Etrek knows people in Voa who can get us whatever supplies we need, as well as give us a place to land. And you? I said to Isa. You're Ogren. Why do you want to get mixed up in all this? I am a good pilot, Isa said. As to why I want to be involved, well, I have lived among people affected by Losmet Noavek for several seasons now, and if there is something I can do to help defeat him at last, I will do it. I looked them over. Thuvhe, her blonde hair made frizzy by the Ogren humidity. Isa had glowing bracelets up to one elbow, and she had lined her eyes in luminous pencil, so they glowed oddly. Etrek waggled his dark eyebrows at me. Was this the crew I would march back into Voa with, triumphant? Well, it was the best I was going to get. Fine, I said. When do we leave? I'll check the launch schedule, but it had better be sometime this week, Thuvhe said. It'll take a few days to get to Urek. Once we're through the atmosphere, I can send a message to Jorek in Voa and get a better sense of the situation. And Etrek can reach out to his contacts. But we can't do any of that from here. All right, I said. Hold on, Etrek said. What qualifies you to be in charge of this mission anyway? I'm better than you, I said. At everything. Thuvhe rolled her eyes. She knows the target, Trek. You want to charge into Voa to kill a man you don't understand or know at all? Etrek shrugged. Guess not. Everybody take this week to do what you need to get done, Thuvhe said. I'll start getting the ship ready now. I might need a new gravity compressor, and I know we need food. And, I said, thinking of what Issei had used to kill my brother, maybe some new kitchen knives. Thuvhe wrinkled her nose, likely remembering the same thing. Definitely. Anyway, we might not be coming back, so I shrugged. Say your goodbyes. You're just bursting with optimism, aren't you? Etrek said. Did you expect the person leading your assassination mission to be cheerful? I said. If so, I think you're in the wrong field. I set my half-finished bowl of breakfast down and drew the knife at my hip instead. I leaned across the table and pointed the blade at him. And by the way, if you call me Scourge again, I will cut that stupid knot right off the top of your head. Etrek licked his lips, considering my knife. Okay, he finally said. Cyra.
Chapter 36. Sizi. I watch our descent through Othir's puffy clouds like I'm even farther away than I am, drifting through space and looking down at the entire planet at once. I felt like this since Akos and I parted ways, halfway between Agra and Thuvhe. He didn't want to come with me back to assembly headquarters, and I didn't much blame him. So I'd hitched myself to the next assembly freighter at some moon outpost and let him take the autonav back home. Truth be told, I am jealous of him, puttering around our warm kitchen, stoking the burnstones in our courtyard stove. Ast comes to stand next to me, arms folded. We're on a big assembly craft, the nice sleek kind they save for chancellors and regents and sovereigns. You can't see any of the ship's guts. They're all hidden behind panels made of a pale metal that looks almost white. I tripped earlier, and when I smacked my hand against a wall to steady myself, I left a handprint. Whose job is it to polish all the walls? I wonder. Ast and I are both dressed up as Issei could get us to go. I wear a dress with long sleeves, so I look Thuvhe, I figure, because Otherians aren't as determined to button everything up to the throat as we are, in a soft gray. Ast is in trousers and a shirt with a collar. The guide bot whizzes around his head, clicking so he can hear its location. "Issei's doing it again," he says. "Go fix her." "I can't stop her all the time," I say. "It's wearing me out." Since the attack on Shisa, Issei's been going over every single person who died in the attack on her screen. She keeps spitting facts at me, too. Shep Uldoth, 34. He was a father of 2 Cz. His wife died too, so now the kids are orphans. As much as I told her she couldn't dwell on the lives lost forever, she didn't pull herself away. She said she liked the anger going through the names gave her. It reminded her of what she had to do. I'm pretty sure she's just tired of grieving for Ori and needs something else to focus on. But I don't say so. "I don't really care if you're worn out," Ast says coolly. "You don't think this is wearing her out? It's more important that she be rested than you know." I want to curse him out, but my current gift stops me. So I just ignore him until he storms off. The ship passes through the cloud layer, and I can't keep myself from stepping closer to the glass. I've never been to Othir before. Most of the planet's surface is covered with cities. There are a couple of big parks that cultivate the planet's wildlife. Feeble, most of it, which was why Otherians hadn't much bothered with it. But the rest is glass and metal and stone. Glass walkways stretch this way and that, connecting the buildings, and sleek little floaters, much nicer than the ones we flew in Thuvhe, dart in and out of metal tubes that control traffic. So it's hard to explain to myself, given all that synthetic chaos, why Othir is pretty. Maybe it comes down to the big blue sky, the sunlight gleaming on the buildings in gold, green, blue, and orange. Maybe it's the neat little parks that show all different colored flowers and trees. The best-looking plants from every other planet, but this one. But there is something nice in how busy it is, a kind of cheerful productivity. I clasp my hands in front of me as I walk down the hall, so I don't brush any of the walls. Issei is sitting in a waiting room, perched on the edge of a gray sofa. A view of Othir shows through the floor-to-ceiling window, but she's not even glancing at it. Her eyes are fixed on the portable screen in her hands. Arda Seminus, 50 years old. She was visiting her kid in the hospital after surgery. Both of them are dead now. She shakes her head. A hospital, Cz. Why did they have to target a hospital? Because Losmet Noavek is evil, I say. We knew that before, and we know it now, and we'll never forget it. I am filling the room with calming water, letting it lap up against her ankles, tap against her toes. He's not the only one who made it happen, she says. Every Shotet who went along with him and didn't stop it is to blame. "We're landing," I say. She's not wrong, but the heat she says it with makes me nervous. I imagine wading up to my waist, dragging my fingers through the soft weight of water. "When's the meeting?" "It's over dinner," I say. "They don't like strict business meetings here, apparently." "Wouldn't want to let a person focus on the issues at hand," she says. "Gotta dazzle them into doing whatever you say instead." "Exactly," I say. She sounds more like herself already. She gets up, sets the screen down, and crosses the little room to stand in front of me. "Did Ast yell at you again?" she says, brushing her fingers over my face. "He seemed upset when he left. I don't know why he takes it out on you." I shrug. It's the best I can manage. "I'll talk to him again," she promises. "I trust you, and so should he, even if he doesn't like your current gift. It's not like I don't know when you're using it." I smile. She doesn't, of course, always know when I'm using it. But it's good that she thinks so.
Chapter 37. Akos. The room beyond the gene lock smelled like fruit. Akos let the door close behind him, breathing the acid sweetness. This wasn't Ryzek's bedroom. It was an office, and the desk had some kind of peel on it, green and puckered, the source of the smell. Beside it was a dormant screen on top of a stack of paper. Books were stacked here and there with titles he mostly couldn't read, unless they were in Arthurian. Those were all about history. The rug under his feet was thick and dense, comfortable to stand on. There were footprints pressed into it, back and forth like somebody had been pacing not too long ago. Growing in a pot in the corner was a little tree, its trunk the same dark color as the floorboards. A tree native to the band of forests north of Voa, its leaves robust and healthy. Akos felt a squeeze in his head, like he was getting a headache, and ignored it. He moved instead toward the map that hung on the wall behind the desk, a map of the solar system. Their planet was marked Urek instead of Thuvhe, so he knew it was a Shotet drawn map. The lines were careful, precise, and faded to light sketch marks at the edges, marking the boundaries of where the Shotet had gone. They were wider than Akos expected. Somehow it had never really struck him that before the Shotet became scavengers and warriors, they had been explorers. He felt the squeeze in his head again and paused. He had heard something. A shift, maybe. Someone walking in another room, on another floor. No, not a shift. A breath. An exhale. Akos drew his blade and whipped around, arm extended. Leaning against the wall behind him was a tall, thin, weathered man. Lazmet Noavek. "My current gift doesn't work on you," Lazmet said. Akos's mouth went dry. "No current gifts work on me," he forced himself to say, the first words he'd ever said to his father. Lazmet pulled away from the wall. He was holding a current blade of his own. As Akos watched, he balanced it on his palm and spun it, catching it by the handle. So Ryzek had learned that little habit from his father then. "Is that how you got in here?" Lazmet said. Akos shook his head. Lazmet stepped closer, and Akos shifted to the side, keeping distance between them. He felt like he was in the arena again, fighting another man to the death. Only he was much less prepared for this fight than he'd been for the one with Vas or Suzhou. He never should have come here. He knew that now. Just looking at Lazmet in person, empty behind the eyes, calm and faintly amused. There was something not right about him. Something Akos didn't understand. Then I admit to some confusion because I'm the only person who can access these rooms, Lasmet said. So I know that while someone might have let you into the manor, they could not have let you in here. My blood got me in, Akos said. Lasmet's eyes narrowed. He came closer. Akos had run out of space behind him. So he shifted again, knife still outstretched. Lasmet eyed the blade curiously. He probably wasn't used to seeing a current blade without the black tails binding it to a person's hand. I began to suspect, when my youngest child grew older, that she was not actually mine, Lasmet said quietly. I thought maybe her mother had been unfaithful to me. But I see now that isn't the case. She was just the wrong child entirely. Akos didn't understand how he wasn't more shocked, more startled, at least. What is your name? Lasmet asked him, spinning his current blade. Akos, Akos said. That is a fine Shotet name, Lasmet said. I assume my wife chose it for you. I wouldn't know, Akos said. I never knew her. Lasmet came closer still and then lunged. Akos was ready for it, had expected it since he saw the man against the wall, but he wasn't ready for how fast Lasmet was. Grabbing him and twisting so hard Akos had no choice but to release the blade. Akos's training kicked in, and he feinted, pretending at weakness while swinging a fist at Lasmet's side. Lasmet grunted, his grip still hard around Akos's wrist, and Akos kicked him hard in the knee. Lasmet let go of him then, stumbling a little, but not enough. He surged up and forward, slamming Akos into the wall with the current blade at his throat. Akos froze. He was pretty sure Lasmet wouldn't kill him, at least not until he heard an explanation, but that was no guarantee that he wouldn't carve Akos up in the meantime. It's a shame you didn't know her. She was quite a woman, Lasmet said casually. He lifted his free hand and ran his fingertip down the side of Akos's nose, onto his cheekbone. You look like me, Lasmet said. Tall, but not broad enough with these accursed freckles. What color are your eyes? Gray, Akos said, and he felt compelled to add sir to the end, though he wasn't sure why. Maybe it had to do with the knife at his throat and the substantial strength of the man pressing him to the wall. It seemed to hum in Lasmet's bones like a piece of the current itself. That would be my mother's side of the family, Lasmet said. Her uncle wrote love poems about my aunt's stormy eyes. My mother killed them both. But I'm sure you've heard that story already. I understand it's a popular one in Shotet. I've heard it mentioned. Akos fought to keep his voice steady. Lasmet released him, but didn't go far, so Akos couldn't make a dive for the weapon on the floor. Do you know if my son is dead? Lasmet said. He quirked his eyebrows. I suppose I mean my other son. Yes. He's dead, Akos said. His body is in space. A decent enough burial, I suppose. Lasmet spun his blade again. And did you come to kill me? It would be in the grand tradition of our family, you see. My mother killed her siblings. My supposed daughter killed her brother. My firstborn son lacked the stomach for killing me in the end. He was content to trap me in a cell for over 10 seasons instead. But you wear some marks, so perhaps you are not so weak-willed." Akos clapped his hand around his wrist to cover up the kill marks there. It was an instinct that seemed to confuse Lazmet, who tilted his head at the sight. Akos wasn't sure what the answer was anymore. He knew Lazmet needed to die, based on the way Cyra reacted to the sight of him alone, and everything he'd heard since then. But he hadn't been sure, deep down, if he could do it or not. He still wasn't sure. Regardless, he wasn't about to admit that to Lazmet. "No," Akos said. "I didn't come to kill you." "Then why did you come?" Lazmet said. "You took great risks to do so. I assume you have a reason." You're the last blood relative I have left," Akos said. "Is that a reason?" "It's a stupid one, if it is," Lazmet said. "What is blood, exactly?" "Just a substance like water or stardust." "It's more than that to me," Akos said. "It's this language. It's fate." "Ah," Lazmet smiled. His smile had a wickedness to it. "So now you know that little Cyra's painfully boring fate actually belongs to you. The second child of the family Noavek will cross the divide." His eyebrow arched. "And you, I assume as a born Shotet, have never been across the stretch of feathergrass that separates us from our Thuvhe enemies." Lazmet was analyzing him, making assumptions. They were incorrect, but Akos saw no need to correct him. Not yet, anyway. The less Lazmet knew about him, the better. Lazmet went on. "You speak with the diction of someone who is low status. Perhaps you think I will send you to Thuvhe with my army for some higher purpose, that I will elevate you beyond your grasp." Akos kept his expression neutral, though the idea of marching into Thuvhe and waging war just to attain a higher social status sickened him. "Whether I help you with that or not depends, I suppose, on whether you are worth anything to me or not," Lazmet said. "I know that you can kill, which is encouraging. You can't imagine how difficult it was to train Ryzek to take lives. He threw up after the first time. Disgusting. And my wife forbade me from attempting the same with Cyra, though I hear she had a greater capacity for it in the end." Akos blinked at him. "What did you say to a man who was deciding whether your life was worth living right to your face? You seem to have some meager fighting skill. You're bold, though unwise at best, and stupid at worst." Lazmet tapped the tip of his blade against his chin. "Your current gift intrigues me, but it is troubling in some respects. Tell me about your marks, boy." The part of Akos that had been stalled like a bad motor started rumbling again. "You think you'll know something useful about me based on who I've killed and how?" Akos said. "What about you? What if I judged your worth based on the fact that your weak-willed son managed to trap you somewhere for 10 seasons? Lazmet's eyes narrowed. "My son was coached by his mother into winning the loyalty of some strategically placed soldiers," Lazmet said. "The ability to win hearts is not one I have ever possessed, I will admit that now. They kept my imprisonment secret and guarded me faithfully, from a distance, so I couldn't use my gift against them. But the chaos in Voa following my son's murder resulted in a loss of power in some sectors, and I took my opportunity to escape. All my former guards are now dead. I have their eyeballs in a jar to remind me of my own weakness. It was my own failure that resulted in my captivity, not my son's success. He stepped back. Now tell me the names you wear on your arm, boy. No, Akos said. I am getting bored with you, Lasmet said. And trust me, you don't want me to be bored. Even without my current gift, it would be simple for me to kill you. The last life I took was Vas Kuzar's, Akos said. Lasmet nodded. Impressive, Lasmet said. You know, of course, that I can look up his death in the arena records and find out the name you used. He stepped closer again and brought his knife up between them. You must also have realized that waiting for you outside this door are many guards. You will not leave this house alive if you try to leave it. And given how you entered this room in the dead of night with a knife, I am hardly going to allow you any freedom within these walls, which means you will be imprisoned here, and I will have ample time to find out everything I need to know about you. I realize all those things, Akos said, but I didn't fight Vas in the arena. I fought him in the chaos while your son died. There's no record of his death anywhere. Lasmet smiled. And you have more than one mark on your arm. How encouraging to realize that you are not a complete idiot. Congratulations, Akos Novik. You are not boring. Lasmet lurched forward and opened the door before Akos could move an Izzet. Armored guards filled the small office. Take him to a secure room, Lasmet said. Don't hurt him for sport. He's my blood. Akos went quietly, Lasmet's hollow expression following him all the way down the hall.
Chapter 38. Cyra. I had to leave the relative safety of Shotet exile-occupied Gallo and return to Pokgo for the conversation with Issei Benazit. The one I had promised the Ogren leaders I would have, in exchange for them delaying our deportation. The immediate future of Shotet, in other words, was resting on my shoulders. Not that I felt any pressure or anything. In Pokgo, in the forest just outside the city limits, was a high tower built into the trunk of a massive tree, the only place where a person could broadcast off-planet. On the journey, I pestered Lucia's assistant for information about why that was possible, why at that location and nowhere else, and all he knew was that there was a soft spot in Agra's atmosphere there. That a scientific term? I asked. Soft spot? Obviously not, the man retorted. Do I look like an atmospheric scientist to you? You look like a person with a brain who lives on this planet, I said. How is it you aren't curious? He didn't have an answer to that, so I got up and walked the perimeter of the ship, pausing at each plant behind glass to scrutinize it. There was the rippled, brain-like fruit that hung heavy from sturdy vines, the cluster of beakish purple leaves that had 2 rows of teeth just past their edges, the tiny, starburst-shaped fungi that glowed purple and stuck to your skin if you touched it, leaching nutrients from your body. I wondered if, deep in the jungles here, there were plants that had not yet been discovered. How many possibilities were there on this unexplored planet, packed to the brim with the grotesque and the fierce alike? We reached the tower within the day, the ship touching down on a landing pad cradled between 2 huge branches. I stood just outside the ship, staring at the wide tree with the tower built into its hollowed trunk. I had never seen a plant so large in my life. It was as large in circumference as the taller buildings in Voa, but those had been constructed by our hands, not the buzz of natural life that some said came from the current. I crossed the platform that led from the landing pad to the tower. It swayed a little under my weight. 2 wires, the only things keeping me from toppling over the side. My mouth grew drier with each step, but I forced myself to keep moving. Lucia's assistant gave me a knowing smile as he checked in with the guard by the door. In order to get into the broadcasting room, I had to submit to a brief search. The guard seemed unwilling to touch me, and I didn't reassure her, and climbed several flights of stairs. At the top of the steps, I paused to dab my hairline, now moist with sweat, with the inside of a sleeve, and followed Lucia's assistant in. The broadcast room was abuzz with people, standing at monitors, bent over panels of switches and buttons, plucking pieces of fuzz from the round rug in the middle of the room. Fixed sights, like eyeballs attached to stalks, hung upside down from the ceiling right in the center of the space. The rug was dark and didn't have a pattern. I assumed it was there to dampen the sound, as any reflective surface might have echoed. This was the top floor of the tower, so its windows looked out over the top of the tree, where the huge leaves, bigger than I was, flapped against the glass. They were dark purple, almost black, and trapped in mossy vines. "Ah, there you are!" A long-haired Seema with what looked like a wad of cloud in hand said to me. It was the sort of thing a person said to someone they already knew, but I didn't know them, so I stared quizzically until they offered an explanation. "Wasn't sure whether you knew how to paint your face or not," they said in Othirian. "Looks like all you need is some dust so you don't shine. Good." They brought the white, puffy thing down on my face, and pale dust erupted in a cloud around me, making me sneeze. They held up a mirror so I could see that the powder had made my face matte and even. "Thank you," I said. "Stand on the X," they said. "They're hailing the assembly ship now." "Good," I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it was good at all. I was about to talk to a woman who thought I was complicit in the murder of her twin sister, after all, and I was going to ask her to cooperate? Compromise? This was not going to go well. Still, I made my way to the little X on the rug marked with iridescent tape, and looked up at the sights. Someone near the wall tapped a button a few times to lower them, so the sights were at my eye level. A screen lowered in front of me to show me Issei Benazit when she appeared. For now, the screen was a blank white, waiting to be filled with an image. Soon enough, Lucia's assistant was announcing that they had made the connection with Othir and were about to broadcast. He counted down in Othirian, and then Issei Benazit's scarred face flickered to life in front of me. Pain coursed through my hands, intensifying in my knuckles, which felt like they were breaking. I blinked away tears. For a moment, she just stared at me, and I stared back. She looked unwell. She was thinner than she had been when I last saw her, and the skin under her eyes had purpled, even through the layer of makeup she was surely wearing to cover it. Beyond those obvious signs, though, there was something off. There was a wildness to her gaze that hadn't been there the last time she looked at me, like she was about to fly apart. This was the woman who had killed hundreds of my people. A shell of a woman, with flight in her eyes. "Chancellor Benazit," I said finally, my jaw tense. "Miss Novak," she replied, in a clipped, formal voice that didn't quite belong to her. "I suppose I shouldn't say sovereign, since your own people can't agree on one, can they?" I decided not to tell her that even the exiles didn't want me as a leader, that they called me Oruzo, successor, that they blamed me for all the people she had killed, that I was only standing here to correct some of my own mistakes. But I felt those truths pulsing inside me like another heart. I was no sovereign. I said, "My people are divided, as you would know if you regarded us with any decency at all. As for my legitimacy, I am one of 2 viable heirs to the sovereignty. You may feel free to deal with the other one if you'd prefer it." She looked at me for a moment, almost as if she was considering it, but her resignation was evident on her face. Much as she hated me, I was the only supposed Novak who offered either of our nations hope for peace. Bolstered by that confidence, I straightened. Issei cleared her throat and said, "I agreed to this call because I was assured you had a worthwhile offer for me to consider. I suggest you make it before I decide this is not worth my time." "I'm not here to beg at your feet," I snapped. "If you'd rather continue down your path of rampant destruction, there's really nothing I can say to stop you, so—" "My path of rampant destruction," she said, with a mirthless laugh, and then another, longer peal of laughter. "Hundreds of my people were killed by my father and his loyalists," I said loudly. "Not by me, not by any of the people here." "And in his place you would have done what?" she snapped. "You forget, I've met you, Cyra Novak. I know your talent for diplomacy." "I would have selected a military target, in accordance with our galaxy's laws," I said. "Of course, I would also have waited to negotiate reasonable peace terms, instead of hitting hundreds of fleeing refugees with advanced Pithar weaponry." "I didn't know there were refugees on board," she said, her voice suddenly hushed. I had thought, once, that Issei reminded me of shale, hard and jagged. And she was shale now, too, easily broken into fragments. A shudder went through her before she went on, as if that broken moment hadn't happened at all. "I offered you terms of surrender, as you recall," she said. "You refused them." "What you offered," I said, my voice trembling with rage, "was insulting and disrespectful, and you knew full well we would not accept it." I stared into the sight instead of at her image on the screen, though I could see her stony expression just beyond its eye. "Your offer, Miss Novak," she said finally. "What I want is for you to drop this request for the Ogrins to kick us off their planet, which would force seasons-old enemies of Losmet Novak to return to a war zone," I snapped. "And in return, I will kill him." "Why am I not surprised that the solution you propose involves murder?" she said dryly. "The originality of your insults is truly stunning," I said. "Without Losmet to lead them, his faction of soldiers will be easily subdued. By us. The exiles will seize control of Shotet, and we can negotiate a peace instead of killing each other." She closed her eyes. She had gone to great lengths to look older than she was, I noticed, just as I had. She wore a jacket cut in the traditional Hessian style, black and buttoned diagonally across her chest, finishing at the side of her throat. Her hair was pulled back tight, throwing the angles of her face into sharp relief. The scars, too, gave her a maturity that most people at our age didn't have. They said she had survived something, endured something she never should have had to. But despite all those things, she was young. She was young and wanted all this to stop. even if she never understood what she had done to me, to my people. At least we both had that. We wanted this to stop. "I have to take action," she said, opening her eyes. "My advisors, my people, my allies demand it." "Then just give me time," I said. "A few weeks." She shook her head. "The Shissa hospital fell from the sky," she said. "People who needed help, people who—" She choked and stopped. "I didn't do that," I said, firm. "We didn't do that." I realized, too late, that maybe now wasn't the time to insist on my own innocence. Maybe I could have gone further with some sympathy. But she destroyed the Sojourn ship. She attacked us. She deserves wrath. But maybe I would do better with mercy. "1 week," she said. "That gives you 3 days after you've made the journey from Agra to Thuvhe." 1 week, I repeated, to get from Agra to Urek, plan an assassination, and carry it out. Are you mad? "No," she replied simply. "That's my offer, Miss Novak. I suggest you take it." And if I had been softer, kinder, perhaps her offer would have been more generous. But I was who I was. "Fine," I said. "I'll send you a message when it's done." And I walked right out of frame.
Chapter 39. Sizi. Otherians have soft hands. That's the first thing I notice. Soft hands and soft bodies. The woman who greets us at the elegant apartments where we'll be staying for this short visit carries more weight around her hips and thighs than most Thuvhe women. Something about it appeals to me. I wonder what it would feel like to touch a body with so much give. Judging by the look she gives me, she's wondering something similar about me. I don't look like a Hesse girl, really. Most people from Hesse work the ice flower farms or do some other kind of hard labor, so they're muscled and lean. I'm built more like the people in Shissa, where I went to school. Narrow, with a store of flesh around the waist. For the colder months, people sometimes joked. Most of those people are dead now. The Otherian tells us, in an unctuous voice, where we'll go for dinner, and what our attire should be like. I very nearly exchange a look with asked at that. And then I remember he can't see it, and likely wouldn't want to share a moment like that with me anyway. Still, I do put on my formal gown for dinner, the one formal thing I own. It's in the Hessen style, which means it looks almost like a military uniform on top, buttoning across my heart from shoulder to ribs. It's tailored tight to my body, down to my waist, and then flows in a softer skirt to the floor. The color is crimson, hush flower red for luck. In the hallway, Ast fusses with the buttons on his cuffs. They're small and made of glass, slippery. I don't think much about it when I take his wrist in mine and do them up for him. I'm surprised he lets me, though. "She told me I'm being too rough on you," he says to me, his voice hard. The beetle he uses to guide him flies a fast circle around my head and shoulders, close enough to skim my clothes with its little legs, clicking all the while. "Did she?" I say, flat, grabbing his other wrist. "The thing is," he seizes my hand suddenly and holds me fast, too hard, leaning close so I can smell something sharp on his breath. "I don't think I am, Sizi. I think you're too clever, too motivated, and too sweet." I finish up with his buttons and walk away without responding. There's not much to say, really. Issei waits near the doors where the Otherian woman said she'd meet us. Issei turns, and the sight of her hits me hard, like I've run right into it. Her eyelids are traced with perfect black lines, her lips stained a faint pink. Her hair is pulled back tight and shines like polished glass. She is dressed in the Ozak style, a body-skimming underlayer, dark blue, with loose fabric draped over it, giving hints of her hips' curves when it presses here or there. "Wow," I say to her. She rolls her eyes a little, doing a quick slashing gesture with one of her fingers to point out the scars that cross her face. I notice them, of course, every time I look at her, but to me they don't detract from her beauty. They are just distinct, like a birthmark or a dusting of freckles. I lean in to touch my lips to the one above her eyebrow. "Still wow," I say. "And you?" she says, glancing at Ast. "Ast, you have never looked more uncomfortable." "Then I look how I feel," he says stiffly. The doors slide open in front of us, and standing just beyond them is the Otherian woman from earlier. I don't remember her name. Most Otherian names have at least 3 syllables, which means I forget them right away. We follow her to a floater that hovers near the edge of the balcony. It's different from the ones back home, more like an enclosed platform than an actual vehicle. We stand together inside it, and the woman, Cardenzia? Something with a Zia, I think, pilots us, by which I mean she presses a button and we zoom toward a pre-programmed destination. The floater doesn't shake or jolt at all, just glides over manicured parks and past gleaming buildings. It lifts us through a layer of wispy clouds, then pauses by a loading dock. I'm not sure what else to call it, though I've never seen a loading dock so fancy in my life. It's also enclosed, since we're high up, and the floors are reflective black tile, as if heavy spacecraft don't have to land on top of them all the time. Cardenzia, as I've now decided to call her, leads us across the empty dock to a maze of wide hallways, lined with portraits of former Otherian leaders, or framed flags of all the Otherian provinces. Doormen wearing black gloves open a set of gilded double doors for us at the end of one such hallway. I thought I was ready for more Otherian extravagance, but I have to stop and stare in awe in the next room. Someone cultivated a garden inside this place. Above us, the sunset light glows through skylights, casting orange-tinted streaks on the dark leaves of vines that wrap around chair legs and creep across the edges of the table. Trees stand in a line on one side of the room, their leaves dark purple and blue, with lighter veins running through them. Strings of light hang from the ceiling. Their actual strings are near invisible, creating the illusion of glowing orbs that hang like falling raindrops in midair all over the room. A woman comes over to greet us. I know by the circlet of gold atop her head that she is a ruler of Othir, and her name falls right out of my head, like my manners. A man follows her, wearing a similar circlet, and another man behind him. All 3 have even skin and perfect hair and white teeth. The men have facial hair that looks like it was drawn on with a fine-tipped pen. "Welcome to Othir," the woman says, smiling that white smile. "Chancellor Benazit, it is a pleasure to meet you at last. Is this your first time visiting our beautiful planet?" "Yes, it is," Issei replies. "Thank you for hosting us, Councilwoman Hearth. These are my advisors, CZ Karaseth and Ast." "Ast? No surname?" Councilwoman Hearth says. "No need for surnames in the Brim," Ast replies. Not like we're keeping track of dynasties or anything, Your Grace. The brim, one of the men bellows. How charming. This must be quite different for you, then. Plates are plates, whether they're shiny or not. Ast replies. It's the most I've ever liked him. My name is Councilman Sharva, the shorter of the two men says. His hair is black, his mustache curled at the ends. He has a big nose, perfectly straight, and narrow through the bridge. And this is Councilman Shezel. The three of us are in charge of interplanetary cooperation and aid. They want us to use their surnames, then. I guess that's what makes this a business meeting instead of a casual get-together. He continues. And you, Cece, are you also from the brim? A woman wearing the same black gloves as the men who opened the doors earlier passes out small glasses of something I don't recognize. It smells sharp and tangy. I wait for the Otherians to drink before I do, so I can see how they manage it. They take dainty sips from the glasses, which are only large enough to be pinched between two fingers. They are etched with swirling designs. No, I say. I'm from Hessa, on Thuvhe. Karaseth, was it? Councilwoman Hearth addresses me. Where have I heard that name before? My family line is fated, I say, and my mother is the sitting oracle of Thuvhe. Everybody goes quiet. Even the woman with the tray of glasses, empty now, pauses to look at me before leaving the room. I know Otherians don't revere the oracles, but I didn't know being related to one was such a scandal. Oh, Hearth says, lips pursed. You must have had a very interesting upbringing. I smile, even though my heartbeat is picking up speed. I won't panic. If anyone can make these people love the daughter of an oracle, it's me. Speaking to my mother is a little like trying to grab hold of a fish, I say. I love her dearly, of course, but I am always relieved to talk with people who are not allergic to specificity. Shezel laughs at least, and I send them all a feeling as fine as the softest fabric gliding over them. I'd be surprised if it didn't work. Otherians irritate me, but they're not complicated. They're not guarded against people like me. People with gentle voices and titles like advisor. So, you are not a fanatic then, Shezel says. That is a relief. I was not looking forward to hearing discussion of how we ought to elevate the oracle's position instead of overseeing them. I want to tell him to eat shit. I want to tell him that having my entire community find out I was destined to get sliced or stabbed someday was a nightmare. That the Assembly's policy of transparency was the reason my brothers got kidnapped and my father killed. But my current gift won't let me, and I don't really try to force it. They want me to be docile and sweet, so that's what I'll be. And if Ast glares at me the whole time, well, that's just another thing to ignore. You just appeared as if from nowhere, my dear, Hearth says to Issei. Where did your family stash you away? On a pirate ship, Issei says. Hearth laughs, a tinkling laugh. Shezel comes toward me, and I see the strategy. Sharva is angled toward Ast. Hearth is tackling Issei, and Shezel is on me. They are splitting us up so we can't help each other. For what purpose, I don't know. What do you think of Othir so far? Shezel asks me. I sip my drink. It's well constructed, I say. Whatever do you mean? It's designed to dazzle, and it does, I say. I come from a place where beauty is harder to see. My eyes are trained to search for it. But here, I guess I can give my eyes a rest. I have never been to Thuvhe, I confess, Shezel says. Is it as cold as they say? Colder than that, I say, especially in Hesse, where I am from.
Ah, Hesse, he says, the very heart of Thuvhe. Is that not what they call it?
He says the phrase, the very heart of Thuvhe, in labored but accurate Thuvhesite. I smile. Bet you must know the rest of the quote. He shakes his head. Hesse is a land of ill-mannered, poorly groomed, inarticulate dirt lovers who spit on their hands to wash them, I say. Yet it is the very heart of Thuvhe. Shezel pauses for a tick, then lets out a loud guffaw. In the pause, I angle my head toward Issei to catch some of her conversation with Hearth. Hearth is offering condolences for the attack against Shissa, asking for details.
Do you find that to be accurate?
Shezel asks me. Oh, I don't know, I say airily. Sometimes we use water to wash our hands, in the warmer months. Shezel laughs again. I try again to hear what Hearth is saying to Issei, but her voice is too quiet, more like a murmur. I'm working so hard to pay attention to her that I keep forgetting about my gift, and I can feel the tension in the room rising like a temperature nobody else can feel but me.
I meant,
Shezel says, voice a little harder now.
Do you find Hesse to be a backward place? You are the child of an oracle, after all.
I'm not sure I understand the connection, I say with some effort. If he gets more antagonistic, I won't be able to talk at all. I'll just stand here with my mouth opening and closing like a fish.
Simply that oracles are a relic of the past, not a reflection of our present, he says. People on Othir make their own destinies. Their importance is determined by their industry, not their possession of a fate.
None of your fellow counselors are from fated families? I say. One of his eyes twitches at the corner.
On the contrary, our elected representative is Councilwoman Hearth's cousin. Her segment of the Hearth family was not favored by fate, as they say.
He says,
That man's fate is not a guarantee of his worth or his fitness, but traditions do take some time to die.
I nod. I understand now. Councilwoman Hearth wants to be in power, but power was given to her cousin instead. She blames it on his fate. And maybe she's right. Or maybe he really was the one for the job. I'll never know. But either way, she's jealous. And it sounds like Shezel is too. That must have been difficult for Councilwoman Hearth, I say, as one who seeks to influence, to have that position granted to another in her family.
There is still time for everyone to get what they deserve,
Shezel says. A bell rings on the far side of the room, signaling us to go to the table for dinner. The gilded plates have place cards on top of them. Issei and I have Hearth between us, but Issei plucks Hearth's card from its place and swaps it for mine, with a smile. She reaches for my hand, folding our fingers together. It's a clear signal that we're together, but it's also an excuse to change the seating, I'm sure. I play along, my smile shy and my gaze lowered. We sit, leaves framing our shoulders and lights dancing above our heads. A line of servants emerge from a hidden door on the far side of the room, covered with ivy, and carry plates to us. It's like a dance, all their movements synchronized. I wonder if they have to practice it. I forgot to ask, Chancellor, if you or your advisors would like to take advantage of Othir's excellent doctors while you are here. We offer complimentary health screenings to our distinguished guests, Hearth says, as if I am a window between them, instead of a body. Subpar as Thuvhe's doctors may be, Issei says, voice hard. We'll pass. Thanks. Her accent is starting to leak into her trained voice, which I know she hates. I split my focus, sending water toward her and wrapping the others in finery. I have to press hard to feel the tension in the room give, but give it does. Ast glances at me. I don't know if Chancellor Benezet. I pause, letting myself blush. A nice show for the Otherians. I don't know if Chancellor Benezet told you, Councilwoman Hearth, but I was in school to be a chemist before I was Her Highness's advisor. I am reasonably good at preparing ice flowers for medicine. Are you? Hearth says, sounding bored. How fascinating. My research was in the area of breaking down ice flowers to their basic compounds, I say, layering a heavy, rich fabric over Hearth in particular. She appears to need more of my current gift, which I am certain would be useful to Othir, since it relies on us so heavily for its most potent ingredients. Yes, Issei says. I assume you have still been unsuccessful in cultivating ice flowers here on Othir? We have, in fact, Hearth says. It seems they will only grow on your planet. It's very strange. Well, Thuvhe is an odd little place, always changing, I say. We are so flattered that you have taken an interest in us. Issei glances at me sidelong, like she's not sure what I'm angling at. I let my comment dangle, awkward, between Hearth and me. Of course, Hearth says. We only wish to offer our support. What do you mean when you say support? Ast asks. And for once, I'm glad he's here. He can ask the questions my current gift won't let me ask. Sorry, he says, propping his elbows up on the edge of the table. I'm no good with manners, or whatever. When I want to know something, I just ask it. An admirable quality, Ast, Hearth says. It's probably a dig at me, and it stings. Our intention was actually to ask Chancellor Benezet what Thuvhe needs in this struggle against Shotet. We have a great deal of resources at our disposal. Ast looks at Issei and shrugs. Weapons? He says. Ast. Issei says his name like a warning. We haven't agreed that's necessary yet. I mean, go ahead and dither all you want, Issei, he says, but eventually we're gonna need to fight back. Thuvhe gave us one anti-current blast, and we could use another to start. Better ships too, probably, since Thuvhes are out of date and slow, and can't even carry the damn weapon. Hearth laughs. Shezel and Sharva join in. Well, Shezel says, those requests don't sound too difficult to grant, do they, Councilwoman? No, she replies with a smile. We will be happy to give you what you need, provided Chancellor Benezet agrees. Well, I'd prefer it if my advisors would handle things with more delicacy, Issei says sharp. Thuvhe does need to protect itself. It would be helpful to have another long-distance weapon to use against Shotet, to keep from having to fight a war on land or in the sky. As a last resort, you understand. Their combat skills are quite advanced, as we all know, and none of our ships are equipped to make use of such a weapon. Then it is settled, Shezel says, picking up his glass. My throat feels tight. I strain against it, fighting to make a sound, any sound. Finally, the only thing I can think to do is to knock my fist against the table. I squeeze Issei's hand, tightly, hard enough to crack her knuckles. Wait a moment, Issei says. Cece's current gift unfortunately prevents her from speaking freely in some situations, and she clearly has something to say. Thank you, I manage. I am curious about something. What's that, dear? Hearth says. I don't like her tone. It makes me feel about an is-it tall. My father told me not to trust any deal where one person gains more than the other, I say. I raise my eyebrow. I can't quite ask the question, but I feel like I've gotten close enough.
That is a good point, Issei says quietly. What will Othir expect in return for its generosity?
Is the defeat of a galaxy-wide pest not enough of a reward? Hearth says. I shake my head. There's no precedent for this level of cooperation between us, Issei says. We maintain a neutral relationship because we depend on each other for the good of both Othirians and Thuvesites. But we often find ourselves on different sides of particular issues, yes, Hearth says.
Most notably, Sharva says, speaking for the first time. His voice is a rumble, but thin, no richness to it. Most notably in the decision to release the fates of the favored lines to the public.
Yes, Issei says tersely. A decision that affected my planet disproportionately, as we are possessed of not one, but 3 favored families.
Nonetheless, Othir stands behind its decision, Sharva says, and wishes to press for even greater oversight of the oracles moving forward.
Ast sits back. His face is unreadable, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable to me. I guess I always just assumed he didn't like me because of my current gift. But maybe it's my oracle mother, too. Maybe he's on Othir's side in this whole thing. And you want Thuvhe's support, I say, in exchange for weapons. It's clear to me now what the Oracle Vara meant. Don't trust the Othirians. Don't let her agree to it, whatever you do. This has to be the it she was talking about. A promise of support.
We would hope that giving Thuvhe support now would encourage you to rethink your position on the oracles,
Sharva clarifies.
We know that Thuvhe is not an overly fate-faithful nation planet. That it, too, wishes to embrace the future of this galaxy and set it up for success rather than failure.
What kind of oversight of the oracles are you talking about? Issei says. We simply want to be aware of what the oracles discuss and what plans they are making given the future they see unfolding, Hearth says. They make decisions on a regular basis that affect all of us. We wish to know what those decisions are. We wish to have access to the information that they possess. I feel quiet, not unlike the way I feel when Akos holds my hand, like all the current has gone still around me. In the past few weeks, I saw my own mom manipulate Akos into killing someone, just because she wanted the man gone. I saw her let my oldest friend die when she probably could have prevented it. She says those actions were for the greater good. But what if we don't agree on what that greater good is? Should she get to decide without anybody looking over her shoulder? Even the warning the Oracle Vara gave me is manipulation. What future is Vara trying for? Is she working for my best interest? Or Thuvhe's? Or Agra's? Or the Oracle's? Don't let her agree to it. Should I listen? Or no? I chew on the inside of my cheek. Who will be able to access this information? Anyone who wants it? Issei asks. The wide release of the fates didn't turn out well for many on my planet. It will be limited, of course, to the assembly, Hearth says. We do not want to endanger the public. Issa's head bobs slowly. I'd like some time to talk this over with my advisors, Issei says, if you don't mind. Of course, Hearth says. Let us eat and move to lighter topics. We can talk in the morning when you have made your decision. Issei inclines her head, agreeing. Chapter 40. Sizi.
Not sure why we even need to talk about this,
Ast says gruffly. We are in Issei's temporary quarters on Othir. He stands against a wall of light, a window so wide and clean it doesn't seem to be there at all. The sun is setting behind Othir's glass buildings, the light refracting a dozen times over, so the whole city sparkles orange. Right when we got here, Ast unbuttoned his cuffs, so now they flap around his wrists whenever he gestures. I sigh and rub my temples with both hands. For all that Ast pretends to be a low-class mechanic from the brim, he's not a fool. He knows this isn't some simple exchange, Othirian aid in exchange for a promise. It's a tipping point for what kind of nation we're going to be. Enemies of Othir, or enemies of the oracles. And then there's the issue of the weapons. I just promised Cyra Novak time before we pushed Agra for Shotet deportation, Issei says, and now you want me to pursue an aggressive response instead of a diplomatic one? That's why we need to talk about it.
Diplomacy? Ast snorts. Did Shotet go for a diplomatic solution in Shissa?
The room is already so tense I can't talk. I feel it like the humid air in a greenhouse, filling my mouth. I try to counter it with a clumsy press of my current gift, sending the feeling of water everywhere, like an overturned bucket. Ast's mouth twists with disgust, and I pull back a little. Setting aside the issue of weaponry for a moment, I say gently, there is also the issue of oracle oversight.
I don't give a shit if Othir wants to keep an eye on the oracles, Ast says. Why do you?
That's the problem. That Othir will keep an eye on them and not anyone else. Issei says, you don't know these people like I do. Othir exerts an extraordinary amount of control over the assembly. If the information gleaned from oracle oversight is only released to the assembly, it is essentially giving Othir control over the fates instead of the oracles, which is only trading one problem for another.
You're being indecisive, Ast says. You've been like this since we were kids. You don't want to do something unless you can practically guarantee its outcome.
I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. Not a word, not a sound. Issei is too focused on Ast to notice me struggling. Don't let her, Vara's voice says in my mind. What the hell am I supposed to do to stop her? I ask her in my head. I can't even talk. I asked you to come here because I thought you would keep me honest, she says to Ast, but you have to acknowledge that you don't have experience with all this.
It's because I don't have experience that I can make it clear for you, he says, moving closer.
Water, I think. I remember sinking to the bottom of the warm pool in the temple when Mom taught me to swim. How pleasant the light pressure of water around my head had been. A gentle squeeze.
I don't know politics. It's true, he says more quietly now. But I know Shotet, Issei. We both do.
He touches the tips of his fingers to the screwdriver he keeps at his side instead of a knife.
They took my family from me, he said, and they took your family from you. They promised a peaceful scavenge, and then resorted to murder and theft. That is who they are.
He holds out his hands, palms up, and she places hers on top of them, letting him squeeze her fingers gently.
You promised to give Novak a week before acting. You didn't promise what action you would take, he says.
He's created a kind of bubble around them, and I am not inside it.
If she can't kill Losmet Novak, you will have to act, and deportation of Shotet exiles won't be enough. Remember the names? The names you've been reciting?
Issei blinks tears from her eyes. So many people, she says.
Yes, he says. Too many people. It can't happen again, Issei. You can't let it.
My face is hot with anger. He is preying on her grief, her sorrow for the loss Thuvhe suffered, as well as the loss she herself suffered. She hasn't been right since Ori's death. She's drowning in hurt, and he is taking advantage of that.
We need stronger weapons, he says. We can't engage in a land war with the Shotet because we'll die. I know supporting Othir might lead to something you don't like, but you won't even get the chance to fight that battle if you don't win this one.
She's nodding at Ast when I slip out of the room. I have to do something about this, and if my current gift won't let me talk, I'll have to do it another way. Making contact with Agra isn't difficult. It's just a matter of finding Cardenzia. I wait until evening settles into night before seeking her out. I touch her arm, gentle, as I explain that my mom is on Agra visiting the Agran Oracle, and I want to make sure she's all right. I keep my smile wide, and I use my current gift to wrap her in fine fabric, the kind that slides over your skin. I must be getting stronger with all this practice, because she relaxes right away under its influence and leads me to the communication tower. Her secure code gets me access to the satellite, and I gush my gratitude, with another touch of cloth. I sit in the broadcasting chair, which is metal with a rigid back, to keep people from fidgeting while they send their messages. The room is full of technicians, but it doesn't matter. They don't speak Thuvhezite. Othirians learn more common languages, like Pithar or Trellin, not our silky, windswept tongue. This message is for Cyra Noavek, I say to the site, capturing my face and voice. Issei Benazit is considering aggressive action. Othir intends to make a play against the oracles, and they have requested Thuvhe's support in exchange for weapons. She's grieving. She's desperate. We all are. And at the heart of her, I don't think she'll ever believe the word of a Shotet. I look down. You can't fail, I say. Kill Lasmet Noavek. Don't fail. Transmission complete. I tap the screen in front of me to begin compressing the recording into the smallest possible data file. The Agran satellite ship delivers data to Agra's surface once a day, so Cyra will receive it by tomorrow, if she's going to see it at all.
What was that?
It's asked. I use the hard back of the chair to steady my hands when I get to my feet. I don't know how much of my message he heard. I brush off my skirt and turn toward him. He's disheveled, like he ran here, the beetle buzzing in a quick circle around his head before it coasts around the perimeter of the room and flies a tight circle around my body. His eyes are unfocused and stationary, as always, but his brow is furrowed.
Because it sounded like you were giving our enemies confidential information about Thuvhe's negotiations with Othir, he said. His voice trembles with rage. I need to be careful.
I begin, but I can't go any further. He is too angry. My current gift is too strong. I struggle against it, working the muscles of my throat, my mouth. In my head is a string of silent curses. Why this gift? Why now? Why?
Cancel that message, he shouts to one of the technicians. It contains classified information that should not be shared.
One of the technicians looks from Ast to me. I'm sorry, but whatever this is, she says, I don't want to be in the middle of it. With a tap of a screen and the press of a button, my message, my last desperate call to Cyra, is gone. I try to think of a current gift texture I haven't used against him before. Blankets and sweaters have never worked on him. Finery is a waste of time. Water doesn't affect him. I wish I knew more about the brim, or about the ship he grew up on, so I could suss out what's calming to him.
You try to control her with that evil power you call a gift, he says, and now you betray her to the very people she is fighting?
You try to control her too, I want to say. She could fight them without blowing up their city, I want to say. He speaks a command to the beetle in a language I don't know, and it lands on my shoulder, letting out its high-pitched whistle. He follows the sound, grabbing my upper arm. I jerk back, but he's too strong.
Hey, one of the technicians says. Let go of her, or I'll have to call security.
Ast releases me, and I stumble out of the room and into the hallway, shaken. I half walk, half run back to Issei's room, which is right next to mine. I am about to knock when I see that her light is already off. She's asleep. I want to get to her before Ast does, find a way to explain what I did that makes Ast seem irrational and paranoid. If I talk to her first, maybe I can destabilize whatever argument he has. Maybe I need to think this through. I go to my room instead, so I can splash water on my face, careful to lock my door behind me. I go to the little bathroom attached to my room and stick my head in the sink. I drink straight from the faucet, and water runs into my ear. When my throat is soothed, I reach blindly for the towel and press it to my face. I think I hear something. Clicking. When I drag the towel down, Ast is standing behind me.
Do you know what the children of mechanics learn to do? He says in a low voice. Pick locks.
My current gift stifles me. It doesn't care that I'm in danger. It doesn't care for my survival. It just strangles me, keeping me from screaming. I grab for the glass near the sink so I can break it, make a noise. While I lunge for it, he lunges for me. Something glints silver in his fist. He's strong. His hand is big enough to hold both of my wrists. His hands fumble over me, then find my shoulders. I drop the glass, and it doesn't break. He lifts me to my toes, and I bite, finding the flesh of his arm. I bite down as hard as I can, so hard he groans and his skin tears. A hot pain spreads through my side. My shirt clings, wet, to my ribcage. In the mirror, I see fierce red spreading down my body the same way it spread around my father's head. It's the color of hush flowers, the color of blooming gowns, and the glass dome of Hesse Temple. Red, the color of Thuvhe. He stabbed me. This is it. The first child of the family Karaseth will succumb to the blade. This is my fate, at last. He drops me, moaning over his arm, which bleeds in a half circle from where I bit him. I fall heavy on the floor. I haven't made a sound. No one will come get me if I don't make a sound. I reach for the fallen glass as Ast tries to staunch the flow of blood from his arm. I'm going to pass out. But not yet. I raise the glass, and using all the strength I have left, I slam it against the stone floor as hard as I can. It shatters.
4. Agra. Noun. In Agran, the living dark.
Chapter 41. Akos. No one brought him food. The cell was lavish as far as cells went. A soft bed with a heavy blanket, a tub in the bathroom as well as a shower, a thick rug on the hardwood floor. It was essentially just a bedroom with a sophisticated lock, one that Akos was sure he could dismantle if he had enough time, but then he would have an entire household of soldiers to contend with. He drank water from the faucet when he had to, but no food came his way, and he wasn't stupid enough to think it wasn't on purpose. If Lazmet had wanted him fed, he would have been fed. They were starving away his current gift. In the morning after he woke, the door finally opened. Akos was standing by the window, thinking about how bad it would hurt if he jumped out and made a run for it. Not a smart decision, he knew. He'd break both legs and get caught by a dozen guards, even if he did manage to run away. A tall man with a scarred face and a short, white-haired woman walked into the room. The man was Vakrez Novek, the commander of the Shotet military, who had seen to Akos's education as a soldier. The woman looked familiar to Akos, but he didn't remember her name. "I don't understand," Vakrez said, squinting at Akos. "Oh, do catch on, Vakrez," the woman said, with humor in her voice. "Only Noveks are that tall and yet that thin, like drawn hot glass. He's Lazmet's son, obviously." "Hello, Commander," Akos said to Vakrez, his head bobbing. "I'm going to tell him your name and where you came from, you know," Vakrez said to him. "So what was the point of the evasion in the first place?" "It bought me time," Akos said. "So you two know each other," the woman said, sitting in a chair by the fireplace. Akos had thought about climbing out the chimney, but after investigating ruled out the possibility. It was too narrow for him to fit. "He was a soldier. Not a very good one," Vakrez said with a grunt. The woman raised an eyebrow. "My name is Ima Zetsivis, boy. I don't think we've been formally introduced." Akos frowned at her. He knew her. Her husband and her daughter had both been subject to Cyra's current gift before they died, and she had been glued to Ryzek's side after that. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I thought you were both loyal to Ryzek. And now, what, you just switch to his father before his body is even cold?" "I am loyal to my family," Vakrez said. "Why?" Akos said. "Didn't Lazmet's mother kill your mother?" He paused. "Why are you even still alive? I thought she killed everyone, including his cousins." "He's useful," Ima said, brushing a lock of white hair over one shoulder. "So he lives. That's the Novek way. It is why I am alive as surely as it is why you are alive, boy." Vakrez scowled at her. "What use do you have to a man like Lazmet Novek, sir?" Akos couldn't help but add the honorific. He was used to seeing Vakrez Novek as this armored, authoritative thing, someone to be feared. "I read hearts," Vakrez said, looking uncomfortable. "Loyalties, other things. It's hard to explain." "And you?" Akos said to Ima. "He reads hearts, and I rip them apart." Ima examined her fingernails. "We've been sent to assess you, if we can." "Hold out a hand, boy," Vakrez said. "I have other work to do today." Akos's guts grumbled with hunger. but he couldn't feel the hum buzz of the current, so he knew his gift hadn't failed yet. He held out a hand, and Vakres grabbed him around the wrist, yanking him closer. He stared up into Akos's eyes, squinting, squeezing. His skin was warm and rough. "Nothing," Vakres said. "He'll need more starving time, maybe a beating or two if Lasmet is impatient." "I told him it was too soon," Ema said. "He didn't listen, of course." "He only listens to people he respects," Vakres said, "and he only respects himself." Ema stood, straightening her skirts. She wore light gray, a pillar of pale against the dark wood of Noavek Manor. He wasn't sure what to make of her, the way her bright eyes lingered on him, the way she pursed her lips as she looked him over, like she wanted to say something but couldn't figure out what it was. "Get some rest, boy," she said. "You may need it." He had not eaten in days. Vakres had visited every so often to see if Akos's current gift had failed yet. But it was still clinging to him, even now, when he was too weak to do much more than sit next to the fire until it dwindled, and then stoke the flames again. That was where he was when Ema came to his room again. She wore blue, as pale as her eyes, draped artfully around her slim body. The combined effect of her pale hair, pale skin, and pale clothing made her almost glow in the dark. He hadn't gotten up to turn on the lights, so only the fire Vakres had stoked lit the room. She sat in the chair beside him, folding her hands in her lap. She had seemed confident when she was here with Vakres before, but now she rocked back and forth a little, tangling her fingers in her lap. She didn't look at him when she started to speak. "He took me from my home when I developed my current gift," she said. There's no question that the he she was talking about was Lasmet. "I had a sister, and one living parent, my mother," she went on. "I was low status, a nobody. He gave me clothes and food and vaccinations. For those things alone I would not have refused him, but you also don't refuse Lasmet Noavek, or you end up—" She shivered slightly. "Because he forced me to distance myself from my family, though, I was protected when they turned against him, so to speak. My sister Zosita taught languages, you see, in secret." Ema laughed softly. "Imagine that. Becoming an enemy of the state just because you teach something." Akos squinted at her. "I'm not good with faces," he said. "But do I know you somehow? Other than seeing you at Ryzek's side, I mean." "You know my niece, Tekka," Ema said, still without looking at him. "Ah," he said. "I'm surprised, frankly, that Miss Noavek didn't tell you about me. She's more trustworthy than I gave her credit for, I suppose. She found me out the night before she felled her brother. I'm the one who poisoned Ryzek before their confrontation in the amphitheater." "Cyra found you out?" Akos said. "As a spy, you mean?" "Of a sort," Ema said. "I am uniquely positioned in that I can bend a person's heart toward me if I stay close to them, and do my work subtly, slowly. That's why Ryzek kept me around even when my entire family was against him. But it is much more difficult with Lasmet. His heart is uniquely disconnected from everyone, everything. Hard as I try, I can't get him to budge an is-it in any direction." She turned toward him at last. He noticed that her lips were peeling, like she had gnawed on them one too many times. The skin around her fingernails, too, was raw. She was wearing thin, trying to keep Lasmet in her grasp, that much was clear. "You seem decent," she said, "your affection for Miss Novak notwithstanding. But I don't put my trust in other people. I wouldn't put it in you if I wasn't desperate." She reached somewhere in the folds of fabric wrapped around her and took out a small drawstring bag, the kind fancy people used to carry assembly chips, the general system currency, which people of Shotet rarely used. She handed it to him, and when he opened it, his mouth filled up with saliva. She had brought him dried meat and bread. "We have to strike the right balance," she said. "You can't appear to be in vigorous health, or he'll suspect someone. But you need your current gift to work, and it's in shambles right now." It took all of Akos's willpower not to stuff the entire wad of dried meat in his mouth at once. "I'll teach you about him when I come in here. I'll teach you how to pretend with him that what I'm doing to your heart is working," she said. "I'm good at pretend these days." "Why are you doing this?" he said. "You are the only person I have ever met that he can't control with his current gift," she said, "which means you are the only person who can kill him." Her eyes were wide. She seized his arm before he could lift the first mouthful to his lips. "I need your word that you will be committed to this. No half measures," she said. "You will do as I say, exactly as I say, even if what I tell you to do horrifies you." Akos was too desperate for food to really think it through, and besides, he didn't have many options. "Yes," he said. "Your word," she said, still not releasing him. "I give you my word," he said. "I'll do whatever I have to do to kill him." She took her hand away. "Good," she said. And she returned to staring at the fire while he stuffed his face.
Chapter 42. Cyra. Those who sold their goods on carts along the main thoroughfare of Gallo were packing up for the day. I stopped to watch the woman who sold sculptures of blown glass, small enough to sit on a palm, wrap them in fabric and set them in a box, lovingly. The storms would come soon, but I would not see another storm on Agra. I moved along, toward the ship park where Tekka had left her transport vessel for safekeeping and repair. I passed a man waving smoked meat in my face, and Seema selling seedlings that snapped and bit at whatever came near them. I would miss the bustle of this place, so like the streets of Voa, but without the feeling of dread I got there. I had passed the last of the carts, piled with baskets of roasted nuts of all varieties, including some from other planets, when I saw a man crouched in the middle of the street, clutching at his own head. His shirt pulled taut across his shoulders, showing the bones of his spine. I didn't recognize him as Ija until I had already drawn closer. I recoiled at the recognition, bringing my hand back from his shoulder before I touched it. "Hey," I said instead. "Karaseth? What is it?" He twitched at his name, but didn't answer, so I took hold of his shoulder and jostled it a little. "Ija," I said. The name was still difficult for me to say, the only vowel consonant pattern in Thuvhe that I still struggled with. Though part of me knew Ija Karaseth was indeed my brother, I was equally certain that we could never be siblings to each other, because I couldn't even say his name. He lifted his head, his eyes swimming with tears. That, at least, was a familiar sight. Ija had always been prone to tears, unlike his brother. "What is it?" I asked him. "Are you ill?"
"No,"
he forced out.
"No, we got lost. In the future. I knew it was the worst outcome, but I had to know."
"Come on," I said. "I'll take you to your mother. I'm sure she can help." I couldn't touch him, not on Agra, where my current gift was stronger, but I grabbed a fistful of his shirt, using it to yank him up. He lurched to his feet, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. "You know," I said, "my mother used to tell me that those who go looking for pain find it every time." "I know," he said. I frowned. That was something only Ryzek would know. Surely it had been in one of the memories Ryzek gave Ija. As he wiped his eyes, I saw that his fingernails were bitten down to the beds, and his cuticles were chewed beyond repair. Also a habit of my brother's. Could he have learned a habit from memories? I pinched his sleeve and tugged him toward the temporary lodging I knew the Ogrins had given him and Thuvhe. It was nicer than the one I shared with Tekka, because it housed oracles, and it was right in the middle of town. I knew it by the flag, stitched with a red flower, that hung in the window over the street. There was a narrow, creaky door between two shops that led up to the place. It had been painted so many times that in the places where the paint peeled, it showed different colors: orange, red, green. The top layer was dark blue. I pushed through it and pulled Ija up the narrow steps to the apartment above. I would have knocked, but the door was already open a crack. Thuvhe sat inside the living room, decorated with hanging fabrics, some thick and comfortable, others thin and gauzy. Her legs were crossed, her feet bare, her eyes closed. The very picture of a mystic. My mother. I hadn't spoken to her since the morning after I met with Vara. I had avoided her, in fact, pretending that knowing my origins had no impact whatsoever on who I was now. My mother was still Illyra Noavek, my father still Losmet Noavek, my brother still Ryzek Noavek. Acknowledging the truth of my origins meant admitting they had power over me. And I could not admit that. I wouldn't. I rapped on the door, pushing it open. Thuvhe turned. "What happened?" she said, coming to her feet. She was looking at Ija's tear-streaked face. I didn't do what you told me," he said, wiping his eyes again. "I didn't ground myself. It was—" Before they could get lost in their oracle oddities, as they always seemed to when they were together, I interrupted him. "Are you Ryzek?" I said to Ija. Ija and Thuvhe both stared at me, blank. "When you first woke, you said we got lost in the future," I said. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "Oh?" I stepped toward him. So that wasn't my delusional, egocentric brother referring to himself in the royal we? I just started to shake his head. "It's not my brother who's biting your nails, picking at your food, spinning your blade, remembering our mother?" I said. I knew my voice was loud, maybe loud enough to hear through the walls, but I didn't care. I had seen my brother's body. I had shoved it into space. I had scrubbed his blood from the floor. I had buried my anger, my grief, my pity. My current shadows were now flowing down my arms, winding around my fingers, and slipping between the seams of my shirt. "Ryzek?" I said. "Not exactly," he replied. "What then?" "We are a we," he said. "Some of us is Ija, and some of us is Ryzek. You've been—" I struggled to find the way to phrase it. "Partly Ryzek this entire time, and you said nothing?" "After getting murdered?" he retorted. "Keep your current gift away from me." The shadows were beneath my skin and on top of it, both, stretching toward him, itching to be shared. "And you wonder why people don't like you?" "I have never once wondered that," I said. "And you," I turned to Thuvhe. "You don't look surprised, as usual. You've known this whole time that a spy might be among us." "He has no interest in spying," Thuvhe said. "He just wants to be left alone. Not a cycle ago, he murdered Oryeva Benazit to keep Ryzek in power," I said in a low voice. "And now you tell me he wants to be left alone?" "As long as Ryzek's body existed, we were trapped where we were," Ija, Ryzek, whatever, replied, leaning close. "Without it, we are free. Or we would be, if not for these damn visions." "Those damn visions," I laughed. "You, Ryzek, tortured Ija by trading memories with him in order to get those visions, if I recall correctly. And now you hate them?" I laughed again. "That seems fitting." "The visions are a curse," he said, looking uncomfortable. "They keep throwing us into other people's lives, other people's pain." My mind felt like an overstuffed toy, all the contents bursting the seams. It had never occurred to me that Ryzek, in whatever form he now found himself, might not want the power he held. But when I thought of the Ryzek I had known, the one who covered my ears in dark hallways and carried me on his back through Shotet crowds on the way to the sojourn ship, it didn't seem so strange. But that wasn't right. Neither Ryzek Noavek nor Ija Karaseth deserved to be free from the consequences of what they had done. "Well, now it's not just the visions throwing you into other people's pain," I said, "because you're coming with me to Urek." "No, we're not." I leaned in close, so close we were sharing breath, and lifted both hands, holding them over Ija's face. My current shadows were so dense now that I had no trouble displaying my power in all its horror, the dark tendrils weaving over my skin and under it, staining me and enfolding me. Pain shrieked through every is-it of me, but having a goal had always helped me to think through pain. "Come with me," I said in a harsh whisper, "or I will kill you right now with my bare hands. You may have some of Ryzek's learned skill, but you are still in the body of Ija Karaseth, and he is no match for me in a foot race or a fight or even a goddamn contest of wills." "Threats," he gritted out. "I would say they are beneath you, but they never have been, have they?" "I prefer to think of them as promises," I said, smiling, all teeth. "Why do you even want us to go?" "I am doing something that requires expertise in the habits of Losmet Noavek," I said. "And your mind is a treasure trove." He opened his mouth to object, and Thuvhe spoke over him. "He will go," she said. "And so will I. Our time here is done." I wanted to argue, but my logical side couldn't quite manage it. It wouldn't hurt to have not one, but 2 oracles on board to help with our assassination plan, even if one contained my evil brother, and the other was the biological mother who abandoned me. It was ridiculous. But so was much of the galaxy.
Chapter 43, Akos. The most imminent of our problems is Vakres, Ema said. Akos lay on the floor by the fireplace, his guts grumbling. He had gotten faint earlier while walking back from the bathroom, and rather than getting up when Ema came in, had just flopped onto his back. She shoved another satchel of food into his hand, and he took it, not half as eager as he'd been the last time she came. He'd discovered that half a meal was almost worse than no meal at all. Still, he ate it, this time pacing himself so he could savor every bite. You have no control over your current gift? No, Akos said. I never really thought about it as something that could be controlled. It's possible, Ema said. I was with Ryzek when he ordered your current gift starved away. He wasn't sure that it would work, but it's always worth a try if you want to disable someone's gift. It worked, Akos said. That was the first time I felt Cyra's current gift. The thought brought a sharp, hot sensation to his throat. He swallowed it down. Well, Ema said, that it was possible to turn yours off then suggests that you may be able to have more mastery over your gift now. Oh? He rolled his head to the side. And how's that? I told you that my family was low status. Well, what the Novek seem to understand that others in the galaxy do not is that low-status people have just as much value. We have long histories, recorded lineages, recipes, and secrets. She rearranged her skirt as she crossed her legs the other way. The fire crackled. We have passed along some exercises that help a person learn to control their current gift, she said. For some, those exercises obviously don't work, but I can teach them to you if you promise to practice. That way you can turn off your current gift to let Vakres read your heart, and turn it back on to resist Lasmet's control when the time comes. What exactly does Lasmet want? Akos said. What did he tell you to do to me? He calls me the Heartbender, she said. What I do is too abstract for words, but I can shift a person's loyalties over time. I take the raw feeling that's there, your love for your family, or your friends, or your lover, and change it so it leads you to a different destination, so to speak. That, Akos said, closing his eyes, is horrifying. He wants me to bend your heart toward him, she said. Get up. You're wasting my time, and there isn't much of it to spare. Can't, Akos said. Head hurts. I don't care if your head hurts. You try half-starving for days, he snapped. I have, she bit out. Not everyone grew up wealthy, Mr. Karaseth. Some of us are familiar with the weakness and aches that come from hunger. Now get up. Akos couldn't say much to that. He sat up, darkness washing over his vision, and turned toward her. Better, she said. We have to talk about your game of pretend. The next time you stand before him, he will expect to see some kind of shift. You must behave as if that's the case. How do I do that? Pretend your resolve is weakening, she said. It shouldn't be too difficult. Let him get something out of you, some kind of information he wants, that doesn't compromise your mission. Tell me your mission. Why? Akos furrowed his brow. You know my goddamn mission. You should be telling yourself your mission every single moment of every day so you don't cost us everything. Tell me your mission. Kill him, Akos said. My mission is to kill him. Is your mission to be loyal to your family, your friends, your nation? Akos glared at her. No, it isn't. Good. Now, the exercise. She directed Akos to a chair and told him to close his eyes. Come up with an image for your current gift, she said. Yours separates you from the current, so you could think of it as a wall, or a plate of armor, something like that. Akos had never much thought about the power that lived in his skin, mostly because it seemed less like the presence of power than the absence of it. But he tried to think of it as armor, the way she said. He remembered the first time he had dropped armor over his head, the weaker, synthetic kind, when he was first sent to train at the soldier camp. The weight had surprised him, but it had been comforting in a way. Think of the details and what it looks like. What is it made of? Is your armor made of different plates stitched together, or is it one solid piece? What color is it? He felt stupid, picturing imaginary armor, picking colors like he was decorating a house instead of trying to pull off an assassination plot. But he did what she said, calling the armor dark blue because that was the color of his earned Shotet armor, and plated for the same reason. He thought of his real armor's scrapes and dings, the signs that he'd put it to good use, and Cyra's nimble fingers as she pulled the straps taut for the first time. What does it feel like? Is it smooth or rough? Is it hard or flexible? Is it cold or warm? Akos wrinkled his nose at Ima, but didn't open his eyes. Smooth, hard, warm as the kutia fur he had once worn to protect himself from the cold. The thought of that old coat, with his name written on the tag so he wouldn't mix it up with Cece's, made him feel achy. Hold the most vivid imagining of your current gift that you can. I'm going to put a hand on you in 3, 2, 1. Her cool fingers pressed to his wrist. He tried to think of his Shotet armor again, but it was hard with his memories all jumbled. Cece trying to stuff her long arms into a child's coat, Cyra holding his shoulder steady as she yanked at the armor straps. You're not focused, Ima said. We don't have time to work on this, so you'll have to practice on your own. Try different images, and try a modicum of self-discipline. I'm disciplined, he snapped, opening his eyes. It's easy to be disciplined when you're well-fed and healthy, she retorted. Now you need to learn it when your brain is barely functioning. Try it again. He did, this time imagining his coat of kutia fur in Thuvhe, which was another kind of armor against the cold. He felt its tickle against the back of his neck where the coat ended and his hat began. He tried this image twice more before Ima checked the delicate watch she wore around her wrist and announced that she had to go. Practice, she told him. Vakres will come to you later, and you need to be able to pretend. I need to master this by later today? He demanded. Why do you have this expectation that life will make concessions for you? She scowled. We are not promised ease, comfort, or fairness. Only pain and death. With that, she left. Her speeches are almost as encouraging as yours, he said to the Cyra in his mind. He tried to practice what Ima had taught him. He did. It was just that he couldn't get his mind to focus on one thing for more than a couple minutes at a time, so it wasn't long before he wavered. He walked the periphery of the room, pausing to peer out the slats in the window coverings, which were the same dark wood as the floor. They were elegant bars for a prisoner, he thought. He hadn't done much thinking about his dad, not since his death. Every time thoughts of him did come up, they were an intrusion, and he shifted his focus back to the greater mission of rescuing Ija as he had promised. But in this place, hungry and confused, he couldn't do much to keep them out. The way Ausa had gestured, big and unwieldy, knocking things off the table or smacking Ija in the head by mistake. Or how he had smelled like burnt leaves and oil from the machinery in the ice-flower fields. The one time he had shouted at Akos for a bad score on a test, then broke down into tears when he realized he had made his youngest son cry. Ausa had been big and messy with his emotions, and Akos had always known his dad loved him. He had wondered more than once, though, why he and Ausa didn't seem to be anything alike. Akos held everything close, even things that didn't need to be secret. That instinct toward restraint, he realized, made him more like the Noloveks. And Cyra, bursting at the seams with energy, opinions, even anger, was more like his dad. Maybe that was why it had been so hard not to love her. Vakres came in, and Akos wasn't sure how long the commander had been there before he cleared his throat. Akos stood, blinking at him for a few ticks, then sat heavily on the edge of the bed. He had meant to brainstorm a better image for his current gift. He hadn't done it. Now Vakres would find out that Akos was getting his strength back, and he would be suspicious. Shit, Akos thought. Ima had suggested armor, a wall, a protective barrier between Akos and the world. None of those things had felt right when she said them, but what else was there? Are you all right, Karaseth? Vakres asked him. How's your husband, Malin? Akos said. He had to buy some time. He's fine, Vakres said, narrowing his eyes. Why? Always liked him, Akos said with a shrug. Could ice be a protective barrier? He knew ice well enough. But it was something to be wary of at home, not something that protected you. He's nicer than I am, Vakres said with a grunt. Everybody likes him. Does he know you're here? What about a metal casing, like an escape pod or a floater? No, he didn't really know those as well. He is, and he told me to be kinder to you, Vakres smirked. Said it might help you open up more. Very strategic. I didn't think you needed me to open up, Akos said darkly. You pretty much just get to dig around in my heart no matter what I say about it, don't you? I suppose. But if you are not intentionally obfuscating your emotions, it is easier to interpret them. Vakres beckoned to him. Stick out your arm. Let's get this over with. Akos rolled up his sleeve, exposing the blue marks he had stained into his skin with Shotet ritual. The second one had a line through the top of it, and noted the loss of the armored one he had killed in pursuit of higher status. He found himself returning to that place, to the fields just beyond the feather grass, where the wildflowers were fragile and mushy, and the armored ones roamed, avoiding anything that transmitted too much current. The one he had killed had been relieved to find him. He had been a respite from the current. Akos had felt a kind of kinship with it then, and he felt that kinship again now. Imagining himself monstrous, with too many legs and a hard, plated side, his eyes dark and glittering, hidden under an overhang of rigid exoskeleton. Then, with a shock of violence, he imagined that exoskeleton riven in two, and he felt it. The second the current rang through him again, buzzing in his bones. Vakres nodded to himself, his eyes closed, and Akos focused on keeping the wound open, so to speak. Ima told me she would use her gift to encourage you to dwell on your devotion to your father. Karaseth, that is, not Noavek, Vakres said. I see she's been successful. Akos blinked at him. Had Ima done something to him when she was there, to make him think of Ausa, or was it just a coincidence that he had? Either way, it was lucky. You don't seem well, Vakres said. That's what happens when your biological father imprisons you in his house and starves you for days, Akos snapped. I suppose you're right. Vakres pursed his lips. Why do you do what he says? Everyone does what he says, Vakres said. No, some people stop being cowards and leave, Akos said. But you're just staying, hurting people. Vakres cleared his throat. I'll tell him about your progress. Will that be before or after you prostrate yourself before him and kiss his feet? Akos said. To his surprise, Vakres didn't say anything, just turned and left. Lazmet was seated at a table by the fire when Akos was escorted to his quarters again. The room looked like the one Akos had unlocked when he first came to this place. Dark wood panels, reflecting shifting Fenzu light, soft fabrics in dark colors, books stacked on almost every surface, a comfortable place. Lazmet was eating, roasted dead bird, spiced with charred feathergrass, with fried Fenzu shells on the side. Akos's guts rumbled. It wouldn't be so difficult to snatch some food off the table and shove it in his mouth, would it? It would be worth it to taste something that wasn't pickled or dried or bland. It had been so long. That's a bit childish, don't you think? He managed to say after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Taunting me with food when you're starving me? Akos knew this man wasn't really his dad, not in the way Ausa Karaseth had been, teaching him how to button up his coat, or how to fly a floater, or how to stitch up a boot when the sole came loose. Ausa had called him smallest child, before he knew that Akos would end up being the biggest, and he had died knowing he couldn't keep Akos from being kidnapped, but trying, fighting, anyway. And Lazmet just looked at him like he wanted to take him apart and put him back together again. Like he was something you dissected in a science class to see how it worked. I wanted to see how you would react to the presence of food, Lazmet said, shrugging. Whether you were animal or man. You've brought Ima's Etsevis in with the specific purpose of altering what I am. Whatever I am, Akos said. What does it matter what the before is when you're controlling the after? I'm a curious man. You're a sadist. A sadist delights in suffering, Lasmet said, lifting a finger. His feet were bare, his toes buried in the soft rug. I do not delight. I am a student. I find satisfaction in learning, not pain for the sake of pain. He covered his plate with the napkin that lay across his lap and stepped away from the table. It was easier for Akos to deny himself the impulse to lunge at the plate when he couldn't see it anymore. Ima had told Akos to pretend his resolve was weakening. That was the goal of this meeting, to prove to Lasmet that his methods were working, but not to be too obvious about it, so Lasmet became suspicious. Ima had helped him find his way again. He had been aimless since Ryzek died, and since his hope for Ija's restoration died too. He had not had a side, a mission, a plan. But Ima had helped him find his way back to the same pinhole focus that he had directed at his brother since his arrival in Shotet. He would kill Lasmet. Nothing else mattered. He had betrayed Thuvhe. He had abandoned Cyra. He had lost his name, his fate, his identity. He had nothing to return to when this was over, so he had to make it count. So you are a Thuvhezite, I hear, Lasmet said. I always thought the revelatory tongue was a legend, or at the very least an exaggeration. No, Akos said. I find words in it that I didn't even know existed. I'd always wondered, Lasmet said. If you don't have a word for a thing, can you still know what it is? Is it something that lives in you that goes unarticulated? Or does it disappear from your awareness entirely? He picked up his glass, which contained something purple and dark, and sipped from it. You may be one of the only people who can possibly know, but you don't seem to have the capacity to answer. You think I'm stupid, Akos said. I think you've programmed yourself to survive, and you have little energy for anything else, Lasmet said. If you had not had to fight to live, perhaps you could have become a more interesting person. But here we are. The only reason I care about being interesting to you, Akos thought, is because I'm pretty sure you'll kill me if I'm not. There's a word in Ogren. Kirta, Akos said. It's a life-changing truth. It's what brought me here. The knowledge that you and I were related. Related, Lasmet said. Because I had sex with a woman and she handed you off to an oracle. Everyone in the damn galaxy has parents, boy. It's hardly a unique achievement. Then why did you care what color my eyes were? Akos said. Why did you have me brought here to speak to me again? Lasmet didn't answer. Why did you bother? Akos said, stepping toward him. To turn Ryzek into a murderer. The word murderer is reserved for people we don't like, Lasmet said. Anyone else, and they're a warrior, a soldier, a freedom fighter. I trained my son to fight for his people. Why? Akos said, tilting his head. What do you care for his people? For your people? We are better than them, Lasmet said, slamming his glass down on the table beside his chair. He stood. We learned the reaches of this galaxy when they hadn't even come up with names for themselves. We know what is valuable, what is fascinating, what is important, and they throw it away. We are stronger, more resilient, more resourceful. And they have somehow managed to keep us low since they became aware of us. We will not remain low. They do not deserve to be above us. You think of the Shotet as you, Akos said. I see. You have your ideals, I am sure. You have that shine in your eyes, Lasmet sneered a little. And I have something else. And that's... what? Akos said. Cruelty? Curiosity? I want, Lasmet said. I want, and I will take whatever I can get my hands on, even if it is you. Lasmet came toward him. He hadn't noticed before that he was taller than his father. Not by a lot, because Lasmet towered over most people, but by enough that it was noticeable. Akos imagined himself as the armored one, and eviscerated himself for the 10th time that day. He had been practicing since Vakres left the day before. He had barely slept in order to practice. He had learned to suppress his current gift quickly, and to bring it back just as quickly. It required all of his energy, but he was improving. He felt the presence of Lasmet's current gift against his mind, and he gave in to it. It was strange, the sensation like someone wiggling a wire into his head and touching it, lightly, to the part of his brain that controlled his movements. His fingers twitched, then tapped together, without him telling them to. Lasmet's mouth twitched as he registered the movement, and Akos felt the imaginary wire retract. Vakres has given fascinating reports on the state of your insides, Akos, Lasmet said. I have never seen him puzzle quite so much over someone. He says you are making progress in the right direction. Eat shit, Akos said. Lasmet smiled a little. You should sit, he said. I'm sure you're tired. Lasmet crossed into the sitting room. It was a simple room with a soft rug by a fireplace, and bookshelves packed with books in all languages. Lasmet sat in the armchair next to the fire, sliding off his shoes and burying his toes in the plush of the carpet. Akos followed, hesitant, and stood by the fire. He was tired, but he wanted to take his little rebellions where he could get them. Instead of sitting, he braced himself on the mantel and stared into the flames. Someone had dusted them with some kind of powder that turned them blue, just at the edges. You grew up with an oracle, Lasmet said. Do you know that I spent much of my adult life trying to find an oracle? Did you try looking in a temple? Akos said. Lasmet laughed a little. You realize, of course, that it's not simply a matter of going where they are. Capturing someone who knows you are coming is nearly impossible. Which is why I confess I am confused as to why your mother left you and your brother to be stolen away. She must have known you would be taken. I'm sure she did, Akos said bitterly. She must also have believed it was necessary. That is cruel, Lasmet said. You must be angry. Akos wasn't sure how to answer. He wasn't Cyra, digging in her claws wherever she could, though he definitely understood the impulse. You know, I'm not sure I understand your strategy here, he said eventually. And there is one, so don't disrespect me by pretending there isn't. Lazmet sighed. You're being boring again. But maybe you're right. I do have something I want from you, and something I'm willing to trade. He crossed the room again, going to the table where he had covered up his meal. The smell still lingered in the air, juicy meat and rich sauce, with the feathergrass burned just to the point where its hallucinogenic qualities disappeared and only its spicy flavor remained. Lazmet moved to the next seat at the table and lifted a metal dome that had been covering the place sitting there, revealing another roasted dead bird, another side of fried fenzu shells, and a diced salt fruit. This meal is yours, Lazmet said, if you will tell me how you got into this manor. What? Akos had fixated on the food. The rest of the room went dark around him. His stomach was beginning to ache. Someone must have helped you get into this house, Lazmet said patiently. None of our outer locks were disabled or tampered with, and you could not possibly have scaled the wall without someone noticing. So tell me who it was that let you in, and you may eat this meal. Jorek, long, skinny arms and patchy facial hair. He had taken the ring that Akos wore around his neck before they left the storyteller's home for safekeeping. He had offered his arm to his mother to stabilize her on the cobblestone. Jorek is a good man, he reminded himself. He didn't even want to let you into the manor. You manipulated him into doing it. He couldn't possibly give Jorek's name to Lazmet in exchange for a meal. Tell me your mission. No, he thought, to the Ima that lived in his head. Not this. I won't do this. Ima had told him to look for an opportunity to give Lazmet information, to show him something was changing, to keep him from getting bored. Well, this was it, served on a plate. I don't believe you. Akos closed his eyes. I think you'll take the food away the second I tell you what you want to know. I won't, Lazmet said. He stepped away from the plate. Here. I'll even back away. Trust me in this simple thing, Akos. I do not delight in pain. I want to see what you will do, and it doesn't serve me to withhold something from you once you've done as I asked. Surely you see the logic in that. Akos's eyes pricked with tears. He was so hungry. He was so tired. He needed to do as Ima said. Is your mission to be loyal to your family, your friends, your nation? No, that was not his mission. Kuzar, he choked out. Jorek Kuzar. Lazmet nodded. He walked away from the table and took his seat in the armchair, leaving Akos to his meal. The feathergrass had turned sour in his stomach. It kept coming back up in burps, the flavor rising in the back of his throat, reminding him. Akos touched the hollow of his throat, where the ring of Ara's family had once pressed. He wouldn't see it again. That didn't bother him so much. He never felt like he had earned it in the first place. Killing a man wasn't something that should get you welcomed into a family, he knew. But the thought of how Ara would look at him if he ever got out of here. He pressed his hand over his mouth as another burp came up. There came a tap at the wall panel next to the fireplace. It slid back to let Ima in. She looked more casual than usual, her white hair tied back, dressed in dark training clothes and soft shoes. Her eerie blue eyes fixed on him. "Tell me," he said, voice wavering. "You did what was necessary," she said. "Tell me what happened," he snapped. She sighed. "Jorek has been arrested," she said. Akos tasted bile and bolted toward the bathroom. He had just made it to the toilet when he started heaving, throwing up everything he had eaten in Lasmet's sitting room. He waited out the stomach spasms with his forehead against the seat, tears leaking out of the corners of his eyes. Something cool pressed to the back of his neck. Ima drew him back and pressed the flusher. She took the wet cloth from his neck and used it to wipe his face, kneeling beside him. Her usually passive face looked weary now, the lines in her forehead and around her eyes more apparent than usual. It wasn't a bad thing. The night my husband Uzul and I decided that I would turn him in to Ryzek, thus prematurely ending his life for the good of our cause, I sobbed so hard I pulled a muscle in my abdomen. It hurt to stand up straight for a week, she said. He had only months to live, you see, but those months... She closed her eyes. I wanted those months, she said, a few ticks later. She dabbed at the corner of Akos's mouth. I loved him, she added simply, and she tossed the cloth into the sink. He expected her to get up, now that she had cleaned his face, but she didn't. Ima sat down on the floor, right next to the toilet, her shoulder leaning into the seat. After a tick, she put a hand on his shoulder, and the weight and her silent presence were comfort enough.
Chapter 44. Cyra. My last view of Agra from above was one of glittering light. Then Isa ordered us to ready ourselves. Sifa and Etrek sat closest to the exit hatch. Isa and Tekka were on the nav deck, and I was with Ija, Ryzek, whoever he was now, closest to them. I glanced at Ija to make sure that he had strapped himself in properly, and the straps were crossed over his chest, right over the sternum, where they should be. Launching through Agra's atmosphere required a sharp burst of energy, followed by a quick shutdown to break through the dense layer of shadow from beneath. Isa guided the ship down to the right elevation, angled us appropriately, and punched the button on the nav panel. We shot forward, the sudden force making my body slam into the straps that held me in. I gritted my teeth against the pressure. Isa switched off the ship's power, and we were swallowed by a darkness so complete we may as well have disappeared. And then everything, the darkness, the pressure, the terror, and even some of my pain, fell away at once as Isa turned the ship's power back on, and we drifted among the stars. I had thought that Tekka, who last flew me across the galaxy, was a good pilot, but Isa was an artist. Her long fingers danced over the nav center, making small adjustments to Tekka's settings. and she guided us with unprecedented smoothness toward the current stream, so we could travel alongside it. It was a cool yellow now, touched with green, a sign that more time had passed than I realized since I first landed on Agra. "You don't mind Issa poking around at your nav center?" I said to Tekka, nudging her with my shoulder. We were on the nav deck. It was safe to walk around now that we were through the atmosphere, looking out at the depthless darkness in our path. I sometimes referred to it as nothingness, like most people did, but most of the time, I didn't think of it that way. Space was not a finite container, but that didn't mean it was empty. Asteroids, stars, planets, the current stream, space debris, ships, fragmented moons, undiscovered worlds. This was a place of endless possibility and unfathomable freedom. It was not nothing. It was everything. "What? Oh, no, I definitely want to smack her pokey little hands away," Tekka said, narrowing her eye at Issa, who was still busy with the controls. "But the ship likes her, so I'm keeping my mouth shut." I laughed a little. It took me a few moments to realize the source of my sudden relief. My current shadows, which had burrowed under my skin again when we landed on Agra, now coasted on top of it. Their ache and sting were still present, but so diminished that I was nearly giddy with it. To one who is in pain all the time, even minor differences can be miracles of a sort. "We just got pinged by an assembly patrol," Issa announced. Tekka and I exchanged an alarmed look. "They say they have an old warrant on a craft matching this description," Issa said, reading from the nav screen. "Warrant for what? Being Shotet?" Etrek asked. "Could be for drugging and spacing Issei Benazit when we didn't want to go with her to assembly headquarters," Tekka suggested. "You did what to Issei Benazit?" Issa said. "She had just murdered my brother in the hold. What else was I supposed to do?" I said. "Oh, I don't know. Give her a medal," Etrek said, waving his arms. I glanced at Ija. He was eyeing Etrek like he was about to reach out and smack him. It was getting easier to think of Ija as two people in one body, or one new, blended person, since I saw so much of my brother, yet so little of him at once. It was Ryzek's pride that made him chafe against Etrek cheering his murder, but it was Ija's passivity that tempered his reaction. They had, together, become something else. New, but not necessarily better. Time would tell. "Tell them the Ogrins lent us this craft and we don't know about the original crew," Tekka said to Issa. "Should be convincing if you record your image on the sites. You don't sound Shotet at all." "Okay," Issa said. "The rest of you get out of range." We stood back while Issa activated the sights in the nav screen to record her message, in fitful Otherian. She was a talented liar, or an Ogren. It would take days to get from Agra to Urek. I spent most of my time leaning over the table in the galley, drawing a map of Noavek Manor, floor by floor. I went through the servants' passages in my memory, again and again, feeling in the dark for notches and circles and false panels. I told myself it would be useful for the mission ahead of us, as well as a good way to avoid Sifa, but those weren't the only reasons I did it. I felt like recreating the place on paper was a way of purging myself of it, room by room. When I was done with this, that place would no longer exist to me. At least, that was the theory. When I was finished, I ordered Ija, I had taken to referring to him by that name, because that was the body he was in, and he hadn't yet objected, into the galley. The others had been confused by my inclusion of Ija in our little group, but I just told them I wanted to bring the oracles along, and no one asked any further questions. He stepped into the room with a wariness to his expression that made me think, unexpectedly, of Akos. Ignoring the sharp feeling that brought to my throat, I pointed at the drawings of Noavek Manor, labeled by Floor in my jagged, unsteady handwriting. "I want you to check these for accuracy," I said. "It's difficult to recreate a place from memory." "Maybe you want to spend your days wading through memories of Noavek Manor?" I just said, sounding more like Ryzek in that moment. "But we do not." "I do not give a shit what you want," I snapped. "This is the problem you have, the problem you've always had. You think you have hurt worse than anyone else in the galaxy. Well, no one cares about your story of woe. There is a war going on. Now check the damn drawings." He stared at me for a few moments, then stepped toward the table and bent over the drawings. He surveyed the first one briefly, then reached for the pen I had left at the edge of the table, and started redrawing the lines around the trophy room. "I don't know Losmet nearly as well as you do," I said, when I had calmed somewhat. "Is there anything you can recall about him that might help us get to him? Strange habits, particular proclivities?" Ija was silent for a while, stepping to the right to look at the next drawing. I wondered if I would have to bully him into answering my question the way I had bullied him into checking my maps, but then he spoke. "He reads mostly history," he said, in a strange, soft voice I had not heard from him before. "He's obsessed with texture. All his rugs and clothes have to be soft. I heard him scolding one of the staff for starching his shirts too much once. She made them too stiff." He gulped and scratched out one of the doorways I had marked, drawing it on the other side of a bedroom. "And he loves fruit. He used to have one of his transports smuggle in a particular variety from Trella, Altos Arva. It's often boiled down and used in smaller quantities as a sweetener, because most people can't handle how sweet it is raw. The rest of this looks fine." He set the pen down and straightened. "You know you're only going to get one chance at him, right?" I just said. "Because once he knows you're there, once he knows what you're trying to do, he'll control me with his current gift," I said. "I know." Ija nodded. "Am I allowed to leave now? Or are you going to threaten me with death again?" I flapped my hand at the door. A plan was beginning to come together in my mind. I leaned back against the counter and stared at the drawings, hoping for inspiration. We had to wait to get in touch with Jorek until we were in receiving range of Thuvhe, which was 4 days into the journey. By the time we reached it, I was tired of the smell of the recycled water, chemical from the purification process, and the canned food we had been reheating on the galley's little stove, and the itchy fabric that covered my sleep palette. I was also tired of the memories I had here, of lying clutched together with Akos on blankets, and bumping hands at the galley counter as we both reached for bowls, and trading sly looks over Tekka's head whenever she stood between us. It was the first time I had considered, and only for a moment, that the destruction of the Sojourn ship might have had a positive side. At least I wouldn't be able to return to my memories of him there. I felt sick at even the momentary deviation in my thoughts. There was nothing positive about the obliteration of my home, and the loss of life that had accompanied it. I was just going mad, trapped in this ship. I was combing through my wet hair with my fingers when I heard thundering footsteps down the hall outside, and stuck my head out of the bathroom to see who it was. Tekka was tripping toward me, barefoot and paler than usual. "What?" I said. "Jorek," she said. "Jorek's been arrested." "How?" I said. "Wasn't he working as a guard at the manor? He's a Khuzar." "I talked to his mother." Tekka came into the bathroom and started pacing, heedless of the puddles of water I had left while drying off. She left small footprints in her wake. "RA said last week they were contacted by Akos." I felt his name as a kick to the stomach. "What?" I said. Akos was in Thuvhe. Akos was at home, outside of Hesse, pretending the war didn't exist. He persuaded Jorek to let him into Noavek Manor. Jorek didn't want to, but he owed Akos a favor. Tekka paced even faster. "And what did he intend to do in Noavek Manor?" I demanded. "Does she know?" "She suspects the obvious," Tekka said. "That he went to do the same thing we're about to do." I stepped back, leaned against the wall. I hated this. The moment the anger squirmed away. It was easier to boil with rage that Akos had abandoned me without a word. Easier to let that act confirm what I suspected about myself, that no one could stand me for long. But knowing that he had left me like that for a reason... Tekka went on. "A week after Akos got to the manor, Jorek was arrested. RA thinks..." "Akos wouldn't have given Jorek's name," I said distantly, shaking my head. Something must have happened. "Everyone has a limit," Tekka said. "It doesn't mean Akos meant to." "No," I said. "You don't know him like I do. He just... wouldn't." "Fine, whatever," Tekka said, throwing up her hands. "But Jorek is probably going to be executed, because you and I both know Losmet Noavek doesn't just have people arrested and let them go." I know. I shook my head. The thought of Akos in Noavek Manor again made me feel like screaming. He couldn't be there. "Does she know if Akos is dead?" I asked quietly. "One of her sources says no," Tekka said. "Says he's being kept prisoner, but nobody knows why. What good can he do Losmet?" It was a measure of exactly how much I feared my father that I didn't feel much relief. Losmet's reasons for wanting people alive were worse than his reasons for wanting them dead. I had watched the work he did on my brother, the slow work of destroying and rebuilding him, the way he ensured his own future, his own legacy, by constructing his son in his own image. Now that Ryzek was gone, would he do the same to Akos? How much harm had he already done? "I don't know," I said. "But whatever it is, it's not good." Tekka stopped pacing. We stood facing each other, the almost certain loss of two friends between us. I expected to feel the acute pain of grief, but there was nothing. The black hole in my chest had devoured every last feeling in my body, leaving me empty, just a sack of skin held up by bone and muscle. "Well," Tekka said, "let's go kill your dad, then." Chapter 45. Cyra. From the moment Urek entered our view, a globe of swirling white, I felt like a countdown began. We had 3 days. 3 days to finish planning an assassination and carry it out. 3 days to end this war before it destroyed Thuvhe and Shotet both. I had never seen the skies above Voa so empty. In the distance there was a government patrol vessel, painted with the seal of the family Noavek. It was one of the newer ones, all diagonal lines, like it was perpetually diving. It gleamed in the hazy light of day. It was the only ship in sight. "Don't worry," Tekka said, likely noticing that the rest of us had gone silent. "We're cloaked. We look like a patrol ship to them." At that very moment, a red light flashed on the nav panel. Issa looked back at Tekka with eyebrows raised. It was a call, probably from the patrol vessel. "Patch them through," Tekka said, unbuckling herself and moving to stand at Issa's shoulder.
"This is Patrol Ship XA-774. Please identify yourself."
"Patrol Ship XA-993. What are you doing afloat, XA-774? Tekka said, without faltering for even a moment. "I don't see you listed on the updated schedule." She was pantomiming for Issa, pointing out the spot where Etrek's people had told us to land, urging her to move fast.
"At what time was your schedule issued, 993?
1440, Tekka replied.
"You're out of date. This one was issued at 1500 hours.
"Ah," Tekka said. "Our mistake. We'll make our way back to our docking station." She slapped a hand over the switch to turn off our communicator. "Go!" Issa pressed hard on the accelerator with the heel of her hand, and we zoomed toward the landing spot. Tekka was nearly knocked off her feet by the sudden movement, so she clung to the back of Issa's chair as we lost altitude. Issa lowered the ship to the patch of empty rooftop on the outer rim of Voa that Etrek's contacts had indicated. "Is there really a patrol ship XA-993? I asked. Tekka grinned. "No, they only go up to 950. Right after we touched down, before Issa could even turn off the engine, a group of people rushed toward the ship, carrying a huge stretch of fabric between them. I watched through the nav window as they threw the fabric over the ship, drawing it taut with long cords. As the hatch opened behind me, they completely covered the nav window. Etrek deboarded first, greeting a man with black hair long enough to brush his shoulders with a clasped hand. When I moved closer, I realized they had to be brothers, maybe even twins.
"Wow, you weren't kidding," the brother said. "Cyra fucking Noavek is with you."
"How did you know my middle name?" I said. He smiled and offered me a hand.
"My name is Zvit, short for something so long I don't even remember it myself. I'm Etrek's older brother."
"You probably don't want to shake my hand," I said. "You're welcome to shake Tekka's twice, though." "Don't volunteer me for extra handshakes," Tekka said. "Hi, Tekka Sarukta." "Here are some oracles," I said, gesturing behind me to Ija and Sifa. Zit raised his eyebrows. We did the rest of the introductions under the cover of the cloth they had thrown on top of our ship, which looked sturdy and likely served as good camouflage. Then Zit led us to the rooftop access door and down several flights of stairs. The stairwell had no windows and smelled like garbage, but I was glad it gave us shelter. I moved away from my brother, and I wasn't even sure which of them I meant, to skip ahead a few steps. "What's it like out there?" I asked Zit, falling into step beside him.
"Well, at first there was a lot of looting,"
Zit said. A lock of hair fell against his cheek.
"Good for business. But then Losmet took power, and that pretty much scared sense into everyone. He imposed a curfew, started rounding people up and arresting them, stuff like that. Bad for business."
"What business are you in, exactly?" I said.
"Smuggling,"
Zit said. His eyelids fell heavy over his eyes, narrowing them somewhat. and he had a mouth given to smiles. He gave me one then.
Mostly medicine, but we smuggle whatever's lucrative. Supplies, weapons, whatever.
Ever smuggle fruit? I said.
Fruit?
Zeke raised his eyebrows. Yeah, I need to get my hands on some Altos Arva. It's Trellin, I said. And since imports from Trella are illegal,
smuggling is the only option. I see.
Zeke tapped his chin with a finger. There was a bruise under his nail.
I'll find out.
If we had Altos Arva, we could use it to get into Noavek Manor undetected, pretending that Losmet's customary shipment of it had arrived early. The guards likely wouldn't dare to risk Losmet not getting what he wanted. They would let us right in.
Hey, Zeke said, you should probably cover up your head. That silver skin's conspicuous.
Right. I had been prepared to obscure my face once we arrived in Voa, so I wore a long black coat with a hood. It was made of a light, tough material called marshite, imported, like most waterproof fabrics, from Pitha. I put the hood up, and Zeke opened the door at the bottom of the stairs to the bright light of day. The wind made the folds of my coat snap and billow as I walked. The streets of Voa were emptier than I had ever seen them before, full of scurrying men and women folded inward, eyes down. It had never been easier to disappear among them.
It's not far, he said. Are all your people keeping step?
I looked over my shoulder. Everyone had their hoods up, so it was difficult to tell who was a smuggler and who wasn't. I counted a bright streak of hair, Tekka, and the bump of a knot atop a head, Etrek, the bridge of a freckled nose, Issa, and a loping gait, Sifa, and turned back. Looks like it, I said. Zeke led us down 2 streets before approaching a small, ramshackle apartment building. A light above us flickered as he turned the key in the lock. The apartment beyond, on the ground level, was cramped and messy. There were tables and cabinets and chairs leaned up against the walls in the hallway. I stood aside as the others filed in, counting Tekka, Etrek, and Issa before I realized I had forgotten to check for Ija. Just as I felt the beginnings of panic, I saw him jogging toward the door. "What kept you?" I snapped. "Untied shoe," he said. "You know that you can just walk with an untied shoe for a street or two, right? It's not actually life-threatening." Ija just rolled his eyes and closed the door behind him. The apartment wasn't much. 1 room served as living room, dining room, and bedroom, the floor spread with slim mattresses, one of which had a hole with stuffing coming out of it. There was a bathroom, but the shower was just a pipe protruding from the ceiling, and there was no sink. Still, Zeke was heating water for tea when I went into the kitchen. "We'll rest here tonight," Zeke said when I poked my head in. "Need help?" I said. "Not unless you're skilled in the dangerous art of chopping hush flower." I raised an eyebrow at him. "Oh, really? Full of surprises you are. Come chop it, then." It was crowded, with 2 people in the kitchen, but I took a place at the cutting board, and he stood at the stove. He handed me the fresh hush flower, contained in a jar, and the gloves I would need to prepare them without poisoning myself, and pointed me toward the knife drawer. I set the hush flower on the cutting board, upside down, and pressed the flat of my knife to the place where the petals joined, to split them apart. Then I sliced the dark red streak down the center of one of the petals, and it lay flat, as if by magic. "Nice," Zeke said. "How did you learn?" I paused. I was tempted to call Akos a friend, but it seemed too simple for what he had been to me. Too small a word. "Ah, Forget I asked, Zeet said, and he reached for a jar of something else, high up on the slanted shelves. Is this your place? I asked. Or someone else's? It was my mother's, before she died. Chills and spills took her. That was before we had figured out how to smuggle medicine. Zeet bent his head over the pot of water he had set on the only burner, and tapped the jar he held to dust the water with powdered fenzu shell. I kept chopping the hush flower. It was my family's fault that his mother had not had access to medicine. Losmet had begun the practice of hoarding donated medicine from Othir, and Ryzek had only continued it. I had gotten the expensive inoculation when I was a child. I was in love with him, the one who taught me how to prepare hush flower, I said. I wasn't sure why I was telling him this, except that he had shared some pain with me, and I wanted to do the same. The exchange of suffering didn't have to be even, but it was a kind of currency, his sorrow for mine. A way toward trust. He left me. No explanation. Zeet made an exaggerated, disgusted noise in the back of his throat, and I smiled. What an idiot, he said. Not really, I said. But it's nice of you to say. We drank tea and ate warm bread for dinner. It was not the best meal I had ever had, but it wasn't the worst. The other smugglers kept to themselves, except for Zeet, who sat beside Ettrek and told stories from their childhood for hours. They had us all laughing before long at Ettrek's sad attempts to prank his older brother, and Zeet's savage retaliations. Then everyone found somewhere to sleep, not an easy task in a room this small, and one by one, we drifted off. I had never been good at sleeping, particularly in places with which I was unfamiliar, so I soon found myself slipping out the back door to sit on the back step, facing the alley. Saw you get up. Tekka sat next to me on the step. You're not much for sleeping, are you? Waste of time, I declared. Tekka nodded. It took me a long time to sleep again after... She waved a hand over her eye patch. Kind of a horrible memory. Kind of, I said with a short laugh. I'm not sure what's worse. I paused, thinking of her mother's public execution. I didn't mean... Sorry. You don't have to be so careful around me, Tekka said, looking at me from the corner of her eye. When I didn't like you, it was because I made too many assumptions. After I let them go, well, I'm here on your crazy mission, aren't I? I grinned. Yeah, I said. You are. I am. So when I bring something up, I don't want you to take it too personally, she said, guarded. Akos. Yeah? I frowned. What about him? Honestly? She sighed. I'm a little worried that when push comes to shove, you'll prioritize saving him over killing Losmet, now that you know he's here and alive. I've been worried about it since I told you about him. I sat for a moment, listening to the night air. It was loud in this part of the city, despite the curfew and the aura of depression that had settled over all of Voa. People argued and laughed and played music in their apartments at all hours, or so it seemed. Even in the alley I saw the glow of lanterns still lit, defiant against the night. You're worried I'll do what I did last time, when I didn't kill Ryzek, I said. Yes, Tekka said, unflinching. I am. It's different this time, I said. There's more this time. More? More that I care about, I said. Before, all I had, the only good thing I had, was him. And now, that's not true anymore. She smiled, and I bumped her with my shoulder. Then I heard something behind me. A squeak. The pressure of a foot against an old floorboard. Turning, I saw a dark shape in the living room, the silhouette of a man, a soldier judging by the bulk of him, holding out a current blade. Beneath it, the space where Ija had been, a bump under a blanket, was empty. Ija was gone. And someone else was here. I turned and stood and ran and roared all at once. As the shape bent, blade upraised, I stepped on someone's leg and shoved hard at the intruder. My hands met armor with a crack. I gritted my teeth against the pain of impact and bent at the waist to dodge the swinging blade. Someone had told the Shotet police to come here. I drove my elbow low, under the bottom edge of the armored vest, and hit the man in the groin. He groaned, and I made a grab for his weapon. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tekka's hair swinging as she leapt at the person behind the first. The smugglers, as well as Etrek, Thuvhe, and Isa, were now awake and scrambling. The pain of my current gift disappeared in my adrenaline, but I didn't forget it. As I wrenched the blade from the man's hand, I gave in to the desire to share my pain with him, and current shadows crept around his wrist, merging with the ones that wrapped around his current blade. I watched the two combine and bury themselves in his flesh, now a richer and darker black. He screamed. I kept going. I lunged at the next woman in uniform I saw, grabbing her face instead of her throat, pressing current shadows toward her until she choked on my pain, until it filled her open, gasping mouth. I brought her head down to meet my knee, raised high enough for the two to collide, with as tall as I was. I was not afraid of their numbers. I wasn't afraid of anyone, not anymore. It was what made me a Novak. Not that I was so powerful I couldn't be threatened, but that I had already survived enough horrors, enough pain, to be accustomed to the inevitability of both. But I was powerful. That much I knew. I kept going, grabbing the next man I could get my hands on. They had made a mistake in invading us through that narrow hallway, because it created a funnel through which only one of them could charge at a time. So I took them on one at a time, until there were no more. Behind me was silence. I assumed the others had left. I turned to make for the back door. I didn't know how many of the police I had killed and how many I had simply disabled, but either way, I needed to flee. When I turned back toward the living room, though, I saw Zit, Thuvhe, Etrek, Isa, and Tekka waiting for me, each of them looking a little surprised. "Go!" I shouted. And we all ran. "Well, your crew don't waste any time fleeing, do they, Zit?" Tekka huffed, leaning against the wall. We had decided, mid-stride, to make our way for the half-destroyed building where the renegades had made their camp, when I was last on Voa. It was the only other safe place we knew. Tekka had taken the lead, navigating winding streets apparently from memory. The edges of the city were fraying like the cuffs of a shirt, more damaged and broken than closer to the center. There was graffiti scrawled on the side of every building, simple characters written in black in some places, and in others, sprawling murals of characters as tall as a man, filled in with colors as bright as the current stream. The graffiti covered up the cracks in the buildings, the boards where windows had been, the dirt that dusted each wall with brown. But I was most transfixed by a simple statement written neatly beneath one windowsill. Noah Vex own us.
What do you expect? Zeke replied. They're smugglers. They're not particularly ambitious. We don't need them anyway, Etrek said. Zeke is the one with the contacts. Yes, the contacts for the smuggling of fruit, apparently?
Zeke raised an eyebrow at me. Yes, I said, offering no further explanation.
Now might be a good time to explain what you need a bunch of fruit for, Zeke said.
It might be a good time, I countered. But how can we be sure? I took a vial of painkiller from the pack at my side and tipped it into my throat. It was one of Akos's subpar batches, and he wasn't wrong to call them that. They weren't nearly as effective as most of his painkillers. But it was better than nothing. The plants growing between the cracks in the broken floor had spread much farther in the time we had been away from this place. Vines were beginning to creep up the walls, and everywhere I looked, there were splashes of color from wildflowers. The kind that turned to mush, I thought, and it was an Akos thought, not one of my own. Suddenly, I needed to be alone. I slipped away, into the stairwell where I had first showed Akos that I could control my current gift. My back against one of the stone walls, I slid to the ground and let the tears come. Later, Tekka found a bottle of fermented fruit juice in the cabinets of someone who had lived in this place before it was destroyed, and we all took a glass together to steady ourselves before we tried for more sleep. Cyra offered a toast, translating to Shotet from Thuvhe. To what we have done, what we are doing, and what we will do. And I drank.
Chapter 46. Akos. His other memories of grief involved time slipping away, oil beading on water, the sudden lack of presence in his own life, the self-protective drifting. He wished he had that now. Now he felt every tick and every hour. Vakras had come by that morning to a dead-eyed stare, closed his fingers over the pulse in Akos's wrist, and left. Vakras's hands were cold and clammy and then gone. A few days passed before he was summoned to Lasmet's side again. This time he was brought to the weapons hall, the place where he had first learned his fate. Of course, it wasn't really his fate, but he had carried it around for seasons anyway. Don't trust your heart, that fate had told him, and he'd hated it for that reason. Now he thought it maybe had a point. Lasmet was staring at the wall of weapons, tapping his chin. It was like he was picking out a cheese, Akos thought, and he wondered if he was about to experience some kind of new horror, in which his own father systematically broke his bones or carved out pieces of his flesh. It seemed like the kind of thing Lasmet might do, out of curiosity. It wasn't until she moved out of the shadows that he saw Ima was there. There was a warning in her stare when she gave it to him. And then her mask was back on. That enigmatic smile, the elegant posture. Knowing what he now knew about her, he recognized that she would never be comfortable this way, in a gown, in a manner, playing games with royalty. Thank you for your report, Ima, Lasmet said. You can go. Ima inclined her head, though Lasmet wasn't looking, still spellbound by the wall of weapons. She brushed Akos's arm on her way out, the brief touch giving some kind of comfort, and a reminder. "Come here," Lasmet said to him. "I want to show you something." Akos was supposed to be acting like he was slipping into Lasmet's control, piece by piece, so he climbed the steps to the dais. The room had an eerie green cast to it, light glowing through the row of jars on shelves up higher than Akos's head. White orbs floated in the jars, suspended in green liquid, preservative. They were eyes. Akos tried not to think about it. "We're not a culture that keeps mementos. After all, that would suggest we trust in some kind of permanence, and the Shotet have always known that objects, places, they can be lost in an instant." Lasmet gestured to the wall of weapons. "Weapons, though, we allow ourselves to pass down. They're still useful, you see. So you can trace the history of our family here, on this wall." He reached for a hatchet on the far left. The blade was rusty from disuse, the metal handle still cloudy with fingerprints. "We're an old Shotet family, but not old money," Lasmet said, touching his finger to the hatchet blade. "My grandfather killed his way to prominence in our society. This hatchet was his handiwork. He was a weapons maker, not particularly talented. What he lacked in artistry he made up for in brutality when he served in the Shotet army." He put the hatchet away, moving along to a staff. At each end of it were the mechanisms Akos recognized from current blade handles. When Lasmet held it, dark tendrils of current wrapped around first one end of the staff and then the other. "My wife's design," Lasmet said, with a smile that almost seemed fond. She was not a talented fighter, but she was theatrical. She knew how to be beautiful and charming and intimidating, all at the same time. It's a shame her life was claimed by someone so unworthy of it. Akos schooled his features to stay blank. "I brought you here to eat," Lasmet said. "On your restricted diet. I recognize I can't completely deny you food, so I thought we might have dinner." There was a table on the dais, pushed up against the far wall. It didn't seem big enough for the kind of grand dinners that Lasmet probably had, but it was long, about the width of Akos's arm span, and had a seat at either end. Akos thought this was probably all part of Lasmet's strategy, forcing him to eat in the greenish light under jars of eyeballs, in full view of all the weapons the Noavek family had used to bleed their way to the top of Shotet society. He was meant to be unsettled by this. "I'm not really in a position to refuse dinner," Akos said. "No, you certainly aren't," Lasmet said, smirking as he put the staff back in its place. Near the edge of the wall of weapons was a bell built into the wall. He rang it and gestured to the table for Akos to sit down. Akos did, his head swimming. The food Ima had given him was just enough that he felt his hunger all the time. He drank glass after glass of water just to give his body the impression that it was full of something. The Fenzu that usually swarmed in the globular chandelier were half dead and needed to be replaced. Akos could see the husks of their bodies collected at the bottom of each glass globe, little prickly legs up in the air. Vakres tells me you are too consumed with self-hatred for him to get a meaningful reading, Lazmet said. Ima assures me that you are progressing, that a vulnerable heart is easier to bend. Akos didn't answer. Sometimes he wondered if Ima was playing a game with him, indulging his desire to kill his father while worming her way in to do her actual work. He had no way of knowing that she was on his side, not really, except her word. A wall panel behind Lazmet pulled back, and 3 servants filed into the weapons hall, carrying plates covered with protective domes of gleaming metal. They set 1 plate in front of Lazmet, 1 in front of Akos, and a 3rd in the center of the table, then backed away. Akos didn't see if they left or if they simply fell into the shadows. I am familiar with how guilty people think, though I myself find guilt to be a worthless emotion, Lazmet said. Why feel bad for a thing you did with full conviction, after all? He hadn't sat down yet. He snapped his fingers, and one of the servants came forward with a cup made of etched glass. She poured something into it, something dark purple and thick, and Lazmet drank. I know that you are thinking there may still be time to undo what you have done to your friend, Lazmet said. It's a last effort to maintain the part of your identity that I most need you to let go of. You are someone who thinks in extremes, and you have placed me, my family, perhaps all of Shotet, in an untouchable, unreachable place inside you that you have labeled bad. He reached across the table to the dome in the center and lifted it. The plate was empty but for a jar, a smaller version of the ones lining the walls. It, too, held greenish preservative, and bobbing inside it were 2 white globes. Akos tasted bile and roasted deadbird. He could have looked away. He already knew what was in the jar. He didn't need to keep looking. One of the globes turned, showing a dark iris. I take 1 eye if I intend to let someone live, Lazmet said. I take both if they are executed, as Jorak Kuzar was at midnight last night. Akos swallowed reflexively and forced himself to close his eyes. If he kept looking, he would vomit, and he would not give Lazmet the satisfaction of seeing him vomit. The truth, Lazmet said softly, is that you cannot undo what you have done. It is too late. You will never be able to return to the people you once counted as friends. So you may as well let go, Akos. There was horror somewhere at the edge of his mind, so close he could touch it without difficulty if he dared. He breathed and drew away from it. Not now, not yet. What is your mission? Akos opened his eyes, staring up at the man whose blood and bone and flesh had conspired to create him. To kill Lazmet Noavek, came the answer, clearer now than ever before. Lazmet sat down across from him and uncovered his plate, offering the dome to the servant behind him. On his plate was a roll, a piece of cooked meat, and a whole fruit, its peel still on. Lazmet frowned at it. I didn't think this shipment would come for another week yet, he said, picking up the fruit. Akos recognized the peel from when he had broken into Lazmet's office. A green glimmer caught his eye just over Lazmet's shoulder. The wall panel had slid back, silent, and a dark head was jutting out of the opening. The head lifted, showing a sliver of silver skin and a pair of sharp, dark eyes. Behind Lasmet, Cyra raised the current blade about the length of her forearm and made to stab him in the back. Akos didn't stir an izzet. Lasmet, however, lifted a hand as if signaling for another glass of whatever it was he was drinking, and Cyra's hand stopped, right in the middle of her downward swing. "Cyra," Lasmet said, "how kind of you to remember my favorite fruit."
Chapter 47. Cyra. My father had never used his current gift on me. That would have required him to acknowledge my existence, which he had preferred not to do. So I had not realized how strange it would feel to be the target of his unique power. I felt him wriggling around in my head, an uncomfortable pressure in the primary central cortex of my brain, which triggered movement. I assumed that was the area he manipulated anyway. It could also have been my cerebellum. Not the time for a debate over anatomy, I scolded myself. Regardless of where he focused his current gift, it was working. My fingers, hand, and arm were completely stiff, holding the blade halfway between where I had raised it and where I had intended to shove it. The rest of my body also seemed to be incapable of movement. Not that it was numb exactly, but it was like a pile of kindling that refused to take a spark. Everything felt the same, but I couldn't get it to move. He seemed to want me to respond, though, because what small movement I was able to channel was in my mouth and jaw. "No problem," I said, feeling oddly clear-headed, though I knew that I was about to die. My last chance to kill him had been a moment ago, and now it was gone. Lasmet's control over my body was absolute as of the moment he became aware of my presence. Except, I thought, if Akos touches him. I tried to make eye contact with Akos, to somehow communicate what I wanted him to do, but I couldn't move. The wriggling in my brain went deeper, and I felt utter revulsion. My fingers pulled apart around the knife handle, and the blade clattered to the floor. Lasmet stood, faced me, and picked it up, examining the handle. "Not a finely made knife," Lasmet said. "It would have done the job," I said. "Any fool with a hammer can smash in a skull, little daughter," he said. I had forgotten how tall he was. Though I stood taller than most women, he still towered over me, as Ryzek had, and with his pale skin tinted green by the light through the jars of preservative, he looked like a rotting corpse. "I thought you more refined, based on upbringing alone." "My access was limited," I said. "Trust me, I would have wrapped my mother's blade in silk and crammed it in your eye socket if I had had unlimited resources." He released me halfway, so my arm fell to my side, and my posture straightened. I regained the use of my eyes, so I could blink and look at Akos, who sat motionless at his place at the table. He had only been here for 2 weeks, if the information we had gotten from RA was correct, but he had changed. He had always been lean, but his face was now gaunt, and if he had stood, I was sure the slight paunch that had made his waist soft was now gone. The bones in his wrist stood out like little rocks under the skin. He was paler than pale, as green in this light as my father was, and unkempt, like he had not bothered to bathe in several days. I ached with hunger, with sympathy, and yes, with longing, even still, as I looked at him. Knowing that he hadn't abandoned me just to return home and wait out the war had made it more difficult to be angry with him. Coming here had been stupid, but it had at least been for a greater purpose. I stared at him, trying to get some kind of acknowledgement that I was standing right in front of him, and he stared back, but without recognition. He almost looked the way Ija had, after Ryzek had traded his first memory with him, like he didn't know who I was or where he was, like someone had broken him and put him back together incorrectly.
There is a saying from a Shotet cleric that seems apt, given the situation,
Lazmet said. He spun the knife on his palm and caught it by the blade, offering it back to me, handle first. I gritted my teeth as the wriggling in my brain began again, and my hand extended, my fingers closing around the handle.
Only use a blade if you're prepared to die by it.
I shuddered hard as I realized what he was about to do. I fought the thing in my brain with every ounce of my strength as my hands both clasped the handle, turning the blade to face my own stomach. He had left my mouth free so that he could hear me scream. I was sure of it.
"Akos!"
I yelled. "Touch him!"
My son's current gift is not active at the moment,
Lazmet said.
But he is, of course, welcome to try.
Akos had not moved. I watched as he swallowed, hard, and fixed his gaze on me. "No," he said quietly. "There's no point." My hands pulled closer, and the tip of the blade touched my stomach. And somehow I had always known this was how death would find me, at the hands of my own family, and at the end of my own knife. But though this felt familiar, and even expected, I refused to accept it. It hadn't occurred to me until then that though Lazmet controlled my muscles, he didn't necessarily control my current gift. And while I couldn't control it that well either, I knew that it was hungry to be shared. As ever, it wanted to devour everything in its path, even if what was in its path was me. The doctor my mother had taken me to when I was young had told me my current gift was an expression of what I thought I deserved, and what I thought other people deserved. Pain. Perhaps there was truth in that. Perhaps I was now learning that I didn't deserve it as much as I had once thought. But regardless, I did know one thing. There was no other man in the galaxy who had earned pain more than the one who stood in front of me. I didn't send out a hesitant tendril, wondering if it would work. I threw my current gift at Lazmet Noavek with all the force of my will, and a black cloud engulfed him like a swarm of insects. He screamed without control, without the luxury of pride. The knife stopped moving toward my gut, but I couldn't release it either. Then I heard a sharp pop as one of the jars on the shelves that lined the walls burst like a balloon, its contents spurting over the floor. Another one shattered right after it, and another. Soon the air was pungent with the smell of long-preserved flesh, and the light was changing from greenish to white. The floor was slick, and white lumps rolled this way and that. The wriggling in my brain subsided, and hands grabbed my shoulders from behind, dragging me backward. I screamed, "No!" I had been so close to killing him. But the hands pulled me into the hidden hallway behind me, and once I was in the dark, I knew better than to try to run back. Instead, I threw myself forward, spotting the bobbing of a knot of hair that told me it was Etrek who had grabbed me. We ran, my father's shouting, chasing us into the shadows. I jumped down half a flight of stairs I knew was coming, and turned a sharp corner, only to find Ima Zetsivas standing at the exit in the kitchen, her blue eyes wild. "Come quickly," she said, and together we ran to the back gate, where Tekka was waiting, motioning us out. Running through the streets around Noavek Manor reminded me of the Sojourn Festival. My hand wrapped around Akos's, my face itching from blue paint. Chasing him with water cupped in my hands, though it was raining down from above. And the quiet of afterward, when I stripped my blue-stained clothes in my bathroom, and realized there was something calm and still inside me that hadn't been that way since before my mother died. Since he had kissed me in the transport vessel galley, I had thought about what the exact moment was that I fell for him. Now, dragging air into struggling lungs as I ducked around corners and under low ceilings in the tunnels of Noavek Manor, I wondered whether I had fallen for him while he was lying to me, making a show of being kind so that I would reveal how to get out of the manor. And if it had been during that time, did that mean I loved someone who didn't exist? A pretend Akos, like one of the storyteller's smoke pictures? A group of people running would have attracted more attention than anything, so when we were a few streets away from Noavek Manor, I put my hood up and slowed to a walk. Ima, too, tucked her blonde hair under a black scarf, though the pale color of her gown, lavender today, still made her wealth too obvious. We would have to address that before we reached the fringes of the city. Tekka hooked her elbow around mine, making sure my skin was covered as well as hers. But it was instinct to draw my current shadows away from her, focusing them on the left side of my body instead of the right. Facing down my father had reminded me what the control felt like. Not like controlling the shadows themselves, more like plating my body with armor so they couldn't touch me, and letting them flow elsewhere. "This way, we're just a pair of friends walking back from the market together," she said, tipping her head toward me. "No one expects Cyra Noavek to have a friend." Sometimes she still said things that wounded me, and not because they were lies. We walked that way, a dozen paces behind Etrek and Zit, and half a dozen paces in front of Ima. "You'd be better off walking with her," I said, tipping my head back slightly. "You two could be mother and daughter." Tekka just shrugged. When the streets turned from stone to broken stone to dirt, we stopped to address Ima's clothing. Tekka loaned her a cloak with a hood, and she tied the dark scarf around her waist to cover most of her skirt. Only a little lavender peeked out from the bottom when she was in motion. Still, we made our way quickly to the safe house, with at least one of us peering over a shoulder every few steps, as if that wasn't suspicious on its own. When we were tucked away inside the huge space, Etrek turned to me. "You know, it took a lot out of me, breaking all those jars," he said. "The least you could do is not look so angry at being rescued." Now that we were safe, I let myself break. This time, I fell apart shouting. "I had him! I was on the verge of killing him! And you decided to rescue me?" Sifa emerged from a stairwell, her hands clasped in front of her. Had she known that we would fail? I didn't even want to consider the idea.
Killing him!
Etrek's hair was dusted with dirt, like sugar on top of a cake.
You were about to plunge a current blade in your own stomach.
These current shadows aren't only good for making me flinch a lot, you know. I charged toward him, crushing a patch of fragile flowers under the heel of my shoe. I had him wrapped in them. I would have killed him.
Maybe not before he killed you,
Etrek said quietly. And? I demanded. He retreated, his back colliding with Zeet's chest, and I said, When someone asks you to trade the chance of Losmet Noavek's death for the life of Ryzek's scourge, and then shouted, You do it! The echo in the half-exploded space lasted a long time. You and the Karaseth boy both exasperate me, Ema said, undoing the clasp on the cloak she had borrowed and lowering the hood. So eager to throw your lives away. It's not just his life he's willing to throw away, I snapped. It's mine, too. Yes, that was quite a shock, him not saving you, Ema said. I wasn't sure he had the fortitude. I was so concerned I thought about creating it in him, but I was afraid of the damage I might do in the process. Creating it, I said. Yes, she said. The reason your family has kept me alive so long is that I twist hearts into the shapes of my choosing. That, I said, explains a lot. Does it? Ema's tone was wry. In any case, you are remarkably consistent, Miss Noavek. The boy has been starved, imprisoned, beaten, manipulated, threatened, and shown his friend's eyeballs in a jar at dinner, and still you think about what he allowed to happen to you. Ema, Tekka said, looking sick. No, let her get it out. I held my arms wide. Which am I, then? Irritatingly self-sacrificial or shockingly self-centered? Do I have to choose? She raised her eyebrows, which were so pale they almost blended into her skin. You would die so that we all have to honor you. You are too big-headed for the slow fade into obscurity, also known as a regular life. One thing I will say for your former paramour is that, unlike you, he has no thirst for glory, at least. I was about to respond when I noticed that Tekka had covered her face. I heard a sharp sound, muffled by her palms. A sob. Jorek, she said. It pulled the anger out of me, like sucking the poison from a bite. I had forgotten. Ema had forgotten, too, or she might not have chosen such specific words. Shown his friend's eyeballs in a jar. Not only was Jorek gone, but he had suffered the same horror as Tekka beforehand. It was not the way anyone should have to die. Ema went to her in the way that only family could, wrapping her arms around her niece and clutching her close. I stood nearby, not willing to leave, but unsure how to stay. In more ways than one. Sifa had walked over. Her hair was tucked into a bumpy braid, the same wavy, thick, smooth texture as my own. Did you know? I said. I could have been asking about a dozen things, but I didn't bother to clarify. I suspected. I am still not sure exactly what's coming, or how to steer us. The situation has become exponentially more complicated. My chin wobbled when I spoke next.
if you don't know how to steer us? Why did you come?
You won't like my answer. As if that had ever mattered. Cyra lifted a shoulder.
I came to be with you.
Cyra, the woman who had abandoned her husband and children to the horror of murder and kidnapping. The woman who had coaxed her son into killing Vas Kuzar and allowed Oryeva Benazit to die in the name of fate, had come here, not to maneuver, but just to be with me? I wasn't sure whether to believe her or not, so I just nodded, sharply, and walked away. The slant of light coming through the broken ceiling had taken on a burnt color, like still cooling embers. That meant the day was done, with no plan, no path, no way back to Losmet Noavek. Morning would come, and the time Issei Benazit had given us would run out.
Chapter 48. Sizi. I wake with a sour taste in my mouth. I am not sure where I am. The last time I knew anything, I was in my bathroom with blood soaking my side, and Ast had just stabbed me. I thought I would die. But wherever I am, I don't seem to be dead. My tongue feels like it's fuzzy. I cringe a little at the feeling. Someone sticks a straw between my lips, and I drink. Water fills my mouth, and I swish it around before swallowing. And, oh, swallowing hurts. Not my throat, but my stomach. It's like someone tore right through my abdomen. I open my eyes. I'm not sure why I expect to see the big crack that's above my bed at home. When I was sick as a kid, I used to think about what it was shaped like. A floater? A bird? I could never decide. There's no crack in this ceiling, though. The ceiling here is a moving image, like the ones in the walls at Assembly headquarters. It shows a blue sky with puffy clouds drifting across it. I lift a hand. There's a patch of tech just under my knuckles. I can feel it, stinging a little as I wiggle my fingers. It's probably monitoring my vitals, heart rate and temperature and blood sugar. There's a little exit point on top of it, attached now to a tube with clear liquid running through it. Keeping me hydrated, I assume, though it's not doing anything for the taste in my mouth. Miss Karaseth? I blink away the film covering my eyes and see a woman dressed in a crisp white uniform, shirt and pants, with a dark blue apron over the top of it. Her hair is tied back and secured with pins. She wears rubber gloves. I feel unmoored. In my mind, I list the things I know. I am not at home. Judging by the ceiling, I am in a rich place. Assembly headquarters? No. Ophir. Ophir is where we were last. I'm hurt. My stomach. It's like someone tore right through my abdomen. I remember his face in the mirror, right next to mine. Someone did just that. Ast, I croak. What? The nurse frowns. He's not here right now. He came yesterday to check on you, though. He came to check on me? No, he came to make sure I was still unconscious, or in the hope that I was dead. A shiver runs through me. He was here while I was unconscious. What if he did something else? What if he tried to finish what he started? I imagine a pillow pressed to my mouth, a vial of poison tipped down my throat, stitches pulled from the wound in my abdomen until my guts spill out. "No," I say, and it comes out a growl. "No. Ast did it. Ast stabbed me." "Miss Karaseth, I think you're confused. You've been out for a couple days." "I am not. The security footage of your room was missing," she says softly. Of course it was, I think, but can't say. Ast found a way to delete the evidence. But they found the weapon, wiped of fingerprints. She continues, in the house of a man whose current gift allows him to put on different faces. The Otherian police suspect he was trying to kill the Chancellor and got you instead. I squeeze my eyes shut. Of course. Ast plays at being too simple for politics. He senses current gifts. He grew up with real-world smarts and contacts with seedy reputations, no doubt. Of course he knew how to cover his tracks. He deleted the footage, misled the police, found a likely suspect to frame for the crime, planted the weapon. But why? Why would he take this risk? Just to be right? To get his way? Why did he even care so much about what happened to Thuvhe in this war? It was him, I say with some difficulty. Maybe, I think as I drift off again. It's not Thuvhe he cares about, but Shotet. Issei told me the story once, of how she got the scars. I never asked her, because that wasn't the sort of thing you just asked about, but she told me anyway. We had been sitting on the old, grungy sofa in my school apartment. There were pots brewing on burners everywhere, so the corners of the room were full of vapor. We were in Shissa, so through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the far wall, all I could see were snowdrifts far below. My room was hardly even wide enough for me to stretch out my arms in both directions, but it had a good view. She had an embroidered pillow in her lap, one I had bought from a little shop in Hesse, where a friend from primary school worked. She was wearing socks I had loaned her because hers weren't warm enough. They were yellowish-brown, or brownish-yellow, I could never decide which, and had a lumpy heel where I'd gone wrong with mending them. She told me that she hadn't really grown up on a pirate ship. That was just what she told people, to startle them. The transporter ship she was on as a kid did some shady business every now and then, she said, but nothing to get huffy about. And trust me, she said, if there was something to get huffy about, my parents would be huffy. They had landed on Isander to dump the goods from their most recent job, and it just happened to be the planet where the Shotet were doing their seasonal scavenge. Only scavenges weren't supposed to include theft and murder, according to the ethical guidelines Shotet had agreed to when the assembly was formed. The Shotet boarded the transporter ship, much like pirates would have done, and they blew through the vessel room by room, rifling through everything to find valuables, and killing whoever they wanted. One of the scavengers threatened Issei's mother, and when her father defended her, they both wound up dead. So Issei went at the man with a meat mallet. Meat mallet? I asked her, so shocked I couldn't help but smile. It was all right. She smiled too. She cracked one of them hard in the head, she said, but meat mallets are worthless against a Shotet soldier. Actually, pretty much anything was, according to her. They were lethal. And the leader of the group, a woman, must have admired Issei's gumption, because instead of killing her, she pinned Issei down and carved into her face, saying, "Remember me." She hadn't mentioned Ast at the time, except to say that some of her friends were hurt or killed, too. Now, though, I knew that he had been there, and that a Shotet soldier had killed his father and half of his friends. Yeah, there were plenty of reasons for Ast to care what happened to Shotet in this war. See? Issei's voice sounds strained. She looks worn, her hair lank around her face. She grabs my hand and squeezes it. I guess Ast must not have told her I tried to send a message to the Shotet exiles then, or she would have me arrested instead of sitting at my bedside. Did you? My voice sounds creaky as an old door. Did you make the alliance with Ophir? You don't need to worry about that right now, she says. Just focus on healing, okay? We almost lost you. I almost lost you. I'm fine, I say. I tap the button to raise the top half of the bed. When I'm partially upright, pain burns all the way through to my back, but I don't want to lie down again. Tell me. Yes, I made the alliance, she says. Before you say anything, we needed that weapon, see? The pressure to retaliate is intense. Pressure from where? I say. Ast? She frowns at me. Everywhere, she says. From my own head, for one. From Shisa, Ozak, Hessa, from the assembly leader. Everywhere. They killed innocent people. What am I supposed to do? Show mercy, I say, and it's enough to set her off. Mercy? She demands. Mercy! Where was Shotet mercy when they destroyed a hospital? Where was it when that woman held me down and sliced into my face? Where was it for my mother, my father, for Ori? Ophir gave us an anti-current blast, and I'm going to use it as soon as I can, she says. At which point I hope you'll tell me your brain was addled by painkillers, because there's no way a right-minded person would call for mercy right now. She storms out with a straight spine. The posture a couple seasons at the assembly taught her, so she would fit in. They killed innocent people, she said, almost in the same breath she talked about doing the same. And that's the problem, because to her, no Shotet is innocent. And that is the big difference between us. I look up at the clouds projected on my ceiling. They're thicker now, closer together. I'm stuck here, and out of options. Out of time. I dream of the oracle Vara, showing me the sculptures in the Hall of Prophecy on Agra. Each one is a member of my family, made of glass. Even Cyra is among them. And I wake to Ast's face, looming over mine. I'm not here to hurt you, he says when the beetle chirps, signaling to him I'm sure that I've moved. Issei will be along soon. I just wanted to have a chat with you first. He drags the stool over to my bedside and sits, the beetle perching on his shoulder. You may have noticed that I didn't tell Issei that you tried to contact our enemies, that you tried to contact Cyra Noavek. My face is hot. My throat burns. I want to speak, to yell, to wrap my hands around his throat. I didn't think it was wise to arouse her suspicions. You betray her, and in the same night, you're attacked? He says. But you should know that if I do decide to tell her, I'm sure she will have more sympathy for me than she will for you. Attacking the woman she loves because she turned traitor to her country? It's forgivable. What you did is not. You. I grit my teeth. The word comes out as a growl, force as hard as I can past the strictures of my throat and mouth.
So don't step out of line, Cece, he says. What's done is done. The attack's been ordered, and I think now we can begin to get along.
I want to scream at the unfairness of it, my silence forced by the current, which supposedly gives all life. If it's such a good thing, why does it strangle me? Why does it torture Cyra? Why does it push away my brother and empower dictators and boggle my mother's mind? I hear the sharp, clipped tone of Issei's voice just outside the door. I know then what I need to do. If my gift can't be overcome, then maybe it needs to be put to use instead. I push aside my anger, my grief, my worry. I push aside my pain, too, as much as I can. I remember sinking to the bottom of the pool in the temple basement when I learned to swim. The way the water burned my eyes at first, how it lifted my hair away from my head, made it feel soft, how it caressed and pulsed with its own rhythm, how I could hear my own heartbeat. Issei told me Ast's father went by Wrench. He maintained their little ship. So maybe it's not comfortable things that soften Ast, but hard things. The warm metal handle of a tool his dad just put down. The vibration of the ship's engine in the wall. The prick of a grate under his bare feet. Ast blinks, slowly.
Hey, he says. Stop.
No, I say. He's comfortable enough now that I can talk at least. You've been chastising me for the use of my current gift since you arrived. You watch it strangle me, and you don't do anything to make sure I'm heard. Well, now I'll watch it strangle you.
You're controlling her, Ast says. I can't let you.
The rough sleeve of a maintenance worker's coveralls, faintly frayed. Engine oil rubbed between two fingers, smooth and faintly sticky. A screw catching in place and tightening, turn after turn. You try to get your way, and I try to get mine, I say. But neither of us controls her.
No, you're...
He leans back and closes his eyes.
It's different.
You're right. My methods are far more effective, I say softly. You think I use my gift recklessly. You have no idea how much I hold back. I hit him with it again. The shudder of the seat beneath him as his ship passes through an atmosphere. The crinkle of the wrapper that comes around a prepackaged protein cake at a fuel station. I wrap the textures around him, metal and plastic and vapor and grease, until he may as well be living back in that ship. He sags against the wall and just stares at me. You will not get in my way anymore, I say. I will guide us away from catastrophe, and you will allow me to. The door opens, admitting Issei, dressed in her training clothes. Her face shines with sweat. She smiles at Ast and me, likely thinking we're making peace. As if peace is what I could have with someone who attacks me, and threatens me, and takes advantage of my inability to speak. What's wrong? She says, her face falling as she takes in the scene. Me, tense and upright, hands clenched into fists. Ast sagging, shoulders curled in, eyelids half closed. Tell her, I say to him. Tell her what you did to me. He stares, his eyes empty. Tell her, I say slowly. I attacked you, he says to me. Then to Issei, it was me. I attacked her. You... What? Issei says. Why? She was interfering, he says. I can't sustain this level of energy for much longer. I pull back on my current gift with a gasp. When Ast returns to himself, his face crumples into rage. Issei looks stricken. I'm sorry. I pretend to choke on the words. I let myself falter and grab my stomach with one arm, wincing. Let her see me as weak, out of control. I didn't mean to, I say, but I needed you to believe me. She's lying to you, Ast snaps. Can't you see that? She's using her current gift to manipulate you, to control you. She's been doing it this whole time. Look at his arm, I say. There's a bite mark from where I fought back. Issei's jaw tightens. She marches over to him and grabs his arm, pulling him to his feet. He goes where she directs him, maybe knowing that he can't fight a chancellor, or that I've finally beat him. She pushes up his sleeve, and there it is. A perfect impression of my teeth, an uneven half circle. She drops his arm with a soft moan. She was trying to contact the Shotet, he says. She tried to send a message to... Shut up, Issei says. She blinks rapidly. I trusted you. You lied to me. I want you arrested. I want you gone. I am slipping away. Too tired to stay. But before I go, I look at Ast, and though I know he can't see it, I smile.
Chapter 49. Akos. Akos was staring into the fire when the door opened the next morning. He had expected, when Cyra fled without his help, to break down completely. Instead, he felt like all the excess of his life, the agonizing over blood and citizenship and family and fate, had been pared away, like meat cooked away from the bone. And now everything that had been muddled was clear. He was not Thuvhe or Shotet, Karaseth or Noavik, third child or second. He was a weapon against Lasmet Noavik. The gnaw of hunger no longer bothered him, except that it left his mind and body fatigued and less useful to him. Ima didn't come to bring him more food, so he knew she had likely helped Cyra escape, and he was grateful for that, in a distant way that applied to some other life. In this life, he wanted nothing but to accomplish his goal. Akos! The voice belonged to Vakrez. Akos rose from his place by the fire, suppressing a shiver at the cold air he found away from it. Vakrez was frowning at him. Are you all right? He said more kindly than usual. I'm fine, Akos said, as he stuck out his arm for Vakrez to take. That's not why I'm here. There wouldn't be much point with Ima gone, Vakrez said. Lasmet summoned me to discuss strategy, and he asked me to collect you on my way. Akos looked for his shoes and found them tucked under the foot of the bed. He stuffed his feet in and raised his eyebrows at the commander when he didn't move away from the doorway. What? He said. You seem Vakres frowned. Never mind. They walked side by side to whatever room Lazmet was using for the meeting. His office, it seemed, because they climbed up a staircase with wood-paneled walls, instead of going down to the weapons hall. Akos had to stop at the top to catch his breath, and Vakres waited for him without complaint. His father greeted him with a tilted head when he walked into the office, with its soft rug and its tomes of history stacked high. The peel of the fruit that had clued Lazmet in to Cyra's infiltration of the manor sat curled on Lazmet's desk. When Lazmet gestured for Akos to sit, he did this time, at the end of the sofa closest to the fire. He looked down at his fingers. Had his knuckles gotten thicker? Or had the rest of his hands simply begun to disappear? His body devouring the last reserves of strength and energy it had. Akos, Vakres said, jostling his shoulder. Akos lifted his head. Pay attention, he said, eyebrows raised. He had scolded Akos for inattention more than once. The last time Akos remembered had been at the soldiers' camp, after he had earned his armor, and maybe a small amount of respect from his commander. Vakres had been lecturing about strategy, something about how the soldier who was on his home ground always had the advantage, because he knew the terrain. Shotet soldiers therefore had to adapt quickly, as they would never be on their home ground. Even Voa, he said, isn't your home. Shotet have no home. Oh, don't scold him, Vakres, Lazmet said, leaning back in his chair with a book in his lap. Akos couldn't see the spine. He's not operating at full capacity right now. Why am I here? Akos asked, blinking slowly at Lazmet. I was hoping you would tell me a few things about your hometown, Lazmet said. I understand that you come from Hessa. He was about to ask why Lazmet wanted to know about his hometown. His memories, after all, were the kind a kid would care about, like where the best sweets were, or which shop Ija liked to browse just so he could make eyes at the girl who worked behind the counter. But the answer, when he considered it a little bit more, was obvious. You're going to attack it, Akos said. The thought of Shotet swarming the steep streets of Hessa, charging into the sweet shop, maybe killing the girl who worked behind the counter, made him feel ill. Lazmet didn't answer. It's not hard to figure out, Akos said. He felt far away from everything. There are only 3 major cities in Thuvhe. You already hit Shissa, so it's either Osok or Hessa next. You don't seem troubled, Lazmet said. Do you expect me to believe that you feel nothing for the place where you spent the majority of your life? He wouldn't let himself think about the dim little spice shop that made him sneeze, or the woman who sold elaborate paper flowers in the warm months when it didn't snow, or the alley that was a straight shot up the hill, the best and most dangerous sledding path in all of Thuvhe. He wouldn't, or he would get swallowed up in it. Lazmet wanted him to betray his home. Shotet have no home, Akos thought, remembering Vakres's lecture on strategy. But he did have a home. He had a home ground, a place no one knew as well as he did. It's not that I feel nothing, he said, steadying himself as much as he could. It's that I have an offer for you. Oh? Lazmet looked amused. Well, that was all right, Akos thought. Better he be amused and underestimate Akos than be suspicious. "You'll take me to Hesse with you, and after your attack is over, you will leave me there, at my house," Akos said. "After that, I won't come after you, and you won't come after me." "And in return?" "In return, I'll help you destroy the temple of Hesse." Lazmet glanced at Vakres. The commander looked like he was working the idea between his teeth. He sat on the other end of the sofa, somehow managing to make sinking into the cushions look graceful. "The Temple of Hesse," Lazmet said. "Why should that matter to me?" "Judging by your Shissa attack, you want to be theatrical. Big, destructive gestures are demoralizing, as well as costing a lot of lives," Akos said. "But Hesse doesn't have grand, floating buildings you can knock out of the sky. It has the temple. It's stamped on our old currency from before the assembly was formed. There's nothing else to attack in Hesse except the temple." The odd thing was, he knew that both men already knew this. Lazmet was old enough to remember the siege his mother had led against Hesse, the one that Hesse temple still bore the busted windows and scraped-up stones from. The one Akos's grandmother had gone into with nothing more than a meat cleaver, if the stories were true. So Lazmet probably just wanted to see if Akos would persuade him, or bother to try. More curiosity, more experimentation. It never stopped. "It's a temple, not a labyrinth," Lazmet said. "I don't really need your help to attack it, now that you've told me that's what I ought to do." Akos felt the sharp sick of panic in his chest. But he knew Hesse Temple better than most Thuvhezites did, and that had to be worth something. It had to. "By all reports, it may as well be a labyrinth for as much sense as its layout makes. You'd be hard-pressed to find a map of it either," Akos said. "But if you and your fighting force want to run around like a bunch of idiots, giving the Oblates plenty of time to summon the whole army of Hesse, the best army in all of Thuvhe, I should add, then go right ahead." "So the layout is nonsensical, there are no maps, and you just happen to know how to navigate it," Lazmet said with a sneer. "How convenient." "None of this is convenient," Akos said, scowling. "You brought me here because you thought I had something useful to tell you about Hesse, and now I tell you I know something useful and you refuse to believe it." Akos let out a short laugh. "I betrayed my country. I got my friend killed. I almost got Cyra killed. I have nothing to go back to, nothing left in the world except for that house, where people will leave me alone. You made sure of that, so have your attack, have your war, have whatever you want, but leave me alone, and I'll give you whatever I've got." Lazmet's eyes were fixed on his, searching, calculating. Akos imagined himself as the armored one, tearing into his own abdomen to make a space for Lazmet to get in. He felt the wire wiggling in his head, and the involuntary twitch in his fingers that meant Lazmet was testing him. Suspicious as always, but Akos had come to expect it. Lazmet took in his twitching fingers. Akos felt the swoop of something like hope in his gut, and then, "Vakres, give me a read on him," Lasmet said. Akos knew it would be more suspicious to object than not, so he stuck out his arm for Vakres to take. It was getting easier and easier to imagine himself as the armored one. The more he wanted to be away from everything and everyone. Armored ones were solitary, separate from everything that channeled the current. Lonely but impenetrable, just like he was. He knew most people who killed them had to find a way to stick a knife in them right under the arm or leg joint, where there was a space between the thick plates that covered its body. They had to get in far enough to make the thing bleed to death. That was how Cyra had killed it, he was sure. It was her way. Find the weakness, exploit it, be done with it. It was more honorable than the way he had done it, lulling the beast to sleep, giving it relief, like he was someone to be trusted, and then poisoning it. But that was his way. Except now, there was nothing he could do except let down his current gift shield so that Vakres could poke his way into Akos's heart. And what he would see there was pure intention. The desire to kill Lasmet, unmistakable. Vakres touched him, his hand cool and rough as always, and closed his eyes for a few ticks. Akos waited for the blow to fall, waited for the end of him. So much clearer now, Vakres said. He opened his eyes and looked to Lasmet. All he wants is to escape. Akos tried not to stare. It was a lie. Vakres was lying for him. He didn't dare look at the commander. He couldn't afford to give himself away now. Then, my boy, Lasmet said to him, it seems we have a deal. You take me to Hessa, and I'll let you go home. I'll take you to my home ground, Akos thought, and that's where you'll die.
Chapter 50. Cyra. The next morning, there was nothing left to do but leave the safe house. Leave Voa, and Lasmet, and Akos. Give up, in other words. We rifled through the drawers of one of the abandoned apartments to find a change of clothes for everyone, then left the safe house. We had promised Isa, who was waiting in the ship for the signal to retrieve us, that we would meet her if we managed to escape. I fidgeted as we walked, the rough fabric of my ill-fitting trousers rubbing at my thighs. Someone's old throw blanket had become a scarf to cover my face, and it, too, chafed. Zeet and Etrek led the way, the knot atop Etrek's head bobbing with each footstep, then Ima and Tekka, at a respectable distance, and Sifa and me, trailing behind. As we passed beneath boarded-up windows, I listened to Ima and Tekka's conversation. I left the house to its ruin, Ima was saying. It's too far away for most thieves to bother breaking into it anyway. Once this is over, I'll help you put it right, Tekka said. That place is full of Uzul anyway, Ima said, shaking her head. She had tucked her hair behind her ears and under the collar of her jacket, so it didn't show as much, but there was no disguising that flawless white. The sound of Uzul's name stung me, though not as much as it stung Ima, I was sure. I had not killed him, not in the way I could have, but pain had driven him to death, and I had provided that pain. Cyra Noavek, purveyor of pain, agent of agony. We reached the building where the ship waited, tucked under its tarp on the roof with Isa inside it. Zeke had sent her a signal the night before, just to tell her at least some of us were alive, so she had not fled the city yet. We trudged up the stairs, which still smelled of garbage, and I found myself beside Zeke again at the head of the group, my long legs giving me an advantage. He cast a soft look at me. Oh, don't. I sighed. I don't do well with sympathy. Can I offer you a bracing slap on the back? Zeke said. A gruff reassurance, maybe. Do you have candy? I would take candy. He smiled, reached into his pocket, and took out a piece of bright plastic wrap about the size of a fingertip. I squinted at it, but peeled the wrapper with my fingernail and uncovered a small piece of hard fenzu honey, recognizable due to its bright yellow color. Why, I said, are you carrying candy around in your pocket? Zeke shrugged. He pushed the door to the rooftop open, letting Voa's hazy light into the stairwell. The sky was covered with clouds, and the city had a yellowish cast, a storm brewing. The thick fabric that covered the ship was still tied down, loosely, so Isa could have pulled the ship free easily if she needed to. I ducked under the edge of it, and almost choked on the hard candy. I just stood on the steps that extended from the ship's hatch. What are you doing here? I demanded. I'm not staying, he warned. He looked awkward, all his weight on one leg, one hand clasping the hem of his jacket. That doesn't really answer her question, Tekka said from behind me. I'm here to warn you all, I just said. Why? Did you inform the Shotet police on us again? Zeke said. No, I just said. I just wanted to escape. To be free of her. He nodded to me. And then some of my visions fell together, overlapped. Mine haven't, Thuvhe said, her brow furrowed. Issei Benazit imparted some of herself when she forced Ryzek, to see her memories before he was killed, I just said. So I have a better grasp on her than you do. I know her from the inside out. I felt Tekka staring at me, quizzical, but I couldn't look away. Ija's pale green eyes were strange, clearer than they had been in a long time. I know we're out of time, I said. Issei Benazit promised not to pressure Agra to deport the exiles until after my week was up. Deportation is not what she has in mind now, Ija said. She is preparing another anti-current blast, like the one that destroyed the Sojourn ship. Thuvhe lifted a hand to cover her mouth, and for the first time, I knew, not from memory or guesswork, but seeing with my own eyes, that we were the same. The same strong nose, the same fierce brow. The family Karaseth. My family. Anti-current, I said, redirecting my focus. I was no little girl craving a mother. I had had one. I had killed her. That's what the weapon is called, I just said. The current is a creative energy, and the anti-current is its opposite. Where the two collide, a strong force results. I snorted. Strong force indeed. Isa stepped out of the hatch then, edging around Thuvhe. She ran toward Etrek, hugging him, then Tekka, and then me, quickly and with wincing, but still a hug. You lived, she said, breathless. Speak for yourself, I said. I'm just an apparition. If that was true, it would likely not hurt to touch you, she said, without a trace of humor. I glanced at Tekka, who shrugged. When is this blast supposed to hit us? Tekka asked Ija. I gave Ija a hard look. Concrete answers only. Ija sighed and said, This evening. And that was when a small fleet of ships rose up from the area around Noavek Manor, like bubbles bobbing to the surface of a water glass. They hovered together for a moment, and if the sky had not been so empty, or if they had not borne the Noavek symbol on their wings, I might not have noticed them at all. But those were Losmet Noavek's ships, and they were headed straight west, toward the divide. Toward Thuvhe. The anti-current blast will happen this evening, I said. Everyone sat on the main deck of the transport vessel. Most were on the bench along one wall, where the straps for buckling ourselves in dangled from the wall, but Tekka was on the steps leading up to the nav deck, and Issa was in the captain's chair, fiddling with the ship's map. My racing current shadows, and the pain that chased them back and forth across my body, didn't allow me such stillness. I paced. Yes, I just said. Visions don't come with a watch, so the timing is not exact, but based on the color of the light, it will be evening. I squinted at him. Is that the truth, or is that just something you're telling me to manipulate me into doing what you want? Are you really going to believe my answer to that question? No. I stopped for a moment, in front of him. Why now? You've only ever cared about yourself for your entire life. So what's gotten into you? Brain parasite? Is that really constructive? Tekka said. We should be figuring out how to save as many lives as possible, which means activating the emergency evacuation alert again. Evacuation protocol is to flee toward the sojourn ship, I said. Where would people go if we sounded that alarm? I can code the alarm with a message. That way, people with screens in their homes will at least know what's coming, Tekka said. We can tell them to just get out of the city whatever way they can. And the people who don't have screens in their houses? Etrek said. The people who barely have lights to turn on? What about them? I didn't say it was perfect. She scowled at him. And I don't hear you suggesting anything useful. If we do this, Ima said to Tekka, we may not be able to flee ourselves. We may die here. A silence fell at that. I had accepted the likelihood of death when I decided to kill my father, but now that I had my life, I wanted to keep it again. Even without Akos, even without family, even with most of Shotet hating me, what I had told Tekka before was right. I had more now. I had friends, hope for my own future, and for myself. But I also had love for my people, broken though some of them may have been. Their stubborn will to survive, the way they looked at discarded objects, not as garbage, but as possibilities. They crash-landed through hostile atmospheres. They coasted alongside the current stream. They were explorers, innovators, warriors, wanderers. And I belonged to them. Yeah, I said. Let's do it. How? Issa asked. Where do you activate the alarm? One of two places, Noavek Manor and the amphitheater. The amphitheater is easier to access, I said. We don't all need to go. So who goes and who stays? I'm leaving this planet, I just said. Yeah, I got that impression based on your repeated insistence that you're not staying, I snapped. I will take you off planet, Ija, Issa said to him. You are an oracle, and as such, your life is valuable. My life's not valuable? Etrek said. Issa gave him a look. You two should go, I said to Zeet. You only signed on to smuggle, not to risk your lives. Yeah, none of us here would ever do that, Etrek said, rolling his eyes. You remember most of us came here to kill Losmet Noavek, right? I glanced at Tekka and Sifa in turn. You're an oracle too, I said to Sifa. I'm not afraid, Sifa said quietly. I was. Part of me wanted to steal a floater and flee Voa as quickly as I could, get myself out of the way of the blast. But the better part, the part that made the decisions now, it seemed, knew that I had to stay, had to fight for my people, or at least allow them a chance to fight for themselves. And maybe Sifa was as undaunted as she appeared. Maybe knowing the future forced you to be at peace with it. But I didn't think so. She was afraid, just as I was, just as any person would be. It was that, perhaps, that made me accept that she was here. It was the most mercy I could offer her at the moment. Cyra should lead the way to the amphitheater, Ema said, and I looked at her in surprise. It was rare she gave me credit for anything. Ever. She added, I believe you're familiar with the subterranean prison. Not as familiar as I am with your dazzling wit, I bit back with a smile. You take the bait every time, don't you? Tekka said to me. I considered that for a moment. Yes, I said. It's part of my charm. Etrek snorted. And we started to plan. Sometime later, we stood on the rooftop and watched Ija and Issa board a smuggler ship, courtesy of Zeet's connections to Voa's criminal underground. Ija didn't bid me farewell, but he did glance back before disappearing inside the ship. His eyes met mine, and he nodded, just once. And then my brother was gone.
Chapter 51. Akos. The awakening in Hessa had never been Akos's favorite. He liked the quiet dark of the deadening with its warm ovens and bright, bloomed hush flowers, but it had certain charms. At the very start, in the weeks before the hush flowers lost their blooms, a swarm of dead birds flew over Hessa every morning and evening in a big cloud, whistling in unison. Their song was bright and sweet, and the undersides of their wings were pink like Akos's blush. They were called dead birds because they hibernated all winter, and the first person to come across a flock during hibernation had thought they were all dead. They hardly even had heartbeats then. And when the awakening came around, they flew all the time, dropping pink feathers everywhere. His dad collected them for his mom, and stuck them in a jar on the kitchen table for decoration. When Losmet Noavek's ship landed just past the feather grass north of Hessa, it sent up a cloud of pink feathers. At least they aren't going past the house, Akos thought. His family's home was far from where they landed, though along the same strip of feather grass. They would approach Hessa Hill from behind, where there were no houses, and steps carved from rock would lead them to the temple's back gate. The Shotet groaned and shivered when the hatch of the ship opened. Even Losmet seemed to brace himself. but Akos drank in the frozen air like it was the finest thing he'd ever tasted. The soldiers had laughed at him when he first came on board, stuffed into half a dozen sweaters and jackets, incapable of lowering his arms, but none of them were laughing now. Akos pulled the strip he had torn from his blanket over his face, so only his eyes showed. He spotted the handle of a current blade on a careless soldier's hip and wondered if he could grab it, stab Lasmet right now before anyone attacked Hesse. But the soldier turned away, the opportunity disappearing. Lasmet beckoned, and Akos went to the front of the pack that had come together, the soldiers drawing closer in the cold. Vakres and Lasmet, at least, had put on more than one layer. Akos went to the front of the group and looked up at Hesse Hill. He had told Lasmet to fly in from as far north as he could stand to go, to glide low next to the feather grass and park, going in on foot. Sure enough, he didn't hear the sirens that would have sounded all throughout the town if somebody had seen Shotet soldiers. It was strange how he hoped that he would succeed and hoped that he would fail, all at once. There were two paths to the bottom of the hill, one that went into a dip in the land and would protect them from rough wind, and another that wouldn't. Akos chose the latter. He hoped half of the soldiers froze to death on their way in, or at least got such cold fingers they couldn't handle their current blades right. Akos pointed his nose across the bare plains and started walking. It wasn't a long enough walk for any of the Shotet soldiers to freeze to death, unfortunately. But by the time they got to the bottom of the hill, the people behind him had come up with their own strategies for staying warm, some better than others. They were chewing on their fingertips, not the best idea, or wrapping their hands and faces in handkerchiefs and cloths. They were huddled in groups, rotating so one person took the brunt of the wind at a time. Akos's eyelashes were frosted, and the skin around his eyes was numb, but he felt all right otherwise. The trick to walking in the cold was to just let the chill happen, trusting that your body would take care of itself. When the will to live failed, the body still fought. The wind died down. They were shielded now by huge crags made by avalanches and natural promontories, since this was the jagged side of Hesse Hill. Still, finding the steps wasn't easy. You had to know where they were, and Akos's memory, dulled though it was by everything he'd done, held strong. He went around one of the bigger rock formations, and there they were, faint indentations only as long as the ball of his foot. "I thought you said there were steps," Vakres said to him. "I thought you said the Shotet were adaptable," Akos retorted, his voice muffled by fabric, and he started up the slope. Lasmet insisted that Akos lead the way, which ruled out shoving him over the edge. Akos started the quick hop that made the steps easier to climb, only he couldn't do it. He had been deprived of food for too long to do so much as a single bounce. He slumped against the side of the hill. More of a mountain to the Shotet, he realized, to keep him balanced as he went. "You starve him for weeks, and now you want him to lead us up a mountain?" Vakres said to Lasmet. "Get up there and help him then, if you're so concerned," Lasmet said. Vakres stepped past Lasmet and, avoiding Akos's eyes, put an arm across Akos's back. Akos was startled by how strong Vakres was, the older man lifting him almost to his toes as they walked together on the narrow stairs. The wind wailed so loud Akos couldn't have heard him if he had whispered right in his ear, so the two men climbed in silence. Vakres pausing every time he noticed Akos's breaths getting labored. After a while, the steps got bigger and flatter, cutting a winding path into the mountainside. They were made for oracles, not athletes, after all. The sun was setting, and the snow sparkled in the light, glinting as it blew across the stone. It was a simple enough sight, and one Akos had seen thousands of times growing up, but he'd never loved it as much as he did then, at the helm of a group of invading soldiers on the verge of murder. It was over too soon. They made it to the top, where a few sparse trees covered their approach, bent and curled from the constant wind. Akos had to stop at the top step, and Lazmet waved the others toward the door as Vakres held him upright. He was just standing on his own again when Vakres pivoted, his broad frame shielding Akos from Lazmet's view. "Whoa!" Vakres said. "Get your legs under you, boy." And he hiked up some of Akos's layers, shoving a blade under the waistband of Akos's pants and covering the handle with a sweater. "Just in case," Vakres said so quietly it was almost lost to the wind. Akos didn't intend to use a blade, but he appreciated the gesture regardless. The smell of Hessian incense nearly made Akos fall apart. It was herbal, almost like the medicine his mom had force-fed him for his chronic cough when he was a kid, but not quite, and spicy, stinging his nose once it wasn't numb from the cold anymore. It smelled like a dozen bloomings, and handfuls of after-school visits spent waiting for Sifa to be done meeting with someone in the Hall of Prophecy, and afternoons of snickering at the youngest oblates, who stared at Ija and blushed right after he grew from a child to a teenager. It smelled like home. Akos joined the soldiers in shedding some of his outer layers, though he was careful to protect the blade Vakres had given him every time he raised his arms. He wound up in just one sweater, dark blue and soft, and kept his multiple pairs of socks on. They were keeping his two large boots where they were. Sweat dotted the back of his neck. He felt warm air on it when he took off his hat. His legs still felt like jelly from the climb, or maybe that was anticipation of what was next. "You'll want to disable the power in the building before you do anything else," he said to Lazmet. "There's the main power source and a backup generator. Take the bulk of your soldiers to the main source. It's on the other side of the building, and you'll run into temple guards that way. The backup generator is close, and nobody guards it." He took out the crude map he'd drawn of the temple. Just the path from the back door to the maintenance room in the basement was marked on it, and stuffed it into Lazmet's hand. "You only labeled one of those two on here," Lazmet said, looking the map over. "Yeah," Akos said. "I have to keep some things back, or I can't hold you to your end of the deal. I'll take you to the backup generator myself." He wasn't surprised when Lazmet didn't get angry. That would have been a normal response. You get in a person's way at a crucial moment and they get angry. But Lazmet wasn't normal. He wanted his world to interest him, and Akos, thinking 2 steps ahead, clearly did. This must have been how he crafted Ryzek, Akos thought. His disapproval came in the form of horror after horror, eyeballs in jars and people lying on their own blades. But when a person did finally make him proud, even if the reason disgusted them, they wanted to do it again, and again, and again. "Commander Nolovik, you'll take the platoon to the main power source. You and you, He pointed to 2 soldiers, one dark-skinned, his coarse hair pulled back, and the other slim and yellow-haired, her skin almost as pale as Akos's. "You'll come with us." It wouldn't be easy to get this done with 2 soldiers with them, Akos knew, but there was nothing he could do about it. No way he could insist that Lasmet come with him alone without making the man suspicious. If he had to get them all killed, he would. He had already gone crashing through his own ethics in every possible way. What was another mark on his arm? The cool metal of Vakraz's blade pressed to Akos's back as he walked. He led the small group down a stone hallway, past the memorial of oracles past, where a long line of names were etched into a flat slab of stone. His mother wouldn't write her own until she foresaw her own death, which was the curse all oracles had to bear. At the end of the hallway was a lantern that glowed faint pink, the result of faded hushflower powder. He turned right there, guiding them away from the Hall of Prophecy. He thought it was safe, leading them through the dormitories of the oblates who lived at the temple, but he had miscalculated. At the end of the row of doors was a young woman with her hair piled high on her head, yawning as she tugged her sweater back over her shoulder. Their eyes met. Akos shook his head, but he was too late. Lasmet had already seen her. "Don't let her run," he said, sounding bored. The yellow-haired soldier streaked past Akos with her blade outstretched, black strings of current wrapped around her clenched fist. She thrust with one arm and caught the girl with the other. A sick, gurgling sound came out of her mouth, a scream aborted before it could even take shape. Akos shuddered. "Tell me your mission," he repeated to himself as he tasted bile. "To kill Lasmet Noavek." "Stay here," Lasmet said to the soldier in a quiet voice. "Make sure she doesn't make noise, and that no one else interferes." Swallowing hard, Akos kept going, past the girl, wheezing now with what was left of her life, and the soldier wiping her bloody blade on the seat of her pants. It was a clear night, so the moon, still rising to its full height, glowed through the narrow windows they passed. There were still scars in the stone walls from the Shotet siege that happened before Akos was born. He remembered running his fingers over them when he was a kid, stretching high over his head to touch the violence he hadn't yet seen. That violence lived in his blood, not because he was a Shotet, but because he was a Noavek. The great-grandfather who had been a mediocre blacksmith and a vicious killer. The grandmother who had murdered her own siblings. The father who put a vice around the city of Voa. The brother who twisted and warped Ija. It would end here. Now. Akos reached the door he was looking for, had been looking for since they first landed. It didn't lead to a backup generator. There was no backup generator for the temple, a fact that had caused trouble during more than one snowstorm, forcing them to host a small pack of oblates in their house until the wind died down. No. This door led to the courtyard where the hush flowers grew. A small field of deadly poison, right there in the temple. Akos opened it, gesturing Lasmet inside. "After you," he said. Akos stepped in front of the soldier before he could follow Lasmet into the courtyard, bringing the door swinging behind him. The move had surprised the man. He didn't even object as Akos slammed the door between them and turned the bolt so he couldn't get in. "If your intention was to trick me into poisoning myself, your timing is off," Lasmet said. Akos turned. The hush flowers, the ones he had been counting on to make this easier, their poison blooms capable of felling Lasmet even if he, Akos, couldn't, weren't there. Their stalks were empty. The flowers had already been harvested. The knife was still cool against Akos's back. If Vakres hadn't given it to him, he would be as good as dead right now. Lasmet spread his hands, gesturing to all the dying leaves that surrounded him. He stood in the middle of the narrow path of stone that ran through the courtyard to keep the caretakers away from the death-giving blossoms. Hushflower leaves died off in the peak of the awakening when the weather was warmest, though the roots stayed viable for a lifetime if cared for properly. So all the greenery around Akos's father was limp and smelled like rot and dirt, ready to lie fallow until the next blooming. There was no poison left to kill Lasmet with. That's inconvenient, Akos said. But I do have a backup plan. He lifted his shirt and drew Vakres's current blade. Vakres. Now, that's a surprise. I didn't think his heart had gone that soft in my absence, Lasmet said. His voice had lost the unctuous quality it usually had when he spoke to Akos, like he was resorting to sing-song with a stubborn kid. This was not the Lasmet who found him amusing. It was the one who forced people to cut out their own eyes. I will have to punish him as soon as I am finished with you. He was folding the cuffs of his sleeves over, one turn after another, so they stayed up by his elbows. Tell me, Akos, Lasmet said. How do you believe this will go for you? You are starved, exhausted, and picking a fight with a man who can control every movement of your body. There is no chance you will emerge from this place alive. Well, Akos said, get on with killing me then. He felt the squeeze around his head that meant Lasmet's current gift was trying to worm its way in, searching out weak points. But Akos was the armored one, and there was no getting past his current gift. He started toward Lasmet, crushing leaves under his boots as he went. He knew better than to delay any longer. Before the full weight of the situation could hit Lasmet, Akos swung. His arm collided with Lasmet's armored wrist. Akos gasped from the pain of the collision, but didn't relent. He was back in the arena, only there was no jeering crowd this time. No Suzao Kuzar thirsting for his blood. Just the grit of Lasmet's teeth in the dark, and Cyra's lessons echoing in his head, telling him to think, to abandon thoughts of honor, to survive. He felt the pressure of Lasmet's current gift again, bearing down harder on both sides of his skull. They broke apart. Lasmet wore armor on both wrists, chest, back. He would have to aim low or high. Akos bent, rushing at his father like he meant to tackle him, and stabbing low at his legs. He felt a line of heat across the back of his neck as his own knife carved into Lasmet's thigh. Lasmet had cut him. He ignored the blood coursing down his back, soaking his shirt, and the pulse of pain. Lasmet was groaning, clutching his leg with one hand. How? The man growled. Akos didn't answer. He felt unsteady, the weeks of limited food catching up with him. Not everything could be buried under adrenaline. He followed his stumbling toward Lasmet again, using the unpredictability of his movement to his advantage, the way Cyra had when, suffering from severe blood loss, she had to fight Ija in the arena. As his world tilted, So did he, and he thrust up at Lasmet's throat. Lasmet grabbed his arm and yanked it hard to the side. Pain sparked in Akos's shoulder and spread through his entire body. He screamed, and the knife fell out of his hands and into the rotten leaves. He fell down too, lying at Lasmet's feet. Tears rolled down the sides of his face. All this planning, all this lying, the betrayal of his friends, his family, his country, Cyra, and it had come to this. "You aren't the first son to try to kill me, you know," Lasmet said. He lifted his foot and pressed it to the joint of Akos's injured shoulder. Even just the touch of the man's boot made Akos scream again, but he stepped down harder, slowly putting all his weight into it. Akos's vision went black, and he fought to stay present, to stay conscious, to think. He wished he had thought to ask Cyra how she did it, kept thinking in the midst of pain, because to him it felt impossible. All that was left of him were the white-hot sparks of agony. Lasmet leaned closer, not moving his foot. "Ryzek surprised me too, while we sojourned together. Our holiest of rites, the scavenge, and he dared to attack me, imprison me." Lasmet paused, his jaw working. "But I didn't die then. Ryzek was too weak, and I'm not going to die now, am I?" He twisted his toe like he was squashing a particularly stubborn bug. Akos screamed again, tears running into his hair, wrapping around his ears. He heard a distant wail, the Hessa siren going off, summoning the army to arms. It was too late for him, too late for the oblate in the hallway and the temple of Hessa. This moment had all the heft of fate in it, the weight of inevitability, set in motion from the moment Vara the oracle told him his kirta, his life-altering truth. The revelation of his parentage hadn't released him from the future. It had guided him to it, pulling him to his father's side like a fish hooked through the lip. "Suffer the fate," his mother's voice said to him, "for all else is delusion." He understood now how Cyra had felt when she demanded that he choose her, even though he hadn't known at the time that he really could. "I don't want to be something you suffer," she had told him. There was something powerful in that quality of hers. Her refusal to accept what she didn't choose, the force of her want. "I don't want," she had said, and he felt it now. He didn't want this to be the end, the fate he suffered. And in the muddle of all that pain, Akos thought. He pulled his knee high up against his chest and kicked hard at the wound in Lasmet's leg. Lasmet grunted, taken by surprise, and let up just a little on Akos's shoulder. With a yell, Akos pushed against the ground with his free leg so his back scraped against the ground, half on the leaves and half on the stone path, and he stretched his uninjured arm up, his hands searching through the stems for Vakrez's knife. Lasmet had stepped back, grabbing his leg with one hand. Akos felt the metal of the knife handle and grabbed. He felt his pulse in his throat, his head, his shoulder, and trembling and throbbing and sagging under his own weight, he pushed himself to his feet. It wasn't fate that had brought him here. He had chosen this. He had wanted it. And now he wanted Lasmet dead. The Hessa siren wailed. He and Lasmet collided, armor against flesh. They went down, falling with a thump to the frozen ground and the waxy leaves. Akos felt another burst of pain in his shoulder and dry heaved, his stomach too empty to throw anything up. Their arms were crossed between them, both of Lasmet's hands around his wrist, trying to push the knife away. Honor, Akos thought, has no place in survival. He bent his head and bit Lasmet's arm. He clenched his teeth as hard as he could, tasting blood, tearing flesh. Lasmet screamed low. Akos pushed the knife against the pressure that held him away and jerked his head, ripping skin and muscle from Lasmet's arm. The knife went right into Lasmet's neck. Everything stopped. Asa Karaseth had broken things with his current gift. Floater seats, couch cushions, tables, mugs, plates. One time he broke one of Akos's toys by mistake, and sat his smallest child in his lap to show him how he could fix it, like magic, with the same gift that had broken it. The toy had never looked right again, but Asa had done his best. He had chased their mother around the kitchen with flour-dusted hands to put fingerprints on her clothes. He was the only one who could make Thuvhe laugh, a full belly laugh. The one who had kept her present and grounded, at least as much as that was possible for an oracle. Asa Karaseth had been loud and messy and affectionate. He had been Akos's father. And this man, this armored, cold, cruel man lying an arm's length away, wasn't. Akos lay beside Lasmet as he died, holding the arm his father had wounded to his chest, and finally wanting again. It was a small thing, just a slight craving for survival, but it was better than nothing.
Chapter 52. Cyra. I ran my fingers over the silver skin on my head. It had begun to generate electrical impulses similar to those of real nerves, so I could feel a light tapping where my touch was. It was soothing, like standing under the warm rain of Thuvhe. "Quit it, platehead," Tekka said. "You're drawing attention." We stood in the square just outside the amphitheater. Under the reign of my brother, this place would have been packed with vendors, some from other planets, forbidden from instructing us in the use of their languages, of course, and some Shotet. The air would smell like smoke and charred meat and the burnt herbs from the tents of Asander, where everyone seemed particularly attuned to scents. I would tuck my hands into my sleeves to keep from touching anyone, fearing the crush of the crowd. My brother had been a tyrant as much as Lasmet was, but part of him had craved adoration, and it had inspired him to make concessions on occasion. Lasmet had no such craving. In light of that, the square was not packed with people shouting numbers at each other. Soldiers didn't stroll between the stalls, hoping to catch someone speaking a word of another language so they could extort money or threaten punishment. There were a few tables set up with goods, food mostly, marked up to high prices, and all of them were Shotet. I doubted many outsiders wanted to be in a country involved in war, profitable though it might have been. "It's less of a plate and more of a bowl," I said to Tekka, holding my hands in a curved shape, like that of my skull. "What?" "The silver skin," I said, showing her my hands again. "If it's any kind of serveware, it's a bowl, not a plate." "I didn't mean plate as in dinner plate," Tekka said, scowling. "I meant it as in a metal plate, like on the side of a ship. You know what? This is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. I grinned. I thought we would suffer for the lack of a crowd to disguise us, but there were few soldiers that I could see. Guards by the usual entrances and exits, but they were easily dealt with. And not in my typical fashion, though that had been my initial suggestion. Thuvhe had proposed a more peaceful path into the amphitheater. She and Ima would approach the guards at the entrance head-on and convince them to let her tour the arena. Ima had worn the lavender dress for the occasion, so she would look wealthy, important, worth making allowances for. This would draw the guards' attention away from us, while also giving Ima and Thuvhe a chance to get in themselves. Zit and Etrek had pledged to create some kind of large distraction near the side door to draw away the guards there. Tekka and I had to enter through that door while the guards dealt with whatever Etrek and Zit did. We were too easily recognized. "There she goes," I said to Tekka, nodding to the entrance with its grand archway. Ima's lavender skirt fluttered in the wind. She drew her shawl tighter around her shoulders and began walking through the square. I had passed through the amphitheater's arch on my way to challenge my brother. It had been simpler then. A single enemy, a single path forward. Now, there were tyrants and chancellors and exiles, and countless factions among the people who served each of them. And there was Akos. Whatever that meant. "Thuvhe said he's not here," Tekka said to me, like a mind reader. "Lasmet took him wherever they went. I know that's not all that reassuring, but better for him not to be hit by the blast, right?" It was. It meant that I could think clearly, but I didn't want to admit to that. I shrugged. "I asked her for you," Tekka said. "I knew you'd be too proud to do it yourself." "Time to go," I said, ignoring her. We started through the square, keeping pace with Thuvhe, who was doing her part to look casual and familiar. She paused at one of the tables to look over a platter of pan-fried feathergrass. Tekka and I kept to the next row, watching her through the haze of smoke rising up from the smithy advertising free current blade repairs with purchase. I watched Thuvhe and Ima approach the entrance guard from a distance. I was sure Ima's tongue could be just as quick and persuasive as she needed to get into that amphitheater. She had spent her life lying, after all. When the guards were both engaged enough to turn away, I led the way to the side door at a brisk walk. It was set into the wall at an angle, creating a space for a guard to stand without being visible from the street. I drew my current blade. The soldier was young and tall, so for a moment I saw Akos in his stead, putting on his Shotet armor for the first time and appearing, to me, as the exact image of what I might have wanted if I had been allowed to want normal things. But in the next moment, the soldier was shorter, thinner, and lighter-haired. Not Akos. Just before I could lash out at him, I heard screaming behind me. At the edge of the square, a cloud of smoke had risen up from one of the stalls. No, not a cloud of smoke, but one of insects, all taking flight at once. The screams came from the vendor, losing all of his product at once. He lunged at Zit, who was laughing, and punched him hard in the jaw. I sheathed my current blade and said, "Guard!" The sandy-haired guard stepped out of his alcove to look at me. "There's a fight," I said, jabbing my thumb over my shoulder. "Not again!" He groaned and took off running. Tekka slipped in without ceremony, drawing the small screwdriver from its place in her pocket and addressing the lock on the door. I peered out at the square to make sure no one was watching us. There were only slumped vendors and furtive-looking Shotet making their purchases, and the growing brawl Zeke and Etrek had fostered. "Hello, darling," Tekka said softly in the voice she used to speak to wires. "Would you open up for me? No? Not your job? Ah." I heard a click. The door opened, and Tekka and I passed through the doorway. It locked automatically behind us, and some instinct in me told me that wasn't good for quick escapes, but there was nothing to be done about it now. We jogged down the dark hallway with its arched stone ceiling, toward the light at the end that would admit us to the bottom level of seats. Thuvhe was already walking the arena floor, cooing like a bird at how large the place was, and how it never seemed as big when she was sitting in the audience, and whatever else she could think of to say. Her voice, with its slight rough character, echoed a dozen times over even before we made it to the end of the hallway. Ima was beside her, making little hums of assent. Tekka immediately started up the steps toward the control room, which was behind the second-level seats, but I stayed at the low wall that separated the first row from the arena floor and closed my eyes. I could hear the chanting that had accompanied the edge of Ryzek's knife as it dug into me, the shouts of "traitor" that had met me when I challenged him again. "Cyra?" Tekka's voice pulled me free from the twists and turns of my memory. I opened my eyes as the sky darkened. It could have been something as ordinary as a cloud passing over the sun, but it had already been cloudy when I closed my eyes, an even pale gray in every direction. Instead, when I lifted my head, I saw a vast ship, far larger than any transport vessel or floater or military craft that Shotet possessed. It was as large as the Sojourn ship, but perfectly round, more like the Thuvhe passenger floater that Thuvhe had guided into the renegade's safe house. The underside of the ship was smooth and polished, like it had never been flown before, never been battered by space debris and asteroids and rough atmospheres. Dotting its belly were little white lights. They marked doors and hatches, important attachment points and docking stations, and the ship's massive outline. It was an Otherian craft. I was sure of it. No one else would have the will and the vanity to make something so functional, so beautiful. "Cyra?" Tekka's voice again, fearful this time. I locked eyes with Thuvhe, standing in the center of the arena. Ija had decided the time of his vision based on the color of the light, he said. Well, with this ship shielding Voa from the sun, it looked very much like dusk. The attack was happening now. "I wouldn't bother with the control room," I said, surprised by how remote my own voice sounded to me. The soldiers who had shown Thuvhe into the arena fled, as if they could outrun a ship that large before the anti-current blast hit. And perhaps there was no shame in that, in dying with hope. I hoisted myself over the barrier that separated me from the arena, and dropped neatly to the packed earth below. I didn't know why, except that I didn't want to be standing above the arena when the anti-current blast hit. I wanted to be where I belonged. Here, with grit in the soles of my boots, where people who loved to fight stood. And I loved to fight. But I also loved to live. I wouldn't say I had never thought of dying as some kind of relief when the pain was at its worst, when I lost my true mother to the darkness I didn't yet understand. And I wouldn't say that living was always, or even often, A pleasant experience for me, but the discovery and rediscovery of other worlds, the burn and ache of muscles building strength, the feeling of Akos's warm, strong body against mine, the glint of my mother's decorative armor at night in the sojourn ship. I loved them all. I stopped in the middle of the arena, within grasp of Thuvhe and Ima, but not touching them. I heard Tekka's light footfalls behind me. "Well," Tekka said, "I suppose it could be worse." I would have laughed if it had been any further from the truth. But for Tekka and Ima and me, who had come so close to other, far more horrible ways of dying, I supposed dissolving into an anti-current blast was not so bad. Anti-current, I murmured, because the word seemed so strange to me. I looked at Thuvhe, at my mother, in whatever way she still was that, and for the first time, she looked genuinely surprised. "I don't understand. Anti-current blasts are light," I said. "The sojourn ship, it was so bright when it was destroyed. How can anti-current be bright?" "The current is both visible and invisible," Thuvhe said. "It doesn't always appear to us in a way that we understand." I frowned down at my spread palms, where the current shadows had collected, winding again and again around my fingers like stacks of rings. The doctor I had seen as a child had suggested that my current gift came about because I thought I deserved pain, and that everyone else deserved it too. My mother, Illyra Noavek, had chafed at the mere suggestion. "This is not her fault," she had said, before dragging me out of the office. And Akos, when he had seen the way I kept track of what I had done on my arm, now covered, as always, by armor, he had simply asked me, "How old were you?" He had not thought this gift was what I deserved, and neither had my mother. And maybe they were both right. Maybe the doctor was the one who had been wrong, the man whose words had been echoing in my mind all my life. Maybe pain was not my current gift. Not at all. Maybe pain was just a byproduct of something else. If the anti-current was light, and I was plagued by dark, maybe current was my gift. "She is herself a small Ogra," the Ogren dancers had said to me when they saw my current gift displayed. "Does anyone know what the word Ogra actually means in Ogren?" I said. "It means the living dark," Thuvhe replied. I laughed, a little, and as a narrow hatch opened on the underside of the ship above us, I raised my shadow-stained hands to the sky. I pushed my current shadows up, 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 over the sizzle of the amphitheater's force field, which Akos had disabled at a touch as he lifted us to safety. His arm had been strong across my back, tightly coiled as a rope. Over the center of Voa, where I had lived all my life, contained in spotless wood paneling and the glow of Fenzu. I felt Ryzek's hands, a little sweaty as they pressed over my ears to shield me from the screams of whoever my father was tormenting. And higher, over Voa, over even the fringes of the city where the storyteller and his sweet purple tea lived, where the renegades had cobbled together a dinner table made of half a dozen other dinner tables. I didn't suffer from a lack of fuel. The current shadows had been so strong all my life, strong enough to render me incapable of attending a simple dinner party, strong enough to bow my back and force tears from my eyes, strong enough to keep me awake and pacing all through the night, strong enough to kill. But now I understood why they killed. It wasn't because they drained the life from a person, but because they overwhelmed it. It was like gravity. We needed it to stay grounded, alive, but if it was too strong, it formed a black hole from which even light could not escape. Yes, the force of the current was too fierce for one body to contain. Unless that body was mine. My body, battered again and again by soldiers and brothers and enemies, but still working its way upright. My body, a channel for the pure force of current, the hum-buzz of life that brought others to their knees. Life is full of pain, I had told Akos, trying to draw him back from depression. Your capacity for bearing it is greater than you believe. And I had been right. I had had every reason to become closed off, wrapped up tight, pushing everything that resembled life and growth and power as far away from myself as possible. It would have been easier that way, to refuse to let anything in. But I had let Akos in, trusting him when I had forgotten how to trust. And I had let Thuvhe in too. And maybe one day, Cyra. I would let anyone in who dared draw near. I was like the planet Agra, which welcomed anyone and anything that could survive life close to it. Not because I deserved pain, and not because I was too strong to feel it, but because I was resilient enough to accept it as an inevitability. My current shadows shot up, up, up. They spread, building from the tendrils around my fingers to a column in the sky that wrapped my entire body in shadow dark. I couldn't see Thuvhe or Cyra or Ima now, but I saw the great pillar of current that passed over and through me, toward that hatch that had opened in the Otherian ship above. I didn't see the anti-current weapon, whatever its container looked like, but I did see the blast, the light spreading out from one fixed point, just as the shadow stretched upward from me. And where they collided, agony. I screamed, helplessly, as I had not screamed since I was too young to remember. The pain was so intense it shattered my pride, my reason, my sense of self. I heard the screaming and felt the scraping feeling of my own voice in my throat and the inferno inside me and around me, and saw the shadow and the light and the space where they met with a sharp clap. My knees buckled, and arms wrapped around my waist, thin, bony ones. A head pressed between my shoulder blades, and I heard Thuvhe's voice saying, "Hold on, hold on, hold on." I had killed her uncle, her cousin, and in some ways, her mother, and still she stood behind me, keeping me upright. Hands wrapped around my arms, warm and soft, and the smell of sendus leaf floated over to me, the scent of Cyra's shampoo. The dark eyes of the one who had abandoned me, and now returned for me. And last, the strict, pale fingers of Ima Zetzivis on my wrist. The current moved through all of us at once. My friend, my enemy, my mother, and me, all wrapped together in the darkness that was life itself. 5. Arzode. Verb. In Zolden, to mar, as with a knife.
Chapter 53. Sizi. Breaking news, the screen says. Losmet Noavek confirmed dead in Shotet assault on Hessa, major city of Thuvhe. I look the nurse steadily in the eye. I want to tell her that I don't care if my intestines are spilling out on the floor. She will get me a wheelchair, and she will clear me to fly with Issei Benezit to Thuvhe. But of course I can't say that. Other people's current gifts falter when their bodies weaken, but not mine, apparently. Instead, I search for what might persuade her. The usual Otherian things, fine fabrics, don't seem like the right choice. She's too hard-nosed for that. She's not someone who has let herself long for things. She would take comfort in something she can access, like a hot bath or a comfortable chair. Water is easy for me, so I send it toward her. Not the rolling waves that would work on Issei, but the still warmth of someone soaking, buoyant and motionless. I don't bother with subtlety. I fill the room with it. My cheeks heat and my stomach aches from the stitches that still hold my guts in. I'm from Hessa, I say, and it feels muffled, even though I can hear myself clearly. One of the oddities of my gift. I need to go. Clear me. She's nodding, blinking dully at me. I haven't spoken to Issei since Ast's arrest. She came to assure me that it was done, that he was gone. Since he wasn't a citizen of the Assembly, he was shipped off to his home moon to await trial, and they would deal with him in whatever manner they chose. But he wouldn't be allowed to set foot on an Assembly planet again. One day, that might mean fewer planets. There are rumors of secession over Othir's proposed Oracle oversight law. It is too soon to know about the other nation planets, but Thuvhe has thrown itself in with Othir. So our path through that issue, at least, is clear. We aren't sure what happened in Shotet yet. News is slow to come out of there. What we do know is that the anti-current weapon didn't work. Something ink-dark met it in the air, right in the middle of Voa, protecting the city from its blast. No one can explain it, but I'm taking it as a sign of better things to come. The nurse wheels me to the hospital landing pad in a small portable bed that can be secured to the wall of an Otherian ship. Every jostle of the bed makes shooting pains go through my abdomen, but I am just happy to be going home, so I try not to let the pain show. The first child of the family Noavek will succumb to the blade. Well, maybe I had succumbed, but I hadn't died. That was something. As the nurse activates the wall magnet that will hold my bed steady during takeoff, Issei steps down from the nav deck, where she was speaking with the captain. She's dressed in comfortable clothes, a sweater with sleeves long enough to cover her hands, tight black pants, and her old boots with their red laces. She looks uncharacteristically nervous. She offers me a handheld screen with a keyboard. "Just in case you want to say something you can't say aloud," she says. I hold it in my lap. I'm angry with her. For not listening to me instead of Ast. For not believing me. But this reminds me why I care about her. She thinks about what I need. She wants me to be able to speak my mind. "I'm surprised you didn't object to me coming," I say to her as unkindly as my current gift will allow. "I'm trying to trust your judgment from now on," she says, looking down at her fingers, twisted together. You want to go to Hesse, so you'll go to Hesse. You wanted me to show mercy, so I'll try to do that too from now on. I nod. I'm sorry, C. She almost whispers. I feel a pang of guilt. I didn't tell her that I tried to reach out to Shotet when she decided to unleash the anti-current weapon on the Shotet. And I haven't told her how I've been using my current gift to soften her and persuade her since all this started. And I don't plan to confess. I would lose everything I've gained that way. But I don't feel good about the deception. The least I can do now is forgive her. I turn over one hand and hold it out to her, inviting her closer. She rests her palm on mine. I love you, she says. I love you too, I say. And it's one of the easiest things I've ever said. Sometimes I might lie to her, but this, at least, is true. She bends to kiss me, and I touch her cheek, holding her in place for a few long moments before she pulls away. She smells like sendus leaf and soap. Like home. I will never be heralded as the one who made Chancellor Benazit turn away from further aggressive action and invite the Shotet to peace talks in the wake of the attempted attack on Voa. It might have been one of the more destructive wars in Assembly history, if I hadn't been there. No one will call me skilled in diplomacy, or poised, or a remarkable advisor. But that's as it should be. When all goes according to plan, I fade into the background. But I will be there, standing behind a chancellor as she maneuvers through this uneasy peace. I will be the one she looks to for guidance, for comfort when her grief and anger surge within her again and again. I will be the arm that guides the hand. No one will know. Except me. I'll know.
Chapter 54. Cyra. I woke to buzzing. A fenzu glowing blue, turning lazy circles above my head. Its iridescent wings made me think, suddenly, of Uzul-Zetzivis, who had thought so fondly of them, his cash crop and his passion. Around me was white floors, white sheets, white walls, white curtains. I was not in a hospital, but a quiet house. Growing from a pot in the corner was a black flower with layer after layer of plush petals, unfolding from a dark yellow center. I recognized the place. It was the Zetzivis home, standing on a cliff overlooking Voa. Something felt wrong. Off, somehow. I lifted an arm and found it to be heavy, my muscles shaking with the slight effort. I let the limb drop to the mattress, and contented myself by watching the fenzu fly, tracing paths of light in the air. I knew what was off. I wasn't in pain. And from what I could see of my own bare arms, the current shadows were gone. Fear and relief intermingled within me. No pain, no current shadows. Was it permanent? Had I expended so much energy in the anti-current blast that my current gift had left me forever? I closed my eyes. I couldn't allow myself to imagine that. A life without pain. I couldn't let myself hope for it. A while later, I had no sense of how long, I heard a knock at the door. Thuvhe carried a mug of tea toward me.
"I suspected you might be awake," she said.
"Tell me about Voa," I said. I planted my hands, trying to push myself up. My arms felt like jelly. Thuvhe moved to help me, and I stopped her with a glare, struggling on my own instead. Instead, she sat in a chair near my bed, her hands folded in her lap.
"Your current shadows countered the anti-current blast. The Shotet exiles arrived within days to seize control of Voa in the power vacuum that resulted from Lasmet's death," she said. "But what you did seems to have depleted you. No, I'm not sure if the disappearance of your current shadows is permanent," she added, answering the question I hadn't yet asked. "But you saved a lot of people, Cyra."
She sounded proud, as a mother would have been. "Don't," I said. "I'm not yours."
"I know,"
she sighed.
"But I was hoping we might work our way towards something other than outright hostility."
I considered that. "Maybe," I said. She smirked a little.
"Well, in that spirit, look at this."
She rose to draw the curtain back from the window beside my bed. I was in the part of the house positioned on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the city of Voa. At first, all I saw was the sparkle of distant lights, the buildings of Voa. But then,
"It's noon,"
Thuvhe said. Voa was covered, shielded by what looked like dark clouds. They were only a shade or two lighter than the Ogren sky. My current shadows had found a home over Voa, sending it into endless night. I felt better, physically, in the next few days than I had since I was a child. Izzet by Izzet, my strength returned as I ate food prepared by Thuvhe, Ima, and Tekka in the Zetsiva's kitchen. Ima burned the bottom of almost everything she made, and presented it without apology. Thuvhe cooked odd-tasting Thuvhe dishes that were packed with too many spices. Tekka made uncommonly good breakfasts. I helped where I could, sitting at the counter with a knife to chop things until my arm got too tired. The weakness was infuriating to me, but the lack of pain more than made up for it. I would have traded a dozen current gifts for no more pain. Thuvhe had assured me that Akos was alive, but in what condition, I didn't know. I searched the news out of Thuvhe for any signs of him, and found nothing. Reports of my father's death didn't mention him. It was Zizi who finally sent us news, directly from Hessa. She had found Akos at the hospital there, recovering from hypothermia. She was taking him home. The clouds showed no sign of clearing over Voa. It was likely the entire city would be dark forever. Up here on the cliff, if you looked toward Voa, it appeared to be night. But if you turned away, toward the divide that separated us from Thuvhe, the sun shone again. It was odd to be living on the edge of such a thing, and to know that you yourself had created it. And then, in the middle of the night, almost a week after the attack on Voa, I woke to pain. At first I didn't know why I was awake. I checked the clock to be sure it wasn't time to get up and start on breakfast, since I was finally well enough to take my own turn in the kitchen. Then I felt the dull pounding in my head, with a spark of alarm. Maybe it's just a headache, I told myself. No need to panic, no need to... My fingers stung, like they had fallen asleep and blood was now returning to them. I scrambled to turn on the lamp next to my bed, and I saw it. A line of shadow traveling from wrist to fingertip. Shaking, I threw the blankets back and looked at my bare legs. Faint shadows wrapped around my ankles, like shackles. My head and heart pounded in the same rhythm. I didn't realize I was making a noise, a horrible heaving noise, like a dying animal, until Tekka opened the door, her bright hair piled on top of her head. She spotted the current shadows immediately and came to my bedside, pulling the sleeves of her sleep clothes over her hands. She sat on the bed and pulled me against her, pressing my face to her bony shoulder. I sobbed into her shirt, and she held me in place, in silence. I didn't want them back, I choked out. I know. I don't care if they're powerful, I know that too. She rocked us back and forth, slowly, for a long time. People call them a gift, she said after a while. What bullshit. A few days later, I stood listening to the patter of rain on the guest room windows, a bag on the bed in front of me. I had stuffed most of my possessions inside it, and now struggled to think past the pain in my back and legs. My current gift's return had not been easy to adjust to. Aza asked me to speak with you about her request, Ima said to me. She was leaning against the doorframe, dressed all in white. For you to accept a position of power in the new Shotet government. Why would she ask you? You know as well as I do that what's best for our people is no Noaveks in power ever again. I know no such thing, Ima said, pinching the hem of her blouse between her trimmed, clean fingernails. There are quite a few Noavek loyalists still among us. They might actually cooperate with us if we establish the Noavek bloodline in a high position. And unity is what we need right now. One problem, though, I said. I'm not actually part of the Noavek bloodline. Ima flapped her hand at me. No one needs to know that. The system of governance Aza had proposed was a blend of elected officials and monarchy, with the monarch, me, if she got her way, appointing a representative who would hold all the actual power, supported by a council. It wouldn't require me to be a ruler in the sense that my father and Ryzek had been, but I was still wary of it. Bad things happened when my family was in power. What about Vakrez? I said. He's a Noavek. A real one, in fact. And he's an adult. Are you going to make me say it? Ima said, sighing. Say what? Ima rolled her eyes. That I think you are a better option than Vakrez. He allowed himself to be controlled by both Losmet and Ryzek. He lacks the fortitude. I raised both eyebrows. Did you just compliment me? I said. Don't take it too much to heart, Ima replied. I smiled a little. Okay, I said. I'll do it. What? Just because I complimented you? No. I looked out the window, at the water-streaked glass, at the dark current shadow cloud that covered Voa. Because I trust your judgment. She looked, for a moment, taken aback. Then she nodded, turned, and left without a word. She still didn't like me, but it was possible she didn't hate me either. I would take what I could get, for now.
Chapter 55. Akos. Akos walked the raised path that kept the farmers clear of the hush flowers. Half the hush flower crop from that season had been burned by Shotet invaders, but the farmers were still out there, tending what was left with their thick gloves on. It was lucky, they said, that the Shotet had come after the blooms were harvested, since they only needed the roots to survive anyway. Hessa's crops would bounce back just fine. The temple, on the other hand. Akos still couldn't bear to look up at it. Where the red glass dome had once glinted in the moonlight was now a big, empty space. The Shotet had smashed it to bits. They had killed most of the oblates in the temple. They had swarmed the streets and filled the alleys. 2 weeks later, and Hessens were still dealing with the bodies. The dead were mostly soldiers, thanks to a brave oblate who had sounded the alarm, but some civilians too. He didn't dare go into town. They might recognize him, or his sleeve might pull back and show his marks. They might attack him if they knew what he was. Kill him, even. He wouldn't blame them. He had let the Shotet in. Mostly, though, he just couldn't stand to look at any of it. What flashes he saw on the news were plenty. So when he walked, it was through the ice-flower fields, wrapped up in his warmest clothes, even though it was Thuvhe's warmest time. The fields were a safe place. White purity blossoms were still popping off their stems and floating through the air, even now. Yellow jealousy dust was thick on the ground. It was desolate, everything gone until the deadening time came again, but that suited him fine. He hopped down from the raised path onto the road. This time of year, when some of the snow went soft, it froze at night, so there was ice everywhere, and he had to be careful. The hooks on the bottom of his boots didn't always catch, and he was still off balance with his arm in the sling. His careful steps took him as far west as the feather grass, where his family's house was nestled, safe and lonely. Cece's floater wasn't parked on the front lawn. When she came to visit, she parked in town and walked to the house so nobody would know she was there. Nobody knew he was there either, or he was sure he would be arrested by now. He may have killed Lazmet Noavek, but he'd let Shotet soldiers into Hessa Temple. His arm was marked. There was armor in his bedroom. He spoke the revelatory tongue. He was too Shotet for Thuvhe now. Light glowed from under the kitchen door when he walked in, so he knew Cece was there. His mother had tried to visit him in the hospital. She had made it into the room, and he had lost himself in shouting at her, getting so wound up the doctors told Thuvhe to leave. Cece had promised not to let her into the house until he was ready, which Akos privately thought would be never. He was done with her, with what she had done to Cyra, with how she had stood apart from his suffering, with how she had maneuvered him into killing Vas, with all of it. He stomped to get the ice off his boots, then loosened them and towed them off by the door. His hands were already undoing the straps and buttons that kept his kutia coat fastened tight, and stripping the hat and goggles from his face. He had forgotten how much time it took to get dressed and undressed here. He had gotten used to the temperate climate in Voa. Voa was now dark, Agra dark, the sky stained black in the center and fading to gray out by the old soldiers' camp. The news didn't have an explanation, and neither did Akos. No one knew much about what had happened there. What was happening now, though, was covered on a constant loop. How the Shotet exiles were now recognized as Shotet's official government, under a temporary council of advisors while they set up for elections. How Shotet had negotiated for its nationhood. How they had traded legitimacy for their land, and were now evacuating Voa. The Ogrins had given them a piece of land, bigger than Voa, and far more hazardous, and were negotiating the terms of Ogrin-Shotet coexistence. And there were other things brewing in the assembly, too. Talk of a schism, the fate-faithful planets separating from the secular ones, the oracles fleeing the latter for the former. Half a galaxy living without knowing the future, and half listening to whatever wisdom the oracles might offer. That schism existed in Akos himself, and the idea that the galaxy might divide distressed him, because it meant that he too would have to choose a side, and he didn't want to. But that was the way of things. Sometimes wounds were too deep to heal. Sometimes people didn't want to reconcile. Sometimes, even though a solution might create worse problems than there were to begin with, people chose it anyway. "See?" he called out, once he was finished hanging up all his winter clothes. He walked the dark, narrow hallway to the kitchen, peering out into the courtyard to see if the burnstones were still lit. "Hello there." A voice spoke from his living room. Ima Zitsivis sat by the fireplace. She was an arm's length away from the place where his father had died. Her white hair was loose around her face, and she was elegant as ever, even dressed in armor. It was the color of sand. He startled, more at the sight of her than the sound, cringing into the wall. And then, embarrassed by his reaction, he pushed himself away from the wall and forced himself to face her. It had been like this since Lasmet's death. "I apologize. I couldn't think of a better way to warn you," Ima said. "What?" He drank in a few shallow breaths. "What are you doing here?" She smiled a little. "What? No, oh, you're alive, how nice?" Shh, I don't actually care." She stood. "You look better. You've been eating?" Yes. Every time he faced a meal these days, he thought of what he had done to Jorik, and it was hard to take even a single bite, hungry as he was. He made himself do it, because he didn't like to feel tired and weak and fragile, but it was difficult each time. "I came to get you out of here," she said. "It's my house," he replied. "No, it's your parents' house," she said. "It's the place where your father died, in the shadow of a town you can't even go into anymore, thanks to certain facets of your identity being public knowledge. This isn't a good place for you to be." Akos crossed his arms over his stomach, holding on tight. She had put into words what he already knew, what he had known since Cizi brought him here after the attack. The bed that had belonged to him was right next to Ija's, and Ija was gone, disappeared into the streets of Voa and never spotted again. The living room still reminded him of his father's blood. And the destroyed temple, well, "Where am I supposed to go?" he said in more of a whisper than anything. Ima came to her feet and approached him slowly, as if approaching an animal. "You," she said, "are a Shotet. It's not the only thing you are, to be sure. You are still a Thuvhe, and an oracle's son, and a Kereseth, and all those things. But you can't deny that a Shotet is part of what you are. She set a hand on his shoulder gently. And we are the ones who want you with us. We. Akos snorted, ignoring the heat that had sparked behind his eyes. What about Aura and Cyra? They don't want me with them. I can't believe I'm about to say this, Ema said. But I don't think you are giving your girl enough credit. Or Aura, given time. I don't... For heaven's sake, boy, just go in the kitchen, Ema snapped. Sitting at his kitchen table, the kitchen table where he had spread his homework as a kid to work before dinner, where he had climbed up to dust the burnstones with red hush flower powder, where he had learned to chop and slice and crush ingredients for the painkiller, was Cyra. Her thick, wavy hair piled on one side of her head, the other glinting silver. Her arm wrapped in armor. Her eyes dark as space. Hello, she said to him in Thuvhe. Hello, he replied in Shotet. Sisi smuggled us into Thuvhe, Cyra said. Border control is very tight right now. Oh, he said. Right. Ema and I are flying to Augra tonight, now that I'm well enough to travel. You... Akos swallowed hard. What happened? The dark over Voa. That was me. My current shadows. She smiled, a bit sheepishly. It wasn't the easy smile she might have given him a few months ago, but it was more than he expected. She held up a hand, showing him the black shadows that still floated over her skin, dense and dark. It took so much out of me the current shadows were gone for a week. I thought they might have disappeared forever. Was devastated when they came back, actually. But I'm dealing with it, as always. Akos nodded. You're thin, she said. Ema told me about how it was with Lasmet, with you. Cyra, he said. I know what he's like, you know. I heard things. She closed her eyes, shook her head. I know. Cyra, he said again. I'm so... There aren't words. There are a great number of words, actually. She rose from her seat at the table, trailing her fingers along the wood as she walked around it. In Shotet, the word just means regret. But in Zoldan, there are 3 words. One for slights, one for regular apology, and one that means something along the lines of, what I did cut out a piece of me. Akos nodded, unable to speak. I thought I couldn't forgive you, that I lacked the capacity, she said. After all, I was about to die, and you were just sitting there. Akos winced. I couldn't move, he said. I was frozen, numb. I know, she said, coming to stand in front of him, her brow furrowed. Don't you remember, Akos, what I hide beneath this armor? She clasped the forearm guard in front of her body. When I showed you these marks, did you think, even for a moment, that I had done something that couldn't be forgiven? Akos's heart was pounding. as hard as it did when he panicked and he didn't know why. "No, you didn't," she said. "You showed me mercy. Tekka showed me mercy. Even Ima in her way." She reached for him, for his cheek. He cringed away. It was so much harder to accept her forgiveness than her condemnation, because it meant that he had to change. "This time, let me be the one to say to you, you were young and hungry and exhausted, in pain and confused and alone," she said. "And if you think that I, Cyra Noavek, Ryzek's scourge, killer of my own mother, can't understand what happened to you, then you don't really understand who I was and what I did." Akos watched her carefully as she spoke, as she pulled him closer and touched her forehead to his, so they could still look at each other, breathing the same air. "What I did," he said, "cut out a piece of me." "It's all right," she said. "I'm all hacked up and stitched back together too." She pulled away. "For now," she said, "just be my friend again, okay? And we can talk about the whole I'm still in love with you, what the hell do we do about it question later." Akos smiled. "Show me your house," she said. "Are there embarrassing pictures of you? On the journey, your sister told me you were very particular about your socks." And so Akos took her upstairs, his fingers laced with hers, and opened all his drawers, letting himself be thoroughly mocked. "Dear Cece, I'm sorry I didn't wait for you. I wasn't sure when you'd be back, and my ride was leaving. I hope you understand why I can't stay. There's no place for me here anymore. But let's make a deal. If you try to ease off your current gift when you're advising Issei, I'll try to stop beating myself up about Ija, and Jorek, and Hessa. Personally, I think your end is much easier, so you better take me up on it. But I'm serious. You're not a puppet master, C, even though I know sometimes you want to be. Maybe power suits you, but it's got to be handled carefully, you know? I'll be farther away from you now on Agra than I ever was in Shotet, but this time will be different. This time I can come visit. This time I can be what I want to be. Go where I want to go. I'll miss you. Stay safe. Akos. P.S. Don't worry. I'll talk to Mom eventually.
Chapter 56. Cyra. 1 season later. I woke to a low hum and the tap-tap-tap of a knife on a cutting board. He was facing away from me, his shoulders hunched over the narrow counter. The pile of ingredients next to him was unfamiliar, something Ogren that he had learned to use in half a dozen ways since he'd been studying under Zenka. I stretched, my knees cracking as I straightened them. I had fallen asleep to the sound of this new concoction bubbling on the stove, but he had been sitting on the end of the bed then, reading a Shotet book with the translator close at hand in case he needed it. He had made rapid progress with Shotet characters, but there were quite a few of them to learn, and it would take seasons to master them. "I heard that creaky knee, Your Sovereignty," he said.
Good, I said through a yawn. Then you're not as unguarded as you look.
I got up and padded over to him. There was a bandage on his arm. The tentacle of some kind of venomous ogren plant had wrapped around him while he harvested it, and ate away at his skin like acid. The scar would stretch right across his Shotet marks, passing through them, though not entirely erasing them. That looks disgusting, I said, pointing to the substance he was chopping. It was grainy and black, like it was coated in engine oil. It had stained his fingertips a grayish color. It tastes disgusting too, he said. But if it does what I think it will, you'll have a painkiller that won't make you sleepy during the day. You don't need to dedicate so much time to painkillers, I said. I'm managing just fine with the ones I have. I enjoy making them, he said. It's not all about you, you know. I love it when you talk sweet to me. I wrapped my arms around his waist, breathing in the smell of fresh things that lingered on all his clothes in the afternoons, after he went to the ship's little greenhouse. The Ogrins had loaned us 2 ships for our sojourn this season. They were a lot smaller than the sojourn ship had been, so not all eligible Shotet could go, and those who did had been selected by lottery. But the sojourn would happen, and that was what mattered to most of us, especially the exiles, who hadn't been able to sojourn for many seasons. The planet we would scavenge this season was Tepes. The decision was politically motivated, rather than guided by the current, as it should have been. Tepes, Agra, and Shotet were on one side of an ongoing debate with Othir, Thuvhe, and Pitha about the oracles. And the word debate was somewhat ill-chosen, since the environment was, as Tekka had put it, a bit tense. Bad, in other words. That the galaxy would divide over this issue was no longer a question of if, but one of when. The problem was that the rest of the assembly planets wanted to keep their oracles, but impose stringent guidelines on how they would practice, which was, for the oracles, untenable. I wasn't sure what to think after my dealings with Cyra, but thankfully, it was not up to me. Aza was the Prime Minister, responsible for most of the decision-making. I consulted when I needed to, and tried to manage the diplomatic end of things, though I wasn't much good at it. I did know the other planets, though. I'd spent all my life fascinated by them. And my talent for languages was useful, since people liked to hear foreigners make an effort. Akos stopped chopping and turned in my arms, so I had him pinned up against the counter. He wore one of his father's old shirts, which was worn and patched at the elbows, and the dark crimson color that belonged to Thuvhe. His gray eyes, still wary, always wary, looked a little sad, and had since the day before. R.A. Kuzar was on our ship, thanks to chance, or fate, or whatever I believed in these days. She still wouldn't look at him, and I knew having her here was difficult for him, though whenever I brought it up, he just said, "Not as difficult as it is for her," which was inarguable. I tipped my chin up and kissed him, gently. He responded by wrapping an arm across my back and lifting me into him, strong and warm and certain. It took a while for us to break apart. "We passed through the current stream today," I said. "Will you come with me?" "In case you hadn't noticed," he said, "I'll pretty much go with you anywhere." He tapped my nose with a gray-stained finger, leaving a mark that even I could see out of the corner of my eye. Did you just stain my nose right before I have to go out in public? He grinned and nodded. I hate you, I said. And I love you, he replied. What's that on your nose? Tekka asked me. We were on the observation deck of the ship, which was right above the nav center, where our pilots and flight techs were rushing around, preparing to pass through the current stream. We walked to the barrier, which was waist-high and separated us from the giant window that would show us the current stream. The interior of the Ogren ship was dark, unsurprisingly, and uneven in places. The floor, no matter where you were, was all narrow pathways made of great material, elevated over shallow pools of water that glowed with bioluminescent bacteria. It was beautiful and eerie, but more than one person had fallen in and had to go to sickbay. Something new to adapt to. Akos was already standing there. He had saved us places, as the path became more crowded, though really, people would have moved out of my way if I came near anyway. I tried not to care about that. I stood between him and Tekka, and listened for the captain's shout to brace ourselves. Akos reached for my hand as the ship drew nearer to the blue light, deep and rich in color. He would let go when we entered the current stream, to allow me to feel its effects, agonizing though they were. But it felt good to have him there as we approached. My heart was pounding. I loved this part. The real surprise, though, was Tekka's hand seizing mine from the other side. There was a giddy smile on her face. I am a Shotet, she said, more to herself than to me. I am sharp as a blade and just as strong. It was a variation on the other poem I had seen scrawled on a wall in Voa, the one penned as a criticism of the Noavek government. I am a Shotet. I am sharp as broken glass, and just as fragile. I see all of the galaxy, and never catch a glimpse of it. I liked the other one better, because it was a reminder of my own fragility, my own tendency to see what I wanted to see. But this version was good, too. I was surprised when Akos joined her in reciting the last lines. I see all of the galaxy, he said, and it is all mine. Prepare yourselves, came the shout from below. Both Tekka and Akos released my hands, almost in the same moment, and the ship was consumed by blue light.
Epilogue. Ija. We returned to Hessa in disguise. For a time it seemed like too much of a risk to us, but it was also unavoidable. So we waited until the Shotet sojourned again, and we reserved a seat on the flight under a false name, the one we bought from a criminal on P1104 after we fled from Voa. We rent a coat from the shabby tourist shop in the main square, because we don't intend to stay long. We make the climb to the top of Hessa Hill on foot, as it has always been. The Hall of Prophecy is closed for repairs, but we know all the ways in. The ones others don't know. We remember that, at least. There is a gaping hole in the domed roof of the Hall of Prophecy, with jagged edges of red glass. We don't know what the Shotet used to break the dome, and their weapons of choice, whatever they were, have long since been cleaned up. We stand in the center of the floor where one of our mothers once stood, barefoot, to receive the future. We see a galaxy riven in two, oracles fleeing to Ogra and Tepes and Zold. Assembly ships pursuing, overtaking, small blasts of anti-current, possibilities disappearing as lives find their endings. We see Shotet descending on Tepes, dressed in special suits that protect against the heat, plugging their noses against the smell of white-hot garbage. A man brushing sand from an intact compressor. A woman holding a rounded piece of glass up to the sun. We see Issei Benezit wearing a gown in Thuvhe red. She stands behind a sheet of ice where there are hush flowers on the verge of blooming. Behind her, in the same red, half hidden by shadow, is Sizi Karaseth, wearing an enigmatic smile. Her head is adorned with a slim band of silver, the adornment of a chancellor's spouse. The flowers crack open and unfurl. We see our hands seizing the straps that cover our chest as our ship falls through dense atmosphere. The lines of light that mark Agra's surface like veins appearing beneath us. We are Shotet. We are not Shotet. But either way, we are an oracle. And that cannot change. So we are returning to the temple of Agra. To learn. To see what we might become next. We see them. Older. The silver skin shining on one side of her head. His gray eyes crinkled at the corners as he looks at her. They stand in a crowd beneath a mammoth ship. It towers in patchwork metals over the other ships on the loading bay. A new sojourn ship. He takes her hand. They walk toward the ship together.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Fates Divide